All righty, we are back. Switching over to the ESPN2 of this live streams from ESPN. So hopefully everybody will be able to find this link here pretty quick. And I'm really hoping that all of our guests find the secondary link that I had sent them. I know there's, I believe, one more person who's supposed to be joining us. But until he does, why don't we start with introductions? Jamie, why don't you tell people a little bit about yourself and where you can reach on social media?
Thanks, Justin. Appreciate you having me on. This has been a fun day. I've listened all morning. It was really fun listening to people talk baseball and getting all the different perspectives. I am the president of operations at fantasyteamadvice.com. The next big thing in DFS, you can follow me on Twitter at JAC3600. We've been really growing our community the last couple of years.
Looks like we might be losing you there.
Whoop, am I back?
Yeah, looks like we're losing you. I'm gonna drop you and then you join back. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, B-Don, there you go. Why don't you go ahead, bud?
Yeah, Brandon B-Don. I read over at Razzball. Obviously, I have the most unoriginal pseudonym ever created. You just remove the Rand from the middle of Brandon, and there you go. I do baseball. I do football. That's pretty much what I do. I don't do a whole lot of regular articles. I kind of throw things up whenever I have time. I do a lot of profiles. We have a podcast that goes off of the Razzball baseball feed and the Razzball football feed. So you can find me there with my co-host Donkey Teeth. We co-host or co-founded whatever the Razzball and the Raz Slam, which I think a lot of people that have been on here have been in one or both. And, just looking forward to talking some shop.
All right. Greg, welcome to the show. Tell people why or who you are, not why you are, who you are and where they can reach you.
So I don't know if I can go into why, but that would upset my parents. Anyways, Greg Jewett, I Fantasy Alarm. I also do the bullpen report for Rotographs. So we're hoping to get some game action resuming soon. We've just processed a bunch of profiles on Fantasy Alarm. I know Howard's still kind of slow bleeding publishing them. But yeah, a lot of bullpen work and looking forward to just talking some of the stuff because I think bullpens are going to be a big key to success in a shortened season.
I completely agree with you. Brian, welcome to the show. Tell people where you can be reached and what you do.
Yeah, thanks for having me. You can find me on Twitter at
Brian, we can't hear you. So is there any way to make yourself louder?
Yeah, I'll try it. Move on to somebody else.
Okay. Pierre, tell us a little bit about yourself, where you can reach on social media.
All right. Well, I'm Pierre Camus, lead editor at Rotoballer, do MLB and NFL. So on Twitter, you can find me at roto_chef. It's a little nickname that Scott the King Engel decided to bestow upon me not too long ago. So change the handle there. Everything that's on rotoballer.com, NFL, MLB related, I usually have a hand in. So not going to lie, I've been working on a lot of NFL draft stuff lately, but I'm ready for baseball to get back into it, man. It's nice just to talk baseball at this point.
All right. And Jamie, why don't you remind people again where you can reach on social media and then tell people a little about yourself because you were kind of going in and out before.
Yeah, thanks. If that happens again, I'll try this via phone. As you can see, I'm in my kid's room. I don't think the Wi-Fi is the best here. I work over at www.fantasyteamadvice.com. We specialize in DFS. We have projection models for MLB, NFL, NBA, and PGA. And you can find me on Twitter at JAC3600. We got a great community of people over there at Fantasy Team Advice, even with subscriptions suspended right now. Obviously, we've been talking esports and the video gaming, which I know nothing about, but apparently some of our community members still do. So the Discord chat is still going live. So come on, check it out.
Awesome. And when he gets back, we will let him talk, but we're just going to move on. Let's talk some fantasy baseball because that's what we're here to do and obviously raise money. So here's my question. Should people even be drafting right now until we have more answers about how and when baseball will be played. There's still NFBC drafts going on. Home leagues are still drafting. Leagues are being formed with no information. Let's see. Pierre, what are your thoughts? Is it even smart to draft right now?
Well, let me start with a little story, and I'll have to admit something here on there that back before we even had an official postponement or cancellation, who knows what it is at this point, it was, I guess, early March, something like that. We were getting ready because we had our date set, a while back to draft for our Rotoballer Expert League, one we have every year with all the main guys, including our co-founders. And so, draft day was coming, but we kind of still didn't know. Like spring training had been canceled, but they hadn't said anything about opening day. And so there was a poll sent out, and it was, all right, well, what do we do? Do we draft or do we wait? And I was one of the guys who said, I mean, how much a thing's going to change, right? The spring training is not going to change that much. And, let's just go ahead and do it. And then we'll see what happens. Maybe they'll postpone it a few weeks. And what is it, almost May? And we still don't know when opening day is and or if there's a season, God forbid that there is no season. But yeah, that was kind of a mistake probably to say to draft. There's a couple leagues I did draft, but there's no point drafting now, especially because it's not just a matter of spring training being canceled. It's not just a matter of less games. I mean, we're talking about like 7-inning games and double headers and robot umps and all this stuff. Everything could change. So, I mean, I don't even know what to do with my rankings at this point because there's no point saying, I think this is going to happen. I mean, how many games are we even talking about? So I think it's, if anything, just kind of get that fix in, just for fun, just to feel like you're doing something. But I would say do a mock draft before you do a real draft.
Brian, welcome back. Remind people where you reach on social media and then what you do, and then let us know. Should people even be drafting right now with so little information? NFBC drafts are still going, home league still going. Are you drafting and people, or should people? Can't hear you. It's all right. I'll come back to you. B-Don, tell me, should people be drafting right now?
I don't know that I'd be drafting any kind of high stakes leagues. Probably not over at the NFBC right now. As much as I love our great people over there, I am drafting. I'm doing some slow auctions with some people that listen to our podcast and some frequent commenters out at Razzball. So we are doing some. They're just best balls or draft and holds where there wouldn't be in-season management if we do have it. But I do think it's a nice little distraction, something to look forward to if you're doing a quick draft or if you're doing either a slow draft or a slow auction. You kind of escape every now and then and just jump out there for a few minutes a day and just check out bids, see if your pick's up. And again, it's not like high price or anything like that. Just, a few bucks and just to have something to do, really. Greg, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I've avoided doing any of the high stakes NFBC just because of so many of the variables. If we're talking all games in Arizona, if we're talking the 2-state scenario with like the Cactus and the Grapefruit League, the 3-state hub, I've written about all of those on Fantasy Alarm, and you're just trying to figure out, not only just the ballpark changes, but you're talking about a chance where teams are facing completely different opponents in the season. So they're going to have to, if they do like a 3-state hub idea, you're going to have to rechange the whole schedule. Maybe it's 108 games if you put 10 teams in each state, but there's so many things that are going to change. It's going to really affect players. I mean, you've heard people already say, get hitters that might be in Arizona and pitchers that might be in Florida, but there's so much that is unknown. It's very difficult, I believe, to do a high stake draft at this moment.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I've done a few drafts just because I'm bored, like Pierre said. Like it just get to a point where I drafted a 64 round 3-sport draft, which tells you how bored I am because I know nothing about basketball. So Jamie, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I agree with the crew. Like Greg said, the park factors play such a big part in your rankings and everything, and going even further into that, the further and further along this gets pushed, you're gonna probably start to think that managers are going to start to want to rely more on the proven entities in a shortened season rather than the prospects. So if you're Dylan Carlson or a Joe Adele truther. As every day goes by, I think, comes a point where he's just going to stick with Dexter Fowler and Justin Upton, and those guys just aren't going to impact the year like you were hoping they were going to in late February, early March.
All right, Brian, let's try this again.
All right, is this any better?
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
Tell us where you briefed on social media, and then answer the question if you heard it.
All right, I'm sorry about that. I'm
No
at
worries.
Rudd HQ on Twitter, and I've been writing at Baseball HQ for a long time now, doing a couple articles a week there. And then this year I'm also at Roto Baller and Sportsbook Wire. I'll be doing right
Nice.
there. So, and as for the drafts, I don't know. I definitely wouldn't want to do any real high stakes leagues, but I mean, I think it's a good time to do some of the lower cost drafts and stay focused on how the market's going and how to revalue players and everything. And there's a lot of uncertainty obviously out there, but we have a decent idea of some of the changes that are going to be made, and I think there's going to be a couple of people in every draft that aren't adapting to those, so you might have a little bit of an edge there. So I mean, I think I'll still be doing some of the lower money leagues like a draft champion or a online championship coming up. But I definitely wouldn't want to do like a main event now. I'm glad they pushed all those back. So
Yeah, me too. I don't want to blow. I don't want to literally light $1,600 or $1,700 on fire for the second year in a row. All right, let's talk about the late start potentially affecting pitching in fantasy. In your opinion, Brian, how does the late start affect starting pitching for fantasy?
It's real hard to know until we know more. I mean, my first thought was to bump up significantly guys like Luzardo and Urias, and maybe push down all the 6 starters because the season is going to be shorter and not enough time for them to jump in. But the more I think about it, I don't know how deep in games Luzardo is going to be going. I was still pushing him up some, but maybe not as dramatically as I thought. And then those 6 starter types, I think with if there's more double headers or less off days, I think they might actually be in more of a regular role than they have been in the past. So kind of hard to say. I just don't think I'm changing anything too dramatically yet until we have more info.
Pierre, what are your thoughts?
Well, my first reaction thinking it's going to be a shorter season, maybe even shorter games. But you think of it almost like a playoff series. Those 4th, 5th starters really aren't going to have an impact, almost not worth holding on to, and even in a deep league. And so we've seen how aces have become more and more valuable already before the season. And that might be even more so, because those guys are obviously going to get a higher number of starts and be more important. But at the same time, you think, well, depending on how long the season is, there may not be as big of a difference really between starters and relievers, because those starters aren't going to get as many starts, and they might actually be wanting to preserve those top guys for the playoffs, right? They're not going to stretch the starters out as long. Again, what if we have 7-inning games? You know what I mean? You're not going to see a guy necessarily throw a complete game just because they could. They're going to want to keep them fresh, just like they would for any regular season, because those relievers are going to be fresh because they're not going in as often. So to me, you're still going to grab your top guys, but I think that having those kind of quality guys who are middle relievers, I think it's going to be important to hold those ratios down. And so you still want to get your top couple aces, but I don't think you want to even think about those guys who are kind of the end rotation guys, reaching for those sleepers and those guys who could break out. Just don't worry about it.
Bidon, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think the innings thing is definitely one item about it, and you have to worry or wonder whether the young starters are going to go the same amount or whether they're going to be brought back. I mean, that's something we're just not going to know. I think what I'm looking at is maybe some of the more consistent pitchers rather than some of the ones that have the highs and lows, and at the end of the season, they come in as the 30th best pitcher, but the highs and lows could really kill you in this season where there's not as many innings. Guys may not go as deep into games, especially for playing shortened games. You may not see anybody, go out there and throw a full game other than the aces. And the other thing with the prospects, since it was kind of talked about with the younger guys, is we don't know how the service time is really going to work out with rookies. Is it going to be kind of truncated and just managed as it would be normally, like a month normally would be, a month and a half, or a month now would be a month and a half normally, or if it's going to be still based on the same amount of time, because then they can bring them up for the full season, and you're not burning away quite as much service time as you would over the course of a full year. But I think I'm more inclined to take the guys who are starting day one. You need the production. You can't be waiting around for half of a lesson season for some of these prospects to really help you out.
Greg?
Yeah, so here's a couple of things I just been looking at with that. Last year the average start was about 5.2 innings, and as the year goes on, those even got shorter closer to the playoffs. So top 5 in the innings pitched last year were the Mets, the Nationals, the Indians, Houston, and the Dodgers, surprisingly, at 5.52. So you start looking at those rotations, saying, hey, those managers let those guys go a little longer. We all know Dusty leaves people in a little too long at times, so he's probably going to let some of those pitchers go, but not the fringe ones. The bottom 5 in innings, and the Yankees were ravaged by injuries last year, but where the Angels were the lowest, Tampa Bay, Toronto, Seattle, and then New York. So we don't know what teams are going to use an opener. The Mariners already in an article wrote about the manager said they might use like a 3-3-3 approach, the old Bill James thing. So I think depending on the team and depending on how they're playing the season is really going to affect a lot of those starting pitcher values. So the top tier guys, you're going to be able to count on innings, but a lot of the people are saying, like maybe a Chris Bassett and the young rookies on Oakland, they're probably going to get shortened outings. So, and especially also the thing to watch for me is the teams with those really loaded bullpens, the Yankees, the Padres, the Rays, and the Braves. I believe those 4, I think they can shorten starts. So, having those bullpens is really going to be important, especially with expanded possible rosters up to say 29 guys. So that's going to be extra arms in every team.
Jamie?
Yeah, just to add a point to that, I mean, it's interesting. They touched on most of the key things here, but it's interesting to think about, if you're projecting somebody like, I think Brian mentioned Julio Urias and, Brendan McKay or Chris Paddock, that, if you're putting an innings cap on them at like 150, 160 innings, maybe this shortened season, that's a full season. So, I mean, you can make the argument that since their K per 9 is somewhat similar to the Zach Greinke's of the world and the Madison Bumgarners and people like that who would be drafted well ahead of them, that this kind of level, it could level the playing field a little bit more as far as that goes along. Like Greg brought up, the bullpens come into question as well. I wouldn't go nuts lowering the perceived high floors of these high volume pitchers. Like, I'm not downgrading Verlander or Cole or Greinke, like I mentioned, but maybe somebody like Lance Lynn or Trevor Bauer, who have the high pitch counts that you like to go for the volume during a full season. Maybe someone like McKay and Urias are better this year than them in that sense.
All right, we're gonna move on to more questions, but first, let's give away some prizes. Give away two different prizes right now. I'll start with a Joe Morgan signed baseball that was donated by Joel Harnard, who couldn't be on today but wanted to donate some stuff. So we're going to be donating some of really he's donating. And so let's go over the randomize, and Peter Christensen winning another prize. Joel Morgan signed baseball. I will get in touch with you, Peter, and get your contact info and pass it on over to Joel. And then since we got a couple Rotoballer guys on right now, why don't we give away one of those Rotoballers sports premium passes that we've already given away one of. So let's do that again. And it is Jonathan Becker again, winning 2 prizes in the last half hour. That's pretty awesome. You guys can win more prizes by donating on Venmo at Justin Salinger or on PayPal, justinmasonfantasy@gmail.com. Going to be giving away these prizes all throughout. Still got a ton of prizes. Still got more TGFBI entries to give out. Memorabilia, RotoWare shirts coming up. Fangraphs memberships, and then if you donate $50 or more, Todd Zola has agreed to give away a platinum subscription to his site Masters Ball, and Todd won TGFBI last year, so it's a pretty good deal right there, I think. So keep donating, and let's get us up over $5,000, which was the original goal. Currently at almost $4,700 raised for Meals on Wheels. So thank you everyone for donating. Keep it on coming. So, all right, let's move on and ask. With a short season, is there a rotor category that becomes harder to get there, Jamie?
I don't think there necessarily becomes a category that's harder to get. I think it just winds up being a shortened version of everything we're used to. The only thing I might say that I would do a little bit differently is prioritize maybe the top tier closers a little bit more. You know, my strategy usually involves waiting around and playing the waiver wire and, you know, catching up in saves that way. I think in a shortened season, maybe there's not time so much to do that as well. That, you know, you don't want to be messing around with the closer carousel for the Marlins, the Orioles, or anything like that. And I think maybe if you place a little bit more emphasis on Aroldis Chapman and Roberto Osuna and those names, that you can spare yourself the headache of saves a little bit more. But I don't necessarily think that any category itself suffers.
Greg, what are your thoughts?
All right, well, I apologize if I repeat anything he said. I have a hard time hearing Jamie, but I think wins are going to be tricky. I think saves will also be tricky because I think managers are going to have a quick, you know, usually they'll give somebody a couple of weeks to work through stuff. I think with the high-end teams playing every game, that's going to matter much more. You know, this is not a marathon, we're a sprint. So, and protecting those ratio stats, especially like the ERA and WHIP, you know, if you have a starter blow up, it's going to have much more repercussions over a shortened season than a long one. I think all of those pitching categories to me seem to be the most difficult. I think hitting stuff we'll be able to recover a lot easier.
B-Don, what are your thoughts? You got to come off mute.
Hey, that always helps. I'd say steals and saves are probably the ones that I'd be looking at that may become a little bit more scarce to find with the shortened season. Relievers may be used differently. We're already moving towards more of a bullpen by committee type of approach across the league. So, you know, those guys that actually do get you saves, it might be worth investing in one or two of those top guys. But then I think you kind of maybe wasting a pick if you're shooting for that middle or lower tier of saves, because they may just be in and out enough. And obviously in best ball or draft and hold, it's something that you have to address because you have to do it right there at the draft room. You can't make pickups as you're going. But I think for a regular draft, grab one and then just kind of wait and see where everything shakes out after that. And then there's the 3-batter rule too, which I think is going to throw bullpens into a little bit of a mess too, just kind of the way things work. I agree with the ratios comment in pitching, and that's also a hesitation of mine to go after some of the relievers, is because they may not be used to having to go out and throw 3 batters every time, and that may mess up some ratios really bad if you're going with relievers who tend to be very inconsistent, other than the top few as well.
Pierre?
Yeah, pitching is definitely going to be the trickiest. Like I said, if we have more teams using openers, or like Greg mentioned, you have teams going with 3-3-3 mindset, you know, who knows what's going to happen. I mean, wins might become almost non-existent among starting pitchers. So I think you definitely, not that you'd ever chase that anyways, but it's going to be really tricky. I mean, even quality starts might be tricky to chase. So you just kind of have to focus on the ratios, I think, at this point. And that's why, honestly, targeting those kind of high-end mid relievers like Seth Lugo, Ryan Presley, guys like that, who'll still be in the action and help you out, you know, get you some strikeouts. But don't worry about, you know, getting the starters who might get wins, you know, or quality starts. And I think you just have to focus less so on the counting stats and more so on the ratios. And that goes for hitting too. You know, we're not going to see a guy get 50 home runs, 50 stolen bases. And so kind of those not so exciting guys like a Brian Reynolds or Justin Turner might become better all around values because you're not worrying about steals as much.
Brian?
Yeah, I think saves will be much more of a priority for me in drafts. It's just, I mean, it's been always crazy how much they go for when one comes available on in free agent bidding, and now with the shortened season, you get 13 to 15 weeks instead of 26 or 27. The prices are going to be through the roof, and yeah, I just think it's real important to come away from a draft with a couple guys you feel good about. Less time to chase them, and it's going to cost a lot to get that season.
Yeah, and I was already doing that. Before this all started. I like to get my closers locked down, but I think now I'm going to have to pay the prices that maybe we paid in previous years because the price had come down coming into the season.
Right.
Not anymore. If you're drafting a main event, you're drafting a late league that hasn't been drafted yet. I think the prices of closers are going to skyrocket once again. And I like that. I think Pierre mentioned quality starts. Like, depending on how games are kind of set up, quality starts may not even be a thing. So if you're in a quality starts league, you might want to start talking to your friends or competitors about how you're going to address that. Because, I mean, how many teams are going to let guys go 7 innings or 6 innings in games that are 112 in Arizona? Like, I don't know that that's possible. And bullpens, like Greg said, are going to be a huge deal. So we got to wrap up here in a few minutes. But before we do, I want to give everybody a chance to promote all their work and remind everybody where they can reach on social media. So, Brian, remind people what you do. If you got anything coming out soon, go ahead and promote that, and then let people know where you can be reached.
All right. Got articles on Baseball HQ, Roto Baller, and Sportsbook Wire, some gambling stuff there coming up once the season starts. And then on Twitter, I'm at RudHQ. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming on, Brian. Pierre, where can we reach? What do you do?
Well, on Twitter, I'm at roto_chef. And basically, you go to rotoballer.com, and I've either written or edited something that's on there for baseball and football. Like I said, this week it's been NFL draft, but got a couple articles on there about some of the rookies in the drafts. But I'm really hoping to get back to baseball deep analysis really soon. So there you go.
All right. Greg, let people know where you can reach and what you're working on.
Okay, it's at GJEWETT9 on the Twitter machine, as Howard likes to say, my boss at Fantasy Alarm. I've already done some articles about 100 game samples, and I'll be doing some stuff this week about the potential rotations and just, everything's speculation right now, but I'm trying to do my best to pump out the information to keep Bender happy. And happy sobriety birthday, Justin. Thanks for putting this all together, and give my best to the missus.
I definitely will. She's going to be making an appearance here in a minute or two as she alerts everybody to the round change. But Jamie, tell people where you can reach and what you're working on.
Yeah, so you can find me at JAC3600 and at fantasyteamadvice.com. I'm in Discord chat with our subscribers all the time. I write daily DFS articles for all 3 major sports with DraftKings centered, pretty in-depth, which goes hand in hand with our optimizers and our projection system. So if you're into DFS, come give us a try. It's free right now while sports are suspended.
All right, Brandon, go ahead and let us know what you do, where you work.
Yeah, you can find me at Rasball. I do baseball and football. You can find me on the Rasball Football Podcast and the Going Deep Podcast, which is in the Rasball Baseball feed. And I've been doing a lot of NFL draft stuff, mostly player profiles. I'm going to try and write up some of these slow auctions that we're doing, though, during this time, so that the people that are drafting have a sense of how values are kind of adjusting as we're moving through, and we get different information. I assume things are just going to change, every time we get a new anything. So thanks for having me on, Justin. Really appreciate it, and doing a great thing for a great cause.
Thank you guys for coming on. I'm going to switch you guys out for the next crew. Thanks a lot. All right. And we are bringing on some fresh new faces, getting rid of some of our older ones. And as you can see in the background, we have my wife, wearing the Justin Mason swimsuit from RotoWare. I don't think she wants me to put the camera down any farther, but that is the Justin Mason swimsuit. You can get that on RotoWare.com. And now Alex Chamberlain has taken his shirt off. This is what we are doing.
The bronze Spanx come separately.
Yes, bronze Spanx are not included in this one. Joining me now for hour number 8, as you can see, are Ariel Cohen, The Siege, Jeff Zimmerman, and Alex Chamberlain. I believe I'm going to get one more person on for this half hour, but when we start with introductions, Ariel, tell people where you could be reached and what you do.
Sure. You can reach me on at ATCNY on Twitter. I write for Fangraphs Rotographs. I write for CBS Sportsline and also Rotoballer. And I'm the host of the Beat the Shift edition of the Great Fantasy Baseball Invitational podcast.
Thank you for coming on. CJ, tell people where you can reach and what you do.
Yeah, so I can be reached at the Siege DFS on Twitter. I am the CEO of Arbor Pro. We do season-long advice over there. And yeah, it's just baseball and football seasons. Crazy enough.
All right, Alex, tell people what you do in the sunny state of Florida, where obviously you guys don't wear clothes.
The sunny state of Hawaii is where I live.
Hawaii.
That's Yancey. Yancey lives in Florida. He's the true Florida man. I just hang out with no shirt on all day. I write at Rotographs every now and then. And if there was a season, I'd be keeping up with the pitch leaderboard. But right now it lies dormant, crying in the corner.
And Jeff, welcome to the show. Tell people where you've been reached and what you're working on. Or what you do, actually. Jeff, can you hear us?
He said in the chat that he's having connection issues.
Well, I'm going to kick him out, and he'll have to come on back a little bit later, I guess, because that's just how we roll. We're not stopping for nobody. So we're going to keep it moving on. Currently, let's see. We just got a bunch of more donations, so I will update those in a sec, and we'll give away something because I believe we are currently now over $5,000 raised,
Nice.
which was the original goal. So I really appreciate everybody for donating. It's been fantastic, raising a lot of money for a fantastic organization. And as soon as Jeff and I think John, MLB Moving Average, is going to join us, hopefully at some point as well, we'll have them back and let them get their plugs. But let's move on and start talking. Let's start. You guys are, all numbers guys. Some of you guys do your own projections. Ariel had the best projections in all of fantasy last year, and you won Writer of the Year, I believe.
That's right. A pretty good year, I would say.
Yeah, not too bad. It's all right. I mean, some of us, no. So I wanted to kind of focus more on numbers with you guys. You guys are, all real smart individuals and much smarter than me. So how do you use projections for drafts when we have no idea how many games are going to be played there, Ariel?
I mean, right now, you can always just rely on the same per game stats that you've always used as if it was going to be a full season. Obviously, what would make sense if we had a better sense of what the actual schedule would be, what ballparks they're using, you would put in the right park factors, you would put in the right strength of schedule. I'm waiting to hear more news as to what's going to be before I go crazy and start updating everything. Doing ATC projections, I also look at a lot of other projection systems, and I'm going to wait and see what they're going to do before I update. The one thing I have done, though, which for people who are drafting late March, and if you're drafting the NFBC, you could also use, if there are some players who were injured that projections had them missing playing time projections would be something that you could update right now pretty easily. Pitchers, especially, who might have been on innings count limits, talking guys like AJ Puck, Jesus Luzardo, those guys should be pushed up a little bit more for playing time. And if you go on to CBS Sportsline, you can actually take a look at the ATC projections, assuming a June 1st start date. Right now, I'll be updating that shortly to go to July 1st, and hopefully we will get some baseball,
All right, joining us now is John from at MLB Moving Average, and Jeff Zimmerman is back. So, John, why don't you tell people where you can reach on social media and what you do?
Home base is on the Twitter machine, MLB Moving Averages. I write about baseball stuff for The Athletic. Somehow, I don't know how that happened, but it did. And, man, I am just so anxious to get this season going, man. We all were doing 100 miles an hour all day, stats, charts, graphs, and, man, it just kind of pulled the emergency brake, and I'm waiting before I get rambling. Man, all you guys, I'm like such huge fans. I just donated. And I also would like to donate the same, a few bucks in Alex's name, who I'm a tremendous fan of, and he's made me make a ton of money. And if you're not using his leaderboard, then you probably suck. You're not as good as I am.
Wow, thank you, John.
Behind the scenes, man, you're so nice, bro. All these guys, man, I could just go on and on. All you guys are so nice. You all take your personal time to help people. Me, I was 12 months ago, I never put out a piece of baseball content in my life. And established young men who could have seen me as competition really stepped up and helped me behind the scenes. And I'm not that nice of a guy, especially if you get to know me. So I really appreciate it. That's usually the first thing I get forwarded, all these group things, Justin. I just start gooing and mushing and oohing and awing and hemming and hawing for you guys. I really appreciate all the work you guys do. I really don't feel like I belong in this lineup, but I will gladly bat ninth behind you guys for real. I appreciate all the help.
Jeff, why don't you tell people where you can reach on social media and what you do? Still you can't hear anything, Don. I don't know what to tell you, Jeff. But we'll move on. So we were discussing how you can even use projections right now without even knowing how many games are being played. I'll let CJ go next.
Yeah, I'm probably the most radical of the group. I have updated all my projections, projecting out a 100-game season with 7-inning games. That's where I think we end up. That we start July 4th and we get 100 games of 7-inning baseball. That's kind of what I've done. That definitely has raised the value of certain players, like Josh Hader. When I was done, basically graded out as a second-round pick. Just because he's going to pitch multiple innings, more close games, obviously, in 7-inning baseball. So it just makes too much sense for every side to do it this way. So I kind of just don't see 9-inning baseball being a thing this year.
Alex, what are your thoughts?
I haven't drafted a team in like 5 weeks. I haven't looked at projections in a long time, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to look at probably any projections unless it's something like what CJ just said. The idea of teams playing like 6 or 7, maybe even 8 games a week with multiple doubleheaders, 7-inning games, it's going to like absolutely screw up every pitching projection. We're going to have workhorses who are either going to throw complete games or they're going to be limited to 4 innings. We can't like viably expect anyone to be on a normal schedule. We can probably expect a lot of games where there are openers. We can expect a lot of bullpen games, like legit all the way through 1 through 7 bullpen games. You can't expect someone like Max Scherzer to throw the prorated number of innings that he's supposed to throw if guys are having to go out every 5 days or maybe even expected to go out more frequently unless they make some kind of change to the 26-man roster and expand it to even more players. So at this point, I'm not relying on projections at all, and more just going on intuition, which is probably the bad answer to give if I'm supposed to be like on the analytics half hour of the show. But it's the truth at this point. I'm not really overthinking it, or maybe I am overthinking it, but not in the sense of projections. And I'm not really bothering to prorate at this point. It's just, it doesn't seem helpful to me.
John, what are your thoughts?
Man, I think in general, and I think, we have a projection master in the room right now, he'd agree that he puts in a ton of work based on a set parameters that we already had. And I think when you change those parameters, you greatly change the projections. That being said, playing time is also really that final piece of minutia that defines the good from the great as far as projections. Most people would agree. That now being thrown into a blender on high speed also kind of goes out the window. I don't think I'm ready to throw them away outright, because what I am interested in is ratios, right? I think things like ratios that are intended to reflect projection regardless of time frame. Of course, they do alter as we zoom in and out, but I am still looking at ratios. So I am kind of interested in that, and then I think maybe I can apply that to something like CJ was talking about. That now that I have projection systems that people that are very smart put in a ton of work into, now maybe we can apply those ratios to the new playing time parameters. But you would have to keep in mind what Alex is talking about in that, I don't know, I'm going to be honest, guys. I planned for a short season, particularly 100 games, so my ears perked up when Siege said that. However, I'm not into this 7 innings. I feel like the coronavirus might show up earlier to the game than Dodger fans. It's not necessarily something that would... I don't understand what the 8th and 9th inning have to do with transmissibility.
It's the 6th and 7th that you're losing, right? You're not really losing the 8th and the 9th. You're losing the 6th and the 7th. You're losing the middle inning guys. You're not going to lose the pressure of the 8th and 9th. You're really just cutting out the 6th and the 7th, which no one really.
I've been doing some, because again, we're talking about shortened season. So how do we create separation among starting pitchers? And I think it would be on an inning per start basis, right? So if we kind of look over the last year, or even 2 years, it's funny, it's played out. There's really hasn't been more than 24 to 26 starting pitchers that will actually average 6 innings per start. So, man, in that world, it's possible I can make the argument that managers let their guy go out, give him a full 6, you hand the ball to the closer, and that's that. And it avoids all the kind of the revolving door thing. And I think at the same time, it opens a door for what Alex was saying, where you can put together games that are completely pieced up through the bullpen. So I think there might be different lines of thinking that people think are not the same, and they actually kind of intertwine. So I'm of the mind that horses are going to run. You got the guy that's going to give you 6 and maybe go to hole 7. I think you're going to get that from him. So I think distance per start, and then when you maybe add in ratios, that's where I'm at in the short season right now.
In terms of projections, I think that the one thing too, if you're going to actually put the numbers and put a number to everybody, pitchers are probably going to have to be changed a lot more than hitters. I mean, Mike Trout is going to play the whole game. Freddie Freeman, he's going to play the whole game. The pitcher usage, that's going to change. The number of innings per start for starters, that's going to change, and it's going to change the shape of what the pitchers look like. Relievers might go a little bit more, frequent. So just keep in mind that hitters, you can probably count on a little bit more to use the same ratio and the same shape of everything, park factors aside and seasonality aside. But pitchers, that's going to be where more of the effort has to be done to change, to update for a shortened 2020.
All right. Let's knock over stuff in my office and talk about the next thing. Which player do you think loses the most value with all the changes in a shortened season there, Ariel?
Lose the most value? Right away, Rockies hitters. I'm assuming that we're not going to get games in Colorado, that if there was a season, it would be either in Arizona. And Arizona, of course, is a good hitter's ballpark, but not like Colorado. I think that prospects, especially hitting prospects, may not make it up. Guys like Wander Franco, who maybe would have made it up in the end of a season if Tampa Bay was close to the playoffs or wanted to make a run. I don't think those guys are going to come up. Joe Adell, I question whether he's going to come up. It's not worth starting players' clocks if a team might not be in the playoffs. And if there's no minor leagues, the teams have to decide, do you play them? Do you not play them? Should we activate them from day one? So I think players like that. One other thing I'd say is in points leagues, stolen bases are going to be down. There are more home runs hit in the summer months. So if you're playing a points league, I would discount people who steal bases. Adalberto Mondesi, going to be less valuable.
All right, Alex, what do you think are going to be less valuable? You're on mute, bud.
Cool. Not on mute anymore. Based on the same line of thinking from prior, pitchers, perhaps it depends how usage is being done, and it'll probably be team specific, as John mentioned, because I don't know if there's going to be kind of a uniform strategy to this. I think the Rays could really mess with guys, and there are other teams who really don't have much of a choice other than to send out your 5 best dudes and hope that they eat up as many innings as they can. So I think from like a purely ADP perspective, or even just from an auction value perspective, I'm going to discount all of my pitchers, just because only the hitters are the ones, as Ariel mentioned, only hitters are the ones that you can reliably count on to play every day. The players who lose the most value might also be, okay, Rockies hitters, that's a given, but also I'm thinking like certain injury prone guys who are like a lock to be injured. And this is always like a wishy-washy argument or any kind of opinion you can have about anyone. You can think that Giancarlo Stanton is injury prone or not. You can think Carlos Correa is injury prone or not. I think there are certain guys who are like definitively maybe injury prone or like too platoon heavy to be featured regularly to be worth drafting in your mid to late rounds as you might normally do in a season. I think you really see more of like a bump, and this is like your next topic. I don't want to put the cart before the horse, Justin, but I think there are more players who gain value from this unique perspective than those who necessarily lose. But the park factor element for guys who might play in like San Francisco versus Colorado or Cincinnati could be a big element for sluggers like, you know, Eugenio Suarez or non-sluggers like Buster Posey. Maybe he hits one more home run this year. That would be huge for a catcher. From 11 to 12 home runs. That'd be incredible.
Jeff, you're back, and you can hear people now. So why don't you tell people where you can reach on social media, and then let people know where they can find your work.
They can reach me just on social media. I'm just on Twitter at Jeff W. Zimmerman, and I'm working all over wherever I can right now. Some places I have closed the door, but I'll be at Rotographs generally, and Baseball HQ, and then the Launch Angle podcast.
And then the question was, which players lose value because of all the potential changes that are happening in baseball in 2020?
In my opinion, there is no answer to this right now. I'll list 10 things that we don't know right now that will change anyone's value. We don't know how long the schedule is. We don't know how long they're going to be in their spring training parks. They may play there in Arizona, or they may go back home. We don't know how much ramp-up time they have, which will be huge for people. We don't know how many games per week there's going to be, including double headers, which is going to cause things. What's the rookie call-up rules? Is that going to change? Are we going to get rookies earlier or later? Are we going to have a DH? How big are the rosters going to be? When's the trade deadline? How's the minor leagues going to work? And there's also talk of changing the postseason to change it around. So is more teams going to be trying or less? Until anything gets answered, one of these could change a person's value, could increase it, but if something else happens, it could drop. So I think that's one of the hardest things, is until we get some kind of ruling on anything, we just don't know.
I love how this is the positive podcast that we're doing here.
Well, I mean, it's just the truth. I mean, if you could, one thing may be that way. The Rockies guys may go up, they may not. We just don't know. I mean, and that's part of the problem. Like, I would love for them to play in Colorado during the summer, not have to have the cool days. That would just be great for them. But if they're playing in Arizona or some other place, no.
All right, Ariel, what are your thoughts?
I mean, one thing to note, if you're playing an auction league and, in a draft, you're going to draft the best player. But in an auction league, the players who lose value are players at the very top. Mike Trout is awesome. And in an 162-game season, he's eventually going to be awesome, even if he had a slow month. But in a shortened season, a bad month will really cost Mike Trout from being anywhere near the top. So if I'm drafting quantity over quality. I'm drafting middle. I want to take a higher number of players, maybe in the 5th round. One of them has a higher chance now of jumping up and being the best guy in baseball. So I'm changing the shape of what I'm buying in an auction. Draft, I mean, you're going to just draft who you think is the best. Try to stay away from as much risk as possible, and fill up guys who you think are going to get the playing time.
All right. CJ, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's funny. I actually was thinking about hopping in an auction, and I kind of was thinking about doing it the other way. Just kind of lock in my base. And since we don't really know what the difference between a $1 and a $3 player is going to be, and it's going to change drastically just based on a short season, that if you kind of just lock in a strong base, you can kind of get away with more value at $1 because, Dylan Carlson plays every day, right? He starts in center field, and suddenly okay, now he's worth like $10, and you got him for $3. Right. So I kind of just want to lock in the studs and then kind of try to piecemeal a back end, knowing that I can kind of play with it in short seasons. I'm going to have to be really aggressive with the cutting people, but I'd rather do that and know that, okay, I got Trout and Acuna. I got a baseline. Now let me figure out everything else.
All right. John.
Yeah, I've been more just focusing probably more on the more general theory, right? Who's going to take a ding in a shortened season are people that need more time in order to compile those stats, right? So I think that probably lends itself more towards pitchers, guys that you might have leaned on to get you 200 innings. That's now off the table. 200 innings, let's just say, in theory, that's a full complement, right? Now that's gone. And if it's a 100 games, simple math, right, it's 20 starts. There are now a lot of guys that can get you to the finish line. So where distance was a true metric of separation, I believe now that's gone. And until myself or anyone else figures out how to predict injuries, I'm not going to go with trying to tell you who's going to make it or not. So if a guy's healthy and throwing 95 entering opening day, to me, he has a chance of going the distance. So it really hurts guys in that second, third, fourth round pitchers like, oh, man, Bieber is a funny thing. I always get in trouble whenever I knock him. Let's say maybe Strasburg, Strasburg or Frankie Montas. Frankie Montas goes, maybe he's going to go 6 innings every time and go the full 20. There's no reason that he's 100 picks away from Strasburg at this point. And I'm just kind of pulling his name out of the hat as somebody that now when you remove that one ceiling, he has a truly elite possibility for efficacy on a per inning basis, which is something, again, when I was going back to ratios, I'm looking for things that supersede these time parameters, right? So those are the guys that are going to get a ding. I'm going to be doing a lot more of I think I definitely want at least one big ace. And really, I definitely agree with what Ariel was saying, who in my screen is right here, that really great hitters with a little bit of a stall, that could really hurt them as far as the overall goes. Now, again, I think, he said Trout, Trout being the first name that comes to mind. He's the first guy we think it can, maybe get over that. But it definitely rings true for guys in those top 40, 50 picks. It's definitely true, and hitting takes time to kind of get into the groove. So I think I'm going to focus on 2 or 3 big pitchers early, and then I'm going to backfill everything much, much, much later on, which kind of goes again to what Ariel was saying about middle. I think that's where I want my hitters, because it's difficult to determine or discern who will be able to separate in a shortened season.
All right. Well, we have currently gone over $5,200 so far.
Nice.
Justin, you should be so proud, man. You really just do all these incredible works, and I feel like I'm not sure if people stop and appreciate, dude, your personal time. You're busy as hell. It's really awesome. It really is awesome. And I always get at you behind the scenes and try and ask how I can pump and promote these things. I've had some of my own friends donate that don't know the first thing about baseball, So if anyone's listening out there that doesn't listen, $5-10, if you got it right now, especially in these tough times, listen, man, I am in the center of this shite storm in Brooklyn, New York. And my man Ariel, again, I know he's from my neck of the woods. Man, a lot of us have seen more death in 5 weeks than we have in our entire lives. And I've seen some crazy shit in my day, man. And this has been surreal, So I've been fortunate enough to, listen, we're not rich, but I got some extra, and I'm giving my extra, and I'm asking people to do the same, because it means a lot to some people right now, really.
I appreciate it. I get a lot of love and a lot of appreciation all throughout the industry. The only person that doesn't appreciate all that I do is my wife, because it takes me away from doing stuff around the house. So I want to give away something real quick, because we've been giving away stuff all day long. I'm going to give away a $50 ad-free Fangraphs membership that David Swan is going to donate. And so the winner is Curtis Jones. So got a couple people have been winning multiple prizes, but I think that's Curtis's first. So definitely I'll get your info, Curtis, and pass it on over to David so he can hook you up with that membership to Fangraphs, ad-free, $50. So we've got about 5 minutes left, so I'll try to get another quick question in, but first I want to give you guys a chance again to promote all your work and let people know where you can reach on social media. So Ariel, tell people where you can reach and what you do.
Yeah, again, you can follow me at ATCNY, which is the shortest Twitter handle of probably anybody you've had on today, including Sporer, who has 6 letters. You can read my stuff at Fangraphs Rotographs, at CBS Sportsline, at Rotoballer, and you can also listen to me on the Beat the Shift editions of the Great Fantasy Baseball Invitational podcast, and you can follow my ATC projections, which, as Justin said, was rated the #1 most accurate projection system last year. It all starts from projections, in my opinion, so check that out.
All right, CJ, tell people where you can reach and what you do.
Yeah, I'm at the Siege DFS. You can find me over at Arbor Pro, and you're gonna see me writing tons of season-long and dynasty articles because that's new. I need drafts right now, so I'm just trying to get as many drafts in as I can.
I don't think you need it anymore, buddy. Alex, tell people where you can reach and what you do.
I write at Rotographs, and you can find me on Twitter. But I'm not going to spell out the handle. You got to earn it.
He's also not going to wear a shirt, by the way.
Yes. Someone asked how you can be that pale and live in Hawaii.
I don't see the light of day. I work from home, and I'm an indoor boy. So and if I go out, in 20 minutes, I'll be red. So there's no gradient here. It just goes from white to red and then back to white once I've healed.
I tell people
Siege went out and he got all red too with that shirt he's wearing there. So,
John, tell people where you can reach on social media and what you do.
At MLB Moving Averages, and I'm super excited. The new version was set to be coming out, and now, of course, it's on delay. And similar to the projection stuff we were talking about, I'm going to have to rework the algorithm to kind of fit the season. So right now, that is completely on hold. Writing baseball stuff at The Athletic, that's also kind of on hold. I'm waiting for the gates to open up again because I got a ton of really good stuff going on. Get me at any time. MLB Moving Averages on the Twitter machine. And I appreciate the invite, Josh. Seriously, thanks, man.
All right. And Jeff,
I forgot. My partner, Matt Williams, is coming up next. I forgot. Catch us on the Turn 2 podcast, which, again, was going full steam. We were doing multiple episodes. We're all getting a great guest. Some of you guys were on it. And now we're just kind of scratching for content. So, here we are.
All right. And Jeff, tell people where you can be reached and what you do.
Again, since you got like mid-podcast, Jeff W. Zimmerman, Rotographs, just at Baseball HQ right now, the Launch Angle Pod, and also I should probably also plug my book, The Process. You can grab it, and actually that's what I've been working on. I have some time on my hands, so it's actually moving along a lot better this year.
There you go. All right. We got about 2 minutes left. So before we go, you're going to have to tell me, I'm going to go to my wife's big bag of questions and ask you, would you rather sleep with your celebrity crush or see your team win a World Series? So, Jeff, go ahead, and then I'm going to cut you out.
Crush.
All right.
Just all the Royals, so I expect it'll be another 50 years.
There you go. John.
Yankees World Series any day, man.
All right. Alex.
Crush.
There you go. Is that because you live in Hawaii and you can't see any games anyways?
Yeah. No, I don't even have a team, so I had to default to Crush.
Well,
my wife's going to be crushed, but, whatever.
All right. Thank you, Alex. Ariel, sleep with the crush or see your Mets win a World Series?
Well, since my wife might be watching, I'll go with let's see the Mets win the World Series.
There you go. Good answer. All right, CJ, would you rather see your team win the World Series or sleep with your celebrity crush?
Crush. I mean, Boston's won enough titles.
All right, there you go. Thank you for joining us, CJ.
You bet.
All right, now we are going to have some new fresh faces joined in, though I don't know necessarily if anybody would call Jim Bay's face fresh with that huge beard, or Scott Bogman fresh with that huge beard and hair. And Michael's here as well. So here we go. I'm glad you're able to get the internet back, Mike. Why don't you tell people where you reach on social media and a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, so right now I'm on social media at the Fantasy DR, and you can also find a lot of the stuff, the podcast, probably like a lot of podcasts right now we're not actually recording with at the Fantasy Insiders, and yeah, so that's basically what we're doing. We're sort of taking a hiatus right now with everything that's going on right now, but hopefully this season will be back at some point, I'm sure, and we'll be back when that happens.
All right, Scott, tell people where you can be reached and what you do.
I can be reached at Bogdan Sports on the Twitter machine, and I am co-host with the Welsh on all of our pods over at In This League. Of course, he does the best one, Prospect One, by himself. He leaves me out of that one. So, but I'm glad you could round up a bunch of seemingly homeless people at the bus station and have us on to help you promote all this stuff, Justin. I really appreciate you having me here. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. This is obviously the scraggly looking group, and there was no intention behind that. But Jim said, "Wait, I got to be on video. I haven't trimmed my beard or cut my hair." Jim, how you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well, thank you. And of course, I am one of Justin's minions. Write for Friends with Fantasy Benefits. I also write for I cover the Rangers and a little bit of baseball for Empire Sports Media. And I just started a podcast for whatever reason in this time where there's no sports called Empire State Sports. And you can find it wherever you find your traditional pods and stuff. We cover mostly New York State sports.
Nice. And I believe we should have at least one more. Doug Dennis hopefully will be joining us here shortly. But in the meantime, we'll just give something away unless he jumps in while I'm trying to do that. So let's see. We have a Lenny Melnick fantasy or draft guide to give away. So I will randomize real quick. And Lance Lewis, you are the winner of that Lenny Melnick draft guide that was donated by Lenny Melnick and Andrea Lamont. So, and it looks like we just lost Mike. Mike's been having some internet issues up in Canada. So it just may be the three of us for a little bit, but I know that you guys can handle your own, and Mike is back already. See, here we go.
You click on one wrong button, and everything goes blank.
Oh, yeah. It happens. Don't worry. There have been issues all throughout the stream, including my own computer crashing.
Nice.
So I'm now on my work laptop, which hopefully they're not tracking what I'm doing. So, and then Doug Dennis has joined us. Doug, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks, Justin. Good to see you.
Great to see you too, my friend. Tell people where you can reach on social media, and then let us know what you do.
I am at Twitter at DougDennis41, and I am the bullpen writer for Baseball HQ. Been doing that for a little over 20 years. I'm much younger than I look.
Very. I mean that is 20 years is amazing to be in one spot. That's pretty cool, and we love Baseball HQ. All right, let's jump into what we're going to be talking about for this half hour. I asked you guys to each come up with 3 bold predictions. So, Mike, starting with you, give me a bold prediction.
Okay, Jordan Groshans is the reason why you should not draft Travis Shaw. Draft Jordan Groshans, although he's probably starting off as a shortstop in the minors, is going to push Vladdy over to first base, increasing his value immensely, which leads to, I guess, 1B of my bold prediction. The Blue Jays will fight for a playoff spot if there's a season in 2020.
Wow. All right. I like that one a lot. Doug, give me your first bold prediction.
Well, I also have a Blue Jays prediction, believe it or not. I have, and it has to do with Vladimir Guerrero. It has nothing to do with Jordan Groshans, so that's good. I predict that Vladimir Guerrero will have a much better season than Jordan Alvarez. No one else agrees, do you? You're all wrong.
You know what? I don't agree necessarily, but I don't think it is that outlandish. I don't think that Vladdy Jr. has all the tools in the world to be one of the best players in fantasy. We saw it from Jordan last year, or from Jordan last year, and didn't see it from Vladdy. But would it surprise me if they go in opposite directions? Absolutely not. Jim, give me your first bold prediction.
Okay, so I got John Lester. In our book, we do not even have him ranked in the top 100, My bold prediction is John Lester will be a top 40 pitcher in fantasy this year. And here's why. Last year, he got beat up a little bit on the home runs per 9. He went up to something like 1.36. That's not really him. That could have been because of the juice ball. I really like for him David Ross becoming his manager. I think he's going to set a whole new tone in Chicago. I think, Madden is a great baseball guy, but as a manager, he's a frat dad. Okay. And they needed a little bit more discipline in that clubhouse. David Ross is going to bring it. He's got a new approach to training for somebody who's 36 years old. He's going to take off some weight, add some flexibility. Top 40 in fantasy this year.
Jim, would you bet your beard on it?
I would. Yes, I would.
I am so blown away by that prediction that I have to light up a cigarette. Not like I haven't been doing that the whole 9 hours or whatever I've been going. But
you're a meme now, Justin. I don't know if you've seen any of it, but
I have not.
I saw someone just post a picture. You have the cigarette in your mouth. You're bringing your hand up to it, and your eyes are squinting a little, and it says Sunday mood. So,
well, I'm looking forward to that being a RotoWare shirt. So,
well, it's your face, so it will be tomorrow.
Yeah, Scott, give me your first bold prediction.
Man, I'm sitting over here only with goofy ones. I think there's going to be an award for social distancing this year, and Zach Greinke will win it.
Over Trevor Bauer. Wow.
Oh, you know what? Trevor Bauer's a good one, but you know what? Trevor Bauer was almost like the Justin Mason of when everything started. Remember, he gathered up everyone and they played the game on a little league.
He's already been
eliminated
eliminated because of that. Yeah, they played a pickup game, so he's not very good. But yeah, no, Zach Greinke. There was a if people don't already listen to it, the podcast is a great just regular baseball podcast. And they were recently, Brandon McCarthy and Joe Posnanski were telling Zach Greinke stories, how he literally stopped multiple team meetings over the years to tell people to wash their hands after going to the bathroom. So, like,
good for him. I salute that move, by the way.
It's a brave soul right there.
So yeah, no, he was well ahead of the curve. Scott, why don't you give me your next silly one so we can have another laugh?
The baseball season will actually happen was probably my next bold. Might be the boldest of everything here. But I do think that we're going to get it underway because I know, like our buddy Ariel Cohen, who was just here, has always brought to the point, and I think you and Spore have made it on Sleeper in the Bus too, of, well, they just haven't said, like, what do they do when one guy tests positive with this stuff? But right. I think everyone is forgetting the most American of everything is greed, and the fact that no one is making any money right now. So I think we are absolutely going to get a baseball season, which I know a lot of people are not thinking right now. So,
well, I hate to say it, but that is somewhat bold because I've been very pessimistic about everything. I mean, we saw it. I think it was in Japan where they started getting things going, and then like one player tested positive, and then 3 tested positive, and they had to shut it all back down again. So that's my big fear. My big fear is what happened.
Gotta get the testing right.
Yeah. I think from a Canadian perspective, because you're seeing that in the NHL where they're thinking about getting back, and there has been a number of players test positive. I believe there's some on the Colorado Avalanche. I know there's some on the Ottawa Senators, and they're still looking at going ahead. So, obviously you got to get the testing right and stuff like that, and they're having that the social responsibility aspect of it. Why should baseball teams or professional sports have access to tests? But that is something that has definitely become more widely available. So I think if the NHL can make it work, obviously a smaller fan base, then baseball does have a shot, I think.
Yeah, but the worst possible thing that could happen to any major sport is reopening and then having an athlete die of the disease.
True.
Like that, I mean, you would never be. That commissioner's job is lost forever if that happens, and I don't think any of the commissioners want it. I think they're gonna. I think they're gonna want to open because there is a ton of money involved, like Bogman said. But I mean, it just takes one, and that just destroys all of your credibility in that kind of.
But on that vein too, though, Justin, I think if one of these major sports gets going and they don't have any problems, and another sport decides to shut her down, then that commissioner, I mean, the commissioners of any sport is going to be in a rough position, because if they don't get going and another league does it well without any problems, then he's out of a job too.
That's a great point. That's a great point, because you're going to look like the coward if someone else gets their league going. So.
And I know I'm maybe the only Canadian here, but I also know that there's one thing that Americans don't like being, and that's cowardly.
That's right. These colors don't run, Mac.
They surrender. I mean, no, that's just the South. Never mind.
So here's the question, what do you think it's going to look like? Is this going to end up like looking like an NHL type of playoffs where everybody's in and we got a big tournament and we might have like 40 games of a regular season, or what do you think?
For me, I think it's we get going in July and we get close to 100 games. I think they want to do that expanded playoff bit to get the TV money that they're missing from the beginning of the season here. But if they can get rolling, get some spring training in June and then get rolling by July 4th or whenever that is, July 1st. I think we get a significant amount of games and some playoffs in. I just don't know if it's going to be the Arizona plan, if it's going to be the Arizona and Florida plan, if they're going to throw Texas in there for whatever reason, or if they're just announcing crappier plans so the Arizona one looks like the best one.
I wouldn't be surprised if they went to eight in each league, whether it's American and National, Cactus and Grapefruit. This is the year to do that. Then you got kind of even playoffs. It goes right in, and again, it increases. It gets back that revenue. Hey, Mike, had you been hearing, did the NHL ask their European players to start making plans to come back?
I haven't heard that yet. I do know that there is some grumblings that because some of the European players, I believe in Sweden, they're able to train and have access to ice, where North America they still don't. So I haven't heard too much. To be perfectly honest, if it's not virus related, it's sort of hard to get a news feed on much, and those headlines are certainly buried and harder to find right now, which is unfortunate. But I haven't heard much.
All right, Jim, why don't you give me your next bold prediction?
Okay. So my next bold prediction will be Starlin Castro will be
Hall of Famer
5 middle infielder, second baseman this year. That move to Washington is going to help him out so much. Right before we went on hiatus, I believe Dave Martinez said he's going to bat him in the middle of the order, somewhere around 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And when you have guys like Adam Eaton and Trey Turner and Juan Soto batting around you, the opportunity to get runs and RBIs is going to be there, and I think he's going to jump right up.
Yeah, Jim is not messing around with these bold predictions. He came to play.
I get a lot of flack. I've been on Starlin Castro's bandwagon for a number of years. I don't think he's actually that good. I just think he's good enough, and he started young enough. He's going to get 3,000 hits for his career. He is a future Hall of Famer, and people just love it when I say that. But if you look at his totals and his age, he's on pace, and he's a good enough player that in that Washington lineup, it's hard to argue with the logic.
And second base is not like a really stud position in fantasy either. So it's not maybe that much huge of a reach, but given what's been going on, he actually I think had a pretty decent year in Miami.
That is a huge effing reach, Jim.
All right. That's my mustache for that one.
Doug, why don't you give me your next bold prediction?
I got rid of my next one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that someone who's a starting pitcher on the Baltimore Orioles is going to have a better year than John Lester.
So you're going to
can't believe we found a bet.
And I bet my beard on it.
I can't believe we found a bet where I would take John Lester.
All right. All right. I think Doug's getting a little feedback, Doug, so I muted you real quick. Yeah, Doug, getting quite a bit of feedback on you. So I'm going to mute you for just a minute.
He actually lives in a subway, so
Yeah.
that's what happens.
So, and then we'll hopefully come back to you on the next round and get your take. But now John Means I think will finish higher than John Lester. So I'm all for Doug's bold prediction. All right, Mike, give me your next bold prediction.
Okay, I'm wrong on this one because I think it speaks to Bogman's prediction, in that Giancarlo Stanton will not miss a game in 2020 due to injury.
We just became best friends, Mike.
and I hope I'm wrong on that, because that means we've got a season. Because if there's a season, Stanton will miss a game due to injury.
Now we're worst enemies.
I mean, I hope you're right too, and we do have a season because I already have some shares of Stanton this year, and I'd love to see him pay off after getting burned last year.
Yeah,
he's had enough time to lay off and not have any injuries. We need to, if he gets one ramping up in the 2 weeks or whatever, then we just need to treat him like Jake Gyllenhaal from Bubble Boy from now on, because he just made a glass. So I'm firmly on the Stanton bandwagon because he has so much power. But he has made me look like a dick for 2 years in a row. So
he's burned me. He's burned me enough times that I just can't get on the bandwagon anymore. But man, like if you're drafted like 11th, 12th, 13th, or even this year on the turn in the second round, he hasn't past years. God, that name just jumps right out at you. You almost have to take him, but man, you don't want to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I've fallen for it once again. So it means I will probably get burned once again either way. Mike, go ahead and give me your next bold prediction.
Oh, you want a third one already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or actually, here, hold on.
Okay.
Let's give away something else. We're only 15 minutes into the segment. We got things to give away. So
it's beard oil for one of the 5 people here.
I'm going to give away another TGFBI entry. Because we've gone over $5,000. I'm going to be giving away 6. I've already given away, I believe, 2 so far. So, Bradley Koppel, you are in TGFBI next year.
Nice.
So,
well, he's guaranteed to finish above me. I tell you what, I am not great at TGFBI because I live in Arizona. My dumb state doesn't let us do NFBC, so it's my only team on NFBC, and I have to go through a big process to actually sign up on it. So, back into the year when my team sucks and my interest starts going like this, I look at that leaderboard and I'm way down at the bottom. But the most important thing, Justin, I'm 1 spot ahead of Joe Pisapia, and that's all that matters.
That is most
Gotta
important.
be ahead of my buddy. So
yeah, definitely. I haven't finished super high. I've been outside the top 100. I think the first 2 seasons, and which is a huge bummer for me. But I definitely use it as trash talking against Paul when I finish ahead of him.
I think this year my team. I looked at my team after drafting, and or was that? And man, I drafted a really great team for 2023.
Well, that might be when our next game starts. So you'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. All right, go ahead, Mike. Give me your next bold prediction.
I think this year is going to be. If you're one of those people that punt saves, this is going to be the year. I have no idea what the season is going to look like, but this is going to be the year to punt saves, because depending on the season, I think there's going to be a lot of doubleheaders, a lot of times where there's no sense in wasting a higher draft pick on a closer, because there's going to be so many guys getting saves. I mean, you might as well pick Justin off the waiver wire, because I think he's going to get an opportunity to shine this year. There's going to be ample opportunity, expanded rosters. They're obviously they've already expanded to 26. Everyone knows that. But I think the season is going to have 30 plus players on the team, and there's going to be a ton of guys that have 10 plus saves, and probably a ton of guys that have 10 plus blown saves as well because of that. But I would be punting saves this year, or at least punting high-end saves this year.
Well, that's really interesting, because a lot of people have talked about saves being the one place you don't want to punt this year so far on this live stream. So you are taking the opposite approach, which that makes it pretty bold, because I'm not punting saves. I think managers are going to be quick on the trigger, pulling low-end closers out. I want the guys that I know will be going into the ninth at least once a day on those doubleheaders, as opposed to trying to fish around for the next guy, because larger rosters means it's a crapshoot of who gets those lower end saves.
Yeah, I just think there's going to be so many guys that have 10 to 15 saves, and those high end guys, top end guys, whether they break down, they just don't get the opportunity, whatever the case may be. This is the year to punt saves.
All right, I want to get Doug's opinion on that, because he is the bullpen guy. Doug, and it sounds like his audio is better. So, what is your thoughts there, Doug? On, are you punting closers, or are you going after the elite guys this year?
I think teams are going to handle things very differently. So some teams are just going to try and give their closer that typical role, and they may get tired and miss a game here and there, but they'll still end up leading the league in saves. I think other teams are going to split them up just the way that Mike describes, and you're going to have a bunch of guys with 8 or 9. So I think it'll be stratified, and I think there's going to be an opportunity to maybe pick guys up after the fact, but you might be picking up a guy who's getting 5, 6 instead of a guy who's getting 20. So you might have a hard time, making it up too. I mean, we've got a short amount of time, and if they're not going to get them, that you're just going to run out of luck there. So you're truly punting it, I think, if you punt.
Yeah, I think if you punt, you got to commit to it, because if we're playing 80 games, it's going to be real hard when you fall behind in certain categories to catch fire and catch back up. So, Doug, give me your next bold prediction.
Well, my next bold prediction actually involves Yasiel Puig.
Who is reportedly about to sign.
Originally, my bold prediction was that he was going to sign with Colorado, and that got scratched today. So now my bold prediction with Yasiel Puig is that he will fight with the Pirates fewer times than he did last year.
I'm pretty sure what the Pirates play in the Grapefruit League, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So I like the thought process that went behind that bold prediction. If Puig is in San Francisco or playing for the Giants, and they don't get to play the Pirates at all. All right,
one
Jim,
game. All it takes is one game, though.
That's all for Yasiel Puig. That's for sure.
I know. I know.
I just cannot wait for the reactions of Giants fans that hated on Puig for so long as a Dodger. They're now going to have to try to root for him. And it's going to be really funny to go check out like my Facebook page and see all my friends who are like, "Oh no, I don't want Puig." I love the guy. I think the guy's great.
He'll screw it up somehow. They won't have to cheer for very long.
Say that again, Mike.
I say he'll screw it up somehow. They won't have to cheer for very long.
It'll be hard when Bumgarner hits him with a pitch, but he's pitching for Arizona, right?
It's gonna feel so weird when that happens, because it's coming, right? So, all right, Jim, why don't you give us your next bold prediction?
All right. Well, at least in a shorter season, there'll be less chances for him to screw up. So, that's a good thing for all of you guys who like him. My next prediction, I got two. I got a little one right here that's non-baseball related. My prediction is by the end of 2020, Justin's wife is going to have more Twitter followers than he will.
I don't even know if that's bold, Jim.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's trending that way, but I know she's great. My other one, I guess, is baseball related. And I don't know if it's this bold or not because he's pretty good. I'm predicting that Jose Abreu will lead whatever leagues that we have in RBIs this year.
That's a good one. I like that one a lot.
Their team's much improved. They added Grandel and E5 and with Anderson and Mokata. And boy, if he plays down in Arizona and gets warm weather all the time and doesn't have to deal with that Chicago crap weather, I think that just adds to his total. So I think he's going to benefit from constant warm weather.
Yeah, I can totally see that. That's a really, really good call there, Jim. However, the wife having more Twitter followers than me, that's probably your boldest call yet, since she's about 7,000 or 8,000 behind me. That being said, it would not surprise me. She's definitely the better Twitter follow on Twitter than I am. I retweet a lot of her stuff. If you're not following her at Mrs. D Salinger, you should.
She's great.
And if not, our spouses should, just to learn how to troll us. Or so.
My wife's not on Twitter, thankfully.
Yeah, no, be super grateful about
She
that.
learns this technique.
Yeah, no, my wife blocked me for a while on Twitter just for the hell of it. I mean, that's she.
We have that in
got on my
common.
coattails. That's awesome.
Has she read about the PS4 yet, though? That's a big question. No.
She's gonna hold it over my head forever that I don't have a PS4.
Even after this big charity event, you think that'd be one of those things, Justin, you did such a great job. Go out and get a PS4.
I have one that a listener sent me that is collecting dust.
Ooh.
So,
I'm just
I'm
saying,
not going to give it to you. I'm just saying that to you.
That's amazing. Bubba, Casey Bubba from the Bench with Bubba podcast recommended that next week we do this live stream to raise money for my PS4.
There you go.
So I don't know that I want to sit in a chair for 12 hours again because this one's already been a little brutal.
Yeah, I did 8 hours yesterday, and I have streamed 3 straight days for the entire NFL draft over on In This League. So when I thought this was an hour, and then someone told me it's a half an hour, so I was like, oh yeah, okay, good, thank you.
This is my work from home office, so I'll be here for 8 hours tomorrow, Justin. So.
Yeah, this shed is my work from home for office as well. So I'm usually in here for 8 to 12 hours a day, anyways. But the ability to not just like get up and stretch without you guys seeing my crotch is.
I appreciate that.
That has something to do with my last bold prediction.
All right, talking about my crotch. That's great.
Yeah, my last bold prediction is that Justin ends the stream in a bikini with Goodbye Horses playing in the background, and it'll be the second time I've seen it.
That is not going to happen. I can promise you that.
Oh, you want to tell that story, Justin?
Oh,
yeah. Like right when we first started doing stuff.
I gotta say, Dog, and that's the wrong person. That's me that's doing that. No, I'm just.
Oh man.
Many years ago when Friends of Fantasy Benefits was first getting going, one of my former co-owners decided that he was going to run a competition called Mr. Podcast. So it was the ITL guys, Bogman the Welsh, and then Joe Pisapia and Chris McBrien from Dear Mr. Fantasy, and then a number of us, and it was set up like a beauty pageant for podcasters.
And we had a talent round.
Chris fixed it, by the way. Didn't Chris fixed it? I believe, didn't he?
Yes.
Well, yeah.
He won. I mean, at that point he had like 30,000 more Twitter followers than all of us.
He gets all his students to vote for him, right? Like he gets extra credit if they get people to vote for him, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He was the Rob Silver of this competition.
For my talent portion, because I have no actual talent, I hula hooped while wearing a bikini and eating a pulled pork sandwich.
My therapist says I'll never get over it.
Yeah, no, there's still a picture floating around there somewhere of it because my wife has it and likes to toss it out usually about once a year or something like that.
Oh, you know what? I think this is a good day. To go ahead and throw that out. Maybe get some more donations. Maybe if you hit X amount by X time, then she can throw that picture out. She's right behind you. Go ahead and ask her.
Speaking of which, in a bikini herself, the card girl is here to let us know we were entering round 9. So Scott just brought up my bikini and wondering if that's how I was going to end the live stream. I will not be ending the live stream there, but my wife may tweet the picture out at some point, so definitely give her a follow. So
I don't have any other bikinis to allow you to stretch out.
yeah, no, that's very true. So I'm just glad nothing came out literally of that of that talent portion. We only have 2 minutes left, so let's say our goodbyes and let you guys promote yourselves once more. Scott, tell everybody where you can reach on social media and then everything that you do over at ITL.
He wants to get rid of me first. You can follow me on Twitter at Bogman Sports. And I'm doing right now, I just posted first-year player draft info for the 2020 NFL draft up over on our Patreon, patreon.com/
ITL Army, and that is where I do most of my work. And you can hear me on FNTSY Radio as well, and all over the place. So Black Book Pod with Joe, and In This League with the Welsh. So catch me at inthisleague.com and at Bachman Sports.
Thank you so much, Scott, for joining us. Jim, tell people where you can reach and what you do.
I can be reached on Twitter at Big Golfer with the number 4. Friends with Fantasy Benefits. I'm going to drop an article tomorrow about the fantasy implications for the NFL draft. And I'm also at empiresportsmedia.com and my podcast at Empire State Sports.
All right. Mike, tell people where you can be reached and what you do.
Yeah, so you can find me at the Fantasy DR. Not tweeting too much right now, unfortunately, with no baseball going on. But once the season is back, Joel and I will be back at the Fantasy Insider Show, and we are powered by, of course, by Fighting Chance Fantasy. So give them a follow, check them out as well.
All right, Doug, tell people where you can reach and what you're working on.
All right, Baseball HQ, Bullpen Rider. You can reach me on Twitter at DougDennis41. And thanks for having me, Justin. Been fun.
Thank you guys so much for coming on. I'm going to exit you all out and start bringing in the new crew.
Thanks, Justin. Thanks for doing this. Great
Thanks, guys.
Great job doing this, Justin.
I'm adding people and exiting them all simultaneously, so this is not working as well. Hey, it is Zach. How you doing, Zach?
Good. Can you hear me?
And yes, I can. And Mikey is here as well. So 2 of the guys that are going to be joining us. I believe we should have 2 more joining us at some point. But why don't we go ahead and just start off with introductions. Zach, tell people a little bit about yourself, what you do, and where you can be reached on social media.
Well, play a little bit of fantasy baseball. I focus on the NFBC drafts a lot. I have a podcast called Draft Champions Podcast, and you can find it on Twitter at Draft Champagne.
All right. And Mikey ATL. Of course, I made the grave mistake on this half hour to put 2 people named Mikey on it. So this is going to be a cluster. But Mikey, why don't you tell people where you can be reached and what you do? You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
I can. There you go, buddy.
Perfect. There we go. So I can be followed at ATA Mikey 10. I'm the co-host of the Chin Music podcast, and I can be followed at Chin Music Bull.
All right. And the other Mikey, welcome to the show. Tell people a little bit about yourself and what you do and where you.
Yeah. So I put my Twitter handle because I was not going to be able to pronounce it in a way that people could understand. But you can find me at Pitcher List and newly at Lookout Landing. If you're into the Seattle Mariners for whatever reason, I have a podcast with Andy Patton called It's Never Sunny in Seattle. And I just joined the Turn 2 podcast. I don't know why I'm doing so many things, but I am. Not really working on much right now because I just can't get into baseball very much, but I have been growing this stupid mustache. So it was probably going to come off soon.
Oh, I'm glad you kept it for the podcast. We've had a lot of stupid mustaches on the podcast. Alex Fast was on, Paul Sporer was on. So, you're not alone in growing a quarantine mustache. So, all right. I believe we're going to get one more person at some point. I believe Gary Soenfeld from my site, Friends with Fantasy Benefits, and he does some other things. But until we do, first, let's figure out a way to distinguish ourselves so that way I don't get you guys too confused.
You can call me a Jetto.
All right, I'll call you a Jetto. That makes it easy.
You can call me ATL.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to try to pronounce your last name, Mikey. So,
That's a tough one.
Yeah, no, I've been butchering names all day long, and I'm not going to even attempt that one. So let's maybe we should give something away while we wait for Gary to join the live stream here. Let's see, it is 6:30 Eastern. SP Streamer has offered to give a $20 Fangraphs membership to someone. So let's go ahead and find where I've got my little list and raffle that off. That's done. And randomize. Nicholas Shalin There you go. He's a good Twitter follow as well. So congratulations. I will get your information and pass it on over and get that $20 membership to Fangraphs. I don't know what the difference is. I don't think that one's ad free. So, but yeah, it's still a membership, right? You're still supporting something nice. Yeah, so we're going to be giving away stuff all day long. Only got 5 hours left of this. All right. No, 4 hours left, right? Yeah, 4 hours left of this. I'm losing track, and it's starting to get really hot in here, as you can see the sweat pouring off my forehead.
Your shirt off like Chamberlain and Sammy.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to see that, though. You can only really see from about nipple up anyways, but I'll leave the tattoos to the wonderment of people's imagination as opposed to exposing myself for cheap thrills for everyone. So that being said, let's move on into some fantasy content and talk about what we're going to be doing, and that is we're going to talk sleepers and busts this episode. So I asked you guys to put together 2 sleepers and 2 busts, and any leftover time, we'll go to my wife's big bag of questions and ask you things that are potentially inappropriate.
Yikes, let's go.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So, Jetto, we're going to start with you, my friend. Why don't you go ahead and give me your first sleeper and why?
So I think I'm going to go with Yusei Kikuchi because he's essentially free right now. And I think he's kind of gonna do, I want to say like a Giolito thing, but like not as like that big of an improvement, but he's not going to be like Giolito next year. The reasoning is his velocity is back. He's throwing like 93, 94, 92. He tinkered with all of his pitches. He worked with the Mariners analytics department and Driveline, and they both identified the same basically inconsistency in his mechanics. He cleaned it up, which brought back the velo. He's throwing a firmer curveball, which is good because his last curveball sucked and was too slow. He's got a better changeup, and he already had a wipeout slider. And yeah, I've been kind of speculating that he'd be working on some pitch design because he'd been interested in it since he was in Japan, and also had talked to Trevor Bauer about Driveline. So I kind of think he'll be one of the most improved players in the league next year, and his ADP is 507 right now.
Dude, you are a man after my own heart. I've been talking up Kikuchi all off season. Looked really good in spring training. The velocity, I don't care that much about that.
Right.
Yeah, he had added velocity last year and then still sucked. But for me, it's the movement on his pitches. They're moving the way they did when he was in Japan, and that's huge. So, yes, I am a big fan of that call out. So, Zach, why don't you give me your first sleeper?
All right, I'll give you one. It's not going to be Alex Cobb though. We'll skip him. I don't know if you remember that bet that we had. So, no, it's not looking as good with Samardzija, though, out of San Francisco.
Yeah, no, that might be the ugliest bet we both make this season.
I think it's the ugliest bet of the fantasy baseball season for anyone. Yeah, so I'll get on. So I've done a lot of drafts so far this year, and unfortunately, a lot of my teams have been diagnosed with a disease. It's called Crohn's, and this is a new version. Not CJ, but Kevin. I think everyone knows he mashed AAA, but he is old to the level. People are saying that, he's 27 years old, but I don't really see any difference between that and him coming in at 27 and Eloy Jimenez coming in last year at 22. Like, really, what's the difference? You're throwing them both into the MLB from AAA, which is an added level of difficulty, but it's not like you're throwing them into like a college bar and asking them to pick up chicks. It's just playing baseball. He went in 82 games last year. He went 38 home runs and 105 RBIs in, just like I said, 82 games. And he hit 331 with an OBP of 449 and 777. Like I said, everyone knows he mashed AAA. But if you look at his MLB numbers, he hit 6 homers and 78 at bats, which is good, but he only hit 211. So what I did is I went on Savant. I watched every single one of his at bats in the MLB last year. It was only 78. It was only 78 plate appearances or at bats. What I did was I looked at something called the super hard hit rate. Anything over 100 miles per hour extra velocity. And he had a really high percentage of hits over 100 miles an hour. be it granted small sample size, but 43% of his hits were over 100 miles an hour. Only people I saw, I know I did this manually, were Stanton and Sano, who had a higher percentage of that. And he did get unlucky too. So 30% of those hits that were over 100 miles an hour were outs, and that's a really high percentage. If you compare it to Pete Alonso, only 23%, Yordan Alvarez, 25%, Nelson Cruz and Sano, other hard hitters, only 33%. So he did get unlucky, and potential the DH coming, he's got a shot to play.
All right, I'm going to pour a little bit of cold water on that. There's expanded rosters, and we have the DH in the National League, or for National League teams, like they've been talking about. Man, I think Seth Beer is going to be on that roster, and he can't play defense. One of the worst defensive players I have ever seen live. I saw him in AFL. But if he's the DH, that could really eat into Cron's playing time in Arizona. So, though it's not a bad call. I mean, if they decide not to start the clock on Beer, then Cron could be that everyday DH. So.
Yeah,
you know,
and I liked him even before this. So Christian Walker he's good. He did well, but I don't think he's anything amazing. So I think he's got a shot. I think he had a shot to carve out some playing time.
All right, ATL Mikey, let's do this.
Okay, so I'm going to go with the Atlanta Braves to start this one off with. It may be controversial, but Austin Riley. One, I just love his average draft position at 328, and he's got the power numbers. I think he's going to clean up the discipline at the bat, and there's a reason why the Braves front office didn't pursue our third baseman or make a bigger offer to Josh Donaldson. I think they're confident that he could really move forward, and we see the potential in him. The power numbers, he had 18 home runs in like 80 games. So you give him a full season.
I like Austin Riley a lot, especially multi-positional eligible, or he will be at some point in the season. So depending on what league format you're playing in, third base, outfield, there you go. I mean, that's not a bad call out. Why don't you go ahead and give us your second one there, your second sleeper there, ATL Mikey.
My second sleeper is going to be Luke Voigt of the New York Yankees. First base is such a tough position this year. I was going over it the other day, and there's not a lot of first basemen I really like. Usually it's such a diverse group that you can wait on first base, but not this year. And he's got a 200 ADP. He had like 16 home runs last year. I think if he plays like a full season or close to a full season, the Yankees are confident in him, and he's in the sack lineup too, where he's got protection.
You know what? I wonder, what do you think about all the injuries starting off, for the Yankees? They're going to be healthy by the time playing time or opening day actually starts. Do you think that hurts his chance of getting full-time playing time?
I don't think it really hurts this. The Yankees, of course, did look out with these injuries. They were looking to start the season off on a bad note, but everything that's happened kind of worked in their favor a little bit. But I think he'll be fine come time. He's going to be the starting first baseman. I don't see anyone really challenging him for that, so he's going to get his at-bats. And he's going to protect the lineup with Judge and such.
All right. Let's see. Zach, go ahead and give me your second one.
All right. So we've heard a lot about pitchers that are going to drastically change in value this year, because of the shortened season. We're not playing 162 games. People are talking about Luzardo, Urias, Lamet. They're shooting at the draft boards, and then even guys like Kopech, Spencer Howard, all the young guys are also. It can be argued maybe they can increase in value, but someone that I haven't heard a lot of people talk about is Alex Reyes on the Cardinals. He didn't play last year; he's been hurt. That's the main problem with him. But if he is healthy and he does crack that rotation, there's going to be a very small differentiation between, I guess, those inning eaters and players like this year, or it's a smaller difference. And looking at the rotation, who they have in the rotation, it's possible. I'm not going to go through the rotation, but I think he's definitely got a shot, and if he does live up to his potential, he could be huge.
Are you worried about his injury history? Because didn't he already get hurt again?
When? Like which time?
In
fifth
spring
time?
training. I thought he got hurt in spring. I could be wrong.
I don't know. I didn't hear about that, but if you did, that sucks to my prediction.
I could be wrong. I'd have to double check that, but maybe it's because
Let me
he's been
check.
hurt so many times.
He's
his
dead. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's because he's been hurt so many times over the course of career. I mean, I hope he figures it out because, man, when he is pitching well, he is fun to watch, and I'd love to see him. And I mean, if the Cardinals definitely with Mikolas being hurt, and who knows what he's going to be when the season, if the season ever starts. I mean, they could definitely use him in the rotation. I do like Daniel Ponce de Leon too, though.
So that's the name I was thinking of as well, because I was going through the rotation and he's not there, but Ponce de Leon I like a lot as well. So
well, and I mean, if we're playing a lot of double headers and 8, 9, 10 games a week, teams are going to need 6, 7 starters. So I mean, all of them, all those fringe starters that you didn't think had a role, probably gonna at some point. So, Ajeto, give me another another sleeper.
Yeah, I'm going to go with my boy Sunday. Domingo Santana at 302. In 2017, he had a triple slash of 278, 371, 505 with 30 home runs and 15 stolen bases. This year, before he got injured, through July 12th, he had a 283, 352, 492 triple slash with 18 home runs and 6 stolen bases. During that span, he had a barrel percentage in the 79th percentile, which is just below JD Martinez and Sano, tied with Encarnacion and Yon Moncada, and above Luke Voigt, Bryce Harper, and Ketel Marte. So I think he, because he had it down 2018, because he got hurt in the latter part of the year, because he's not a good defender or base runner. Well, he can steal. He's one of the more under-celebrated players in the league. So I think he has the ability to chip in everywhere. He can steal, he can hit home runs, and then he can also have a solid average. So he should get plenty of playing time this year, despite his awful defense. So yeah, that's my pick to click.
Yeah, I love Domingo Santana. I've loved him for a long time, and I mean that start to last year was so encouraging, and then nothing. It hurt, but I agree with you. I think a lot of it had to do with injury, and getting to play in Cleveland where they do have the DH, I think will benefit him some.
Bojack doesn't like that pick.
Apparently not. Yeah, Mr. Bojack is trolling us in the comments over on Facebook, but that's okay. We're just gonna ignore him for a little while. I mean, there's always 1 or 2 trolls for sure. Let's before we move on to our busts, let's give something else away because it's always good to be giving. This is what we're.
Oh, I see a bit of a tattoo. I see some ink.
Oh yeah, well yeah, I've got like 16 of them, so most of them are starting to fade because they're super old. So let's see. Oh, I'll give away a Buster Posey bobblehead right now. So I've got a bunch of those. So my daughter said that she'd be willing to give one away because we have way too many in the house. So Buster Posey bobblehead going to Anthony Aniano. There you go. So, all right. Well, congratulations, Anthony. I will get in touch with you and get your address so I can send that over to you. So let's talk about some busts. And we'll start with you on this one, Zach. Give me a bust.
All right, I think I'm gonna. It's not gonna be a popular one, but I'm gonna go with Yu Darvish.
Tell me why.
I don't like to cop out and use the injury excuse for a bust, but I don't think he's going to make it through this half of the year. And he has an injury history in the past, and those international pitchers tend to have a shorter shelf life. If you look at Chan Ho Park and Dale Nomo, they did not last. They did not fare well into their mid-30s. I know he's going to be 33 or 34 this year, but he did have an excellent second half. But before that, the last couple of years, he just he wasn't quite himself like he was in his earlier years. Who knows if the season does come back? I don't know if he's going to be allowed back. Like maybe his wife doesn't want him back into the country. Like she's like, I'm not like I'm going to butcher his wife's like an impersonation of his wife, but his wife's going to be like, dude, you can't go back to America. It's not safe there. I don't know if it's a good impression of her, but
No, I don't think so. I don't even know if he's married. He's a really good Twitter follow though, because he's pretty funny. Yeah, I don't know. I think that Japanese pitchers not lasting is kind of a fallacy. I mean, Daisuke pitched into his almost 40s. Tanaka's been pitching for quite a while. I think it's just maybe small sample. I don't know that I agree with you on that one, Zach. So.
Okay.
But
Tanaka was good for like a year, and then he's not good anymore.
He's not bad though. I mean, like, yeah. I mean,
his sinker doesn't even study. They don't think they even classify his sinker as a sinker anymore. It's just like
Jason Collette predicted him in our bold prediction segment earlier to Tanaka to win the Cy Young.
Who did?
Jason Collette.
Wow.
You'll have to go back and watch that segment much earlier when I had a fewer less gray hairs in my beard and actually hair on the top of my head. All right, Jetto, go ahead and give me your first bust.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be a popular one either, or maybe it will be. I think this is going to be kind of polarizing. But for Fernando Tatis Jr. at 17. I think he's a good player. I just see a lot of warning signs, and I don't necessarily think he's worth his draft price. Like, I'm never, ever, ever going to take him around that spot. 410 BABIP, like a 34% home runs per fly ball. His xWOBA is 50 points below his WOBA. His xWOBACon is 80 points below his WOBACon. 16% swinging strike rate, 30% K rate, and then his deserved barrel percentage is 4% below his barrel percentage. So, yeah, he had a good year, and I think he's a good player, good fantasy and real life player. But I don't think he's gonna bring back the value that you need out of him at 17.
Well, all right. I mean, I've gotten a few shares of Tatis, but I don't hate that at all. Though I think both my shares were in like the back end of the second round and just weird drafts. So I'm okay taking the gamble there. ATL Mikey, give me your first bust.
This is going to be an unpopular one. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I expect a sophomore slump from him. Do not like his average draft position at all at 58. When you can get a DJ Lemieux, Moncada, Max Muncy, Suarez, Jeff McNeil, Josh Donaldson right after him. He just didn't show me enough last year.
Wait, how can you be in a sophomore slump if you had a terrible first year too?
Yeah, I was just about to ask. Like, is it really a sophomore slump if he
didn't have a terrible first year? He had 15 home runs, 270, but it wasn't what everyone expected. And the fall too is a lot of these rookies. Everyone expects them to be a superstar like a Juan Soto or Ronald Acuna. So if you don't produce at that high level, it's a disappointment for a lot of people. But I just don't like seeing him as an 8th-ranked third baseman when there's a lot of good quality players right after him that have proven more, that have a better track record.
All right. I mean, I think that one, is a more of a bold prediction than a bust call, but I like it. Go ahead and give me your final bust.
Paul Goldschmidt.
Whoa. Okay. I mean, you're just crushing corner infielders at this point. So go ahead and tell me why.
Oh, he's getting older. The numbers are declining. He's not really on the stolen bases he used to. I don't like him in the St. Louis Park. He really didn't do much in St. Louis that he used to do in Arizona. And again, too, it's like, look at the guys you can get after Goldschmidt. You could get Matt Olson, Mac Muncy, Josh Bell.
I don't think Goldschmidt.
Those guys are ranked right after Goldschmidt, so I think Goldschmidt is such a big name, and people just go by his name and not what his statistics are. He's still a good guy, but you don't want to draft him at the position where he's getting drafted. And people are disappointed.
I think that's fair because, I mean, there are guys going behind him that I like. The only problem is first base is not super deep. And just because you pass on one guy to try to go get a cheaper guy doesn't mean you're going to get the one you want. Like, someone else might feel the exact same way, but I don't think that's a bad call at all. Let's Jetto, give me your last bust.
Yeah. So the way that I've been drafting like one pitcher early and then waiting all the way up until like Kluber. And someone that's going right after him is Mike Soroka, and I don't know. What's up?
He may not be the best fantasy pitcher.
I don't know why you would take Mike Soroka when you could. I mean, Chamberlain's been hammering this point all offseason, but you could take Kyle Hendricks at 156. You could take Stroman at like 200 or something like that. There's like Wheeler, Lance Lynn, Lamet, Gallen, Urias, Price. I would rather have most of those guys than Soroka at 106. I wrote about him. I like him. I do think he has a sustainable, legitimate ability to limit hard contact because he throws just inherently because of the pitches that he throws. His pitches get a ton of sink, but I don't think that he can do it as well as he did it last year. And I think that's obvious in his ERA estimators and a lot of his peripherals. So I like the player. It's the same thing with Tatis. I like him. I just don't think he's worth the price. So I would say easy regression candidate.
Well, you are now fired from this live stream for talking bad about my boy. I'm like,
fun.
I mean, you know, if you want to say he's being overdrafted, I don't have a problem with you saying that. I actually think he's pretty appropriately drafted. That being said, like Kyle Hendricks is a great bargain. Like,
good.
I don't understand. And I'm one of the Kyle Hendricks haters from like years and years and years. But at some point, as Matthew Berry used to say, the hate has gone too far on Kyle Hendricks. And so, I mean, and some of those guys you mentioned, I agree. Like, I really like Lance Lynn this year. I hate Dinelson Lamet with a passion. And I think Lamet's one of those guys where people are pushing him up draft boards right now where they're like, oh, you know, shortened season. You don't have to worry about innings. Yeah, you do have to worry about your ratios getting absolutely destroyed in a small sample and then not being able to catch back up in that category. So, but there you go. All right. You crapped all over Soroka.
I was with you on Erod too, man.
So, all right, Zach, go ahead and give me your last bust.
All right, I'll go Kenley Jensen on the Dodgers. His velocity. What?
I like it. I don't hate it.
Yeah, velocity down, short. I don't know. I don't really even know who would take over that role. I guess you have Joe Kelly there or whoever or Baez.
Joe Kelly broke a window at his own house.
Joe Kelly is the man. I love Joe Kelly. He's gonna be great this.
You like Joe Kelly or what? I missed that.
Yeah, he's the man.
Okay, yeah, fuck, okay. Yeah.
He added like a Kimbrel curveball and was just insane.
Did you not see his video of him breaking a window at his house? Because he
doesn't.
I'm gonna Google this right after that.
He doesn't need to throw the changeup. He'll just throw a fastball curveball. It's all right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a curveball that got away.
Down with Jensen. I'm in with Joe Kelly now. Yeah, for sure. Forget it.
He's like Ricky Bobby without the glasses.
It doesn't have anything to do with Jansen's declining velocity. Everything to do with Joe Kelly being amazing.
You guys are absolutely crazy. I mean, yes, the declining velocity is a concern for Kenley Jansen, but there are a few safer closers in all of baseball. He's got the contract. That bullpen is not that good behind him. I don't think he's going anywhere. And even if for some reason he loses the job, they'll give it right back to him the moment they give the interim closer a shot and they fail. If there was like a Will Smith on this team, or like an Amir Garrett or some bullpen. They have who?
Bruce Gradall.
Dude, he's got like half an A or half a UCL. Like there's a reason that trade got mixed.
Actually, you know what? They might trade for Brad Hand. What happens then?
Then that becomes a little bit more interesting. But we don't even know what the trade deadline rules are gonna be.
Yeah, that's a can.
So, I mean, in a short sample season, maybe the Indians actually want to take a run at this. I mean, this season, if there's only 80 games, anybody could win. Whoever starts out hot.
It's really gonna,
last year and they almost won.
Yeah. So, hello, has the auction started yet? The raffle has been going the whole time. So keep donating. You can donate via PayPal or Venmo. My Venmo is at Justin Salinger. My PayPal is justinmasonfantasy@gmail.com. Been giving away prizes. I think I gave away 2 prizes on this half hour. Got a few minutes left, guys. So please let people know again where you can reach on social media and then plug all your work. Go ahead and start it, Jetto.
All right. Yeah. Again, you can find me at Pitcher List, and I have to think about it because there's like a lot of places. Pitcher List, Lookout Landing. I'm also probably the only thing that I'll be doing for a while, unless I get really inspired, is doing we're going over all the teams in the league for with the Turn 2 podcast. So that's really it. Besides my own podcast, which is kind of on hold because there's not a lot to talk about. But yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for having me on. I think this is a super cool event, and also congratulations on 15 years of sobriety.
Thank you very much. ATL Mikey, tell people where you can be reached on social media, and then plug all your work.
I can be reached at ATL Mikey 10, where I'm the co-host of the Chin Music podcast. We discuss everything baseball, fantasy, rumors, all those good things. I occasionally guest host on the FF Face-Off, so if any football fans are out there, you can follow that. And that would be a Chin Music Wolfer, the Chin Music podcast. And, thank you for having me on. It's for a great cause, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mikey. Zach, tell people where you can be reached on social media, and then where people can find all your work.
You can reach me. Our podcast is at Draft Champagne. First of all, I want to thank you for having me on. I appreciate that, Justin.
Of course.
Draft Champagne's our podcast. We're gonna get things rolling again. We haven't done one for a while, but we're gonna get back onto it soon. And coming from Canada, I just wanted to say thank you. And down there, don't drink any Lysol, please. It doesn't work up here and it doesn't work down there. So I know you got. Yeah, you got a smart president down there, and
Thanks a lot from our
just
Canadian
coming from
friend.
free healthcare up here just doesn't work.
Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, guys, I got to bring in the next crew, so I'm going to let you all go. Thank you guys all.
Thank you, Justin. Have a good one. Thank you.
All right, so we are adding people to the stream. My buddy Matt Williams joining us. George here.
What's up, guys?
And Michael Waterloo's here as well. Gonna have five guests hopefully on this segment of the live stream that has been going on for way too long. At this point, I was supposed to be ending right about now. This was supposed to be over.
So I've been in and out. How you've been handling the whole eating and going to the bathroom situation?
My wife brought me a burger about 2.5 hours ago that is just sitting on the floor. But she did bring me a milkshake, which is very helpful because it is hot as heck in this office right now.
Oh man!
I don't think it's going to get any better anytime soon. So it's actually kind of lukewarm at this point, but at least it's something nice to drink. And I've been handling the bathroom breaks by my wife coming in. Here we go. Here's our other two guests. We've got Heath and we have Chris. Welcome to the show, guys. Let's start off with some introductions. Matt, tell people where you can reach on social media, and then talk a little bit about what you do.
You can find me at Matt Williams, MATTWI77IMS on Twitter. Most of my work is actually on Twitter. I do the 2020 player breakdowns, which obviously have to alter quite a bit because of the season. Projections don't exactly mean a whole lot. I do a lot of work over at Fantasy Pros as well, and I'm the host of the Turn 2 podcast with quite a few people you've probably had throughout the day because we extended it out there. But yeah, that's where you can find most of the stuff. And I know we're here to talk about the MLB Remix League, but we'll, I guess, let you intro the rest of the fellas here first.
Yeah. I'll throw it back to you, and you can kind of intro the league since this is your brainchild. Is it Jorge or is it George?
Either one is fine. Most people just call me George, so that's cool.
All right, George. Tell us where you can be reached on social media, and then tell us what you do.
So you can find me at Roto_Nino. Most of my writing can be found at Fantrax HQ. I'm also part of the Bases Loaded podcast, and about a little under 2 months ago now, we actually launched our site, basesloadednetwork.com. We've got a couple other podcasts over there, some new writers now doing some things, and just trying to get that off the ground. So working on that. Appreciate you having me on.
Of course. Michael, tell us a little bit about yourself and where you can reach on social media.
Yeah, absolutely. You can find me on Twitter at Michael Waterloo. Very, very simple. And you can find my writing at Fantasy Pros for fantasy basketball and fantasy baseball writing, and at The Athletic for fantasy baseball. columns. I have one that just came out last week. They've kind of made me their de facto points league expert. So very, very controversial topic within the fantasy community, but I'm pro points. And I have my 2020 version of my fantasy obsessions coming out in the next few weeks. So something I've been doing for a few years, and excited to release them to you all. So thanks for doing this, Justin. Thanks for having me on.
Definitely. Heath, go ahead and give me where you can be reached on social media, and then what you do in the industry.
What's up, everybody? You guys can find me at SB Nation's Fake Teams. I'm pretty boring as well on Twitter. At Heath Caps will get you there. And it's pretty much fantasy baseball for me. I used to double dip into football, and the last year or so kind of gradually been letting that go so I can focus and keep up with all these smart people. Otherwise, I'm falling behind. So I appreciate you having me on, man.
I appreciate you coming on. Chris, please tell people where you reach on social media, and then talk about what you do in the industry.
Thanks for having me, Justin. I'm Chris at Baseball Pods. Just like Alex Chamberlain, I refuse to spell it out for you. You have to earn it by fixing that. So good luck on that. I tweet about other baseball pods, and recently launched a website called baseball-pods.com, which is an unabashed attempt to get into TGFBI and nothing more, nothing less.
And I appreciate you doing that because it worked. That's our panel for this one. We are going to be talking about the MLB Remix League that you guys are doing. Matt, this was your brainchild, so why don't you introduce what it is?
I like how you pretend like you haven't heard of this already, Justin.
I've definitely heard of it, but I was asked to join, and I was like, can I really join like my 29th league? And I went, no. This one takes too much brain power for me.
Oh yeah, where are we? Round 32 in the draft right now, and there's still about 600 more players to go.
Yeah.
So this isn't like a fantasy league where it's called the MLB Remix League because we're essentially wiped MLB clean. All 30 teams are still in it, but we had a fantasy analyst take role of every single team. So the only thing that matters is the hat. Some people are teaming up too. So we have I think 33 or 34 people doing it. We're going one at a time, and defense matters, bullpen matters. There's minor leagues, there's everything like that. So we're drafting entire teams and minor leagues, and we're going to sim this out over 3 years. So we're doing 50 rounds. So it's going to be a 26-man roster, just like normal Major League Baseball now. But instead of a 40-man roster, we made it 50 because we are doing this over 3 years. So in case there's injuries, we want to make sure there's a little bit of depth. So you definitely have to have a depth of knowledge of a player pool, because some of the names we have a running joke now that people are just making up names because we're that far down into the player pool. So yeah, anyone is eligible to be taken as long as they're in an MLB organization right now. But the younger players that get brought along, obviously they'll take longer to actually help you. So there's a lot that goes into it. You had people at a certain point fighting. I think people were fighting over me to trade for Jackie Bradley Jr. because no one had a defensive center fielder left. So that's the kind of league this is so far. So it's been interesting. And the best thing is there is no salary cap of any kind. So the teams like the Pirates who say they can't afford people, but we know they can. Anyone can afford anyone in this game, so salary cap doesn't matter.
All right. Well, let's go by. We're just gonna go person to person, and don't necessarily give away your team per se, because I'm sure you guys would be writing articles talking about this on podcasts. But give me first your kind of general draft strategy coming into this, because this is a league unlike others, and you guys are playing it out on outside the park baseball.
Yeah. They actually reached out to them because I wanted to find someone who could sim this up really well. I played that game before. I reached out. The guys over there were really friendly. They decided to actually sponsor the league. They gave everyone in the league a free copy. So thank you for them for doing that. And we do have a lot of codes to give away throughout promoting them as well. And we have one. I don't know if you already gave it away. We're giving away this hour. We have one to give away to everyone.
Yeah. Matt, we all get free PS4s too, I think, right?
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah, no, we'll be giving.
Sorry, man.
No worries. We'll be giving away in about 8 minutes. We're gonna do the strategy portion first. So I'll start with you, Michael. What was your strategy kind of heading into this?
So my strategy heading into this was just kind of take the best player available in the early few rounds and build my draft from there. Caught a lot of flack from a lot of guys in the league and on Twitter because I don't believe in defense. I believe that you can stick anybody at a position and they'll be able to make it work. And I'm really interested to see how out of the park baseball handles it. And what I mean in no defense, Justin, is my first 4 picks, I took 4 outfielders. And my starting first baseman is going to be JD Martinez with Jorge Soler, Joey Gallo, and Juan Soto in the outfield. So I'm a
better get some good pitchers because if it goes into the outfield, you may have some problems.
Well, I went 5 hitters to start my draft. So the goal was kind of go with veterans who can just eat up innings for me, like Chris Archer's and Dallas Keuchels and even Julio Teherans. And then I drafted a bunch of miscast starting pitchers to fill up my bullpen. Guys, I think their stuff can really, really play up. Guys like Tuki Toussaint, I have him as my closer as of this moment right now. I really think his stuff can play up there. Trevor Richards, who I'm a big fan of. Tariq Skubal, I drafted too, and I kind of have him as my Josh Hader type player. So I really just wanted to focus on outscoring all the other teams. I have Yoshi Tsutsugo playing third base for me. So like I said, I don't believe in defense. I believe that I can win games 8-6 if I have to. So I think I can either finish in first place or I'm going to finish dead last. But I think the last team to lead the league in home runs and miss the playoffs was the 2013 Baltimore Orioles. So I kind of like my chances as long as everybody stays healthy.
And what team are you drafting for?
I am the heavy spending, notoriously at the top third of baseball and spending on all the best players, the Pittsburgh Pirates. So I plan on renting a kayak service out in right field for the Clemente Wall and generating a lot of profits that way with all the big lefty sluggers I have.
Yeah, playing in that large park in Pittsburgh, that's not having a good outfield defense. That'll be interesting. We'll come back to you. Keith, tell me, what was your strategy heading into this?
Before I talk mine, I called Waterloo's team the Beef, because we're both in the NL Central, and that team it's scary. I actually like what you did with pitching by the end of it. So we'll leave that for later, maybe. I was probably the opposite, and I tried to be a lot more. Not that you weren't balanced. I know you talked about letting guys fall to you. And taking the best player available, which I can't argue with. But I did focus a lot more on defense. And one of the fun things for me with this whole thing has been looking at stats that I would never have looked at otherwise. So, outs above average and just defensive versatility in general, finding out random things about players. Hunter Dozier is a good example. I think I took him in the 9th round. He's a speedier dude than I thought. I think he's about 80th percentile for speed, and just knowing he qualified at like corner infield for fantasy baseball, I just wouldn't have thought of him as kind of a fast guy. So I'm gonna hide him in right field. But in general, I focused a lot more on speed. I know whenever Matt had the first stream about the league, one of my questionable picks was Oscar Mercado in round 3, and for me, he was the last defensive center field type, can play all 3 spots and not be a total zero with the stick. So we'll have to see how it shakes out. I don't know if that was too much emphasis on speed. Maybe I should have gone starting pitcher right there. But I am in Cincinnati, and I do think with starters, I kind of took the real life Milwaukee Brewers approach, and we're just going to try to get as many innings that are kind of decent as we can, and then hopefully the bullpen can help carry us. So in general, I think we'll just have to see if I spent too much focus on defense. That's kind of my question mark once we walk out of here.
All right, Chris, what was your strategy heading into this?
Well, I'm the Baltimore Orioles, and we have the advantage of living in the hardest city in America. So good luck coming into our backyard. We started with defense, an up-the-middle defense. JT Realmuto, Colton Wong, and Andrelton Simmons. Good luck getting the ball through the infield. We got Shogo Akiyama in center. And we figured anyone can hit a home run, so we drafted a bunch of right-handed pull hitters to jack the ball out of Camden, like Randall Grichuk, and Andrew Vaughn will be up in a little bit. are ground ball heavy. We have a pretty good pitching staff anchored by Patrick Corbin and Sonny Gray. Carlos Martinez is a starting pitcher for us. That's what's kind of fun. We can make him a starter, and he's a starter. And we've got, I think, one of the best pitching staffs and defenses. And we're just going to get a bunch of beefy guys at the corners to jack home runs, knock everyone in. But we're very confident that we have a better team than the current Baltimore Orioles. I feel like we've done a really good. We're probably have the biggest delta in terms of current Orioles performance versus this MLB Remix League. If you're an Orioles fan, you should be thanking me.
Setting that bar high, just trying to beat the Orioles. All right, George, go ahead and give me your rundown of your strategy heading in.
So I took on the Atlanta Braves, and I had the 26th pick. So I kind of just similar to Waterloo, would just kind of take what's going to fall to you there. And I took Jose Ramirez as a 26th player. I was kind of ecstatic about that. Third highest WAR. Only Mookie Betts and Mike Trout had higher WARs between over the last few years, from 2016 to 2018. So I think he's still an elite player and a good foundational piece. And then after that, the next few picks were pitchers. I took Strasburg, Darvish, and then Josh Hader was the only reliever in the first 6 rounds. And I took him there. I kind of think that with all 30 teams spreading the talent around, I think most of us are going to be on the same page as far as our 4th and 5th starting pitchers. We're not really going to, be in love with our pitching depth there. So I think that bullpens are going to prevail. And so Hader, and then my next pitcher was in the 7th round, Nick Anderson. So having a strong bullpen was really one of my focuses here.
And finally, Matt, give me a rundown on your strategy.
Yeah, so I took the New York Mets as if I wouldn't take any other team. I had the 4th available pick, 4th overall pick. So I had a couple people in mind. Christian Yelich got to me, so I led the team with that. Took Anthony Rizzo in round 2, just to kind of a best player available. And then the rest of the way, I tried to go defense up the middle. I took Will Smith, have a young catcher in this game that'll last me a while. I got Nick Madrigal and Ahmed Rosario up the middle, and then in center field, Jackie Bradley Jr., which he'll be hitting the bottom of my lineup, but his defense will play fine. And then the other corner positions, I pretty much went platoon. Right field, I got decent defense. I got Kevin Pillar and Cole Calhoun out there. And at third base, I am a mess. Defensively, it's a 0. If that's maybe being a little generous. I got Wilmer Flores and Daniel Murphy, who I drafted Royce Lewis to actually go directly to the minors and learn third base for me. So he will be hopefully helping those guys out. But anyone who knows Daniel Murphy and Wilmer Flores knows that I low-key just rebuilt JD Martinez as far as a hitter goes. So, the defense is going to be a ride. But, we'll see. Maybe I'll try to move things around, maybe try to hide them at first base if I can, maybe move Rizzo around. But that's but other than that, I got really young starting pitching. I start off with Jose Luzardo, who should be a beast. Then I got Dakota Hudson just for some ground balls. Matt Manning, Jonathan Loaizaga, Eliezer Hernandez. And then a couple guys I got drafted like Shane Baz. He'll go to the minors for me. And the bullpen is Jose Alvarado and Hector Neris, a nice lefty-righty, and then a few bonus pieces below. So I've been going pretty balanced. We'll see if I can survive third base in year 1. If not, I got Bobby Witt Jr. and Royce Lewis, who hopefully can come up and save me.
All right. Let's give away a free copy of the Outside the Park baseball game donated by Matt, and we appreciate him doing that. So go over to our randomizer and Nicholas Shalin. Go ahead, and he wins another thing.
Nick Lachey?
Yeah, exactly. If you're not following him on Twitter, he's definitely a very good follow as well. And then why don't we give away one of the other prizes that was given by this podcast, and that was Chris donated 2008 baseball from the All-Star game that year. Still
Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, from Yankee Stadium, from the old Yankee Stadium. Right?
Yeah, 2008. Yep. 2008, signed and sealed. It's still got the sticker of authenticity on it. We should probably give this to a Mets fan, Justin. Let's just be honest.
Yes, well, it's going to go to Michael Shepard, So hopefully you are a Mets fan. I'll be in contact with both of you guys who won to get your contact info, and then I will pass it along to the powers that be to make sure that you guys get your prizes. Thank you guys so much for donating those prizes, and thank you all for that are donating money to Meals on Wheels. At this point, we have raised $5,400 for Meals on Wheels.
That's awesome.
Which, is really, really fantastic. I really appreciate it. You can still donate. Still plenty of prizes to win throughout the rest of this live stream, which is going for, I believe, like another 27 hours or something like that, or until I over hunger and exhaustion.
In case you don't think you win the prizes, as someone who has won an earlier prize, I will assure you do. I made a donation just because I think this is a great cause that Justin's doing, and Matty Wood reached out to me and said that I won his JD Drew signed baseball. I hate JD Drew. And Matty loves him, so I tried to tell him. I was like, "Hey, man, you can keep the ball." He's like, "No, man, I'm shipping it to you. What's your address?" So, I got a little batting practice ball, I guess, to work with in the future.
I tuned in earlier. You guys were giving away a lot of cool stuff. Someone earlier was giving away a lot of signed stuff, like Tommy Edman. I randomly heard in there.
Yeah, that was from Nate Markham. We still have some more signed stuff to give away as well. Coming up in about an hour and a half, a Nolan Ryan signed baseball card.
Nice.
Then let's see, we have a Patrick Corbin signed card as well. And I want to say, I believe there's a Ken Griffey Sr. signed ball somewhere along the lines as well. So just keep sending those donations. For every $1 you donate to my PayPal or my Venmo gets you an entry into this raffle. And it really helps people. So appreciate that. My PayPal is justinmasonfantasy@gmail.com, and my Venmo is @JustinSalinger. All right, let's get back to talking about this remix league. All right, so whenever you do a league like this that you've never done before, and this is kind of one of a kind type league that people are trying out. I think other people are going to be doing leagues like this. What is the thing you wish you would have thought about before you started the draft that you realized 30 rounds later now that you wish you would have done differently? Start with you, George.
Oh, man. The one thing about this simulation, an OOTP, I've never played it before, so I'm not sure how it handles like prospects. So that's one thing. I took a couple guys like Alec Boehm, Trevor Larnach, guys that hopefully are kind of close to the majors, but just shooting for upside there. But I mean, it's questionable, how the simulation is going to handle that, how they're going to progress. I mean, it's with 30 teams, it's just tough because you're waiting, we're waiting almost 60 picks sometimes between our picks, between my picks here. So yeah, it's really tough. I think I did take Chris Sale in the 9th. So I mean, I kind of that was one I kind of wish I had taken back a little bit. It was just kind of maybe he can help me down the stretch in year 2 of the simulation, and then year 3 be back fully healthy. But I think the Chris Sale pick for me was one I might have taken back. It's just tough, with one thing about this is just it's really from focusing like on through a fantasy lens to just overall baseball. It's just broadened my knowledge of the game really, and of all the player pool. It's been really interesting researching a lot of these players that we're looking at now down in the 32nd round.
All right, Matt, what about you? What's something you wish you would have thought about or known before you started?
Nothing. I think it's going pretty well. I mean, there's certain things. There's over 30 people. So, I mean, it's a slow draft. And I mean, has this been a week, a little longer? I mean, it's going at a pretty good pace, I think.
Yeah,
it started at a 4-hour clock. We all voted. That was obviously not going to work. We altered it because we have a lot of different time zones. So we're kind of changing things as we go, and we all kind of vote as a group. But that's more of a logistical thing of having just so many people. But Yeah, there's something where OOTP isn't necessarily set up for online mode for everyone to be able to go in. So it would be, we're trying to come up with better ways to organize the player pool. Now we have people that are certainly like, we have KC Bubba. He's in charge of like taking people off the player pool. So, now we have a rule if you draft someone who's already been taken, you got to chug a Keystone Light.
But that would not have ended well for me.
Yeah, someone told me in a spreadsheet, which is where we're drafting, you can do like Control F5, is it? And you can actually scan to see. So that was a lifesaver. I didn't even know you could do that. But yeah, overall, it's been going pretty good. I think it's just one of those things where we'll get it done. We'll see if drafting 50 players is enough when we do the 3-year sim. And yeah, I think this is really going to be something that we've had a ton of interest. I started the MLB Remix on Twitter, and we have a ton of people just following along, like good and bad. We have this one particular really energetic follower who like is ripping apart some teams, but he's fantastic. Hap, if you're listening, we love you, buddy. But yeah, it's more of a learn as you go. We'll see how it goes, and then we'll recraft afterwards. But it makes me wish that defense was sort of in fantasy, but we know that's an imperfect thing to measure. Outs above average from StatCast is maybe the best thing we've seen, but it's still kind of imperfect. We'll see if they can, kind of measure that down the line. It gives you guys like Nick Ahmed kind of gives them the look that they should be getting, where you get completely ignored in fantasy. So it's an interesting way to go. Is something different to do.
Chris, what about you?
I mean, I'd have made sure next time I'm going to get in a league with people I like. I mean, that's where we start. Let's just start there.
Always great advice.
I know. I mean, I think the thing for me, first of all, Matt's done an incredible job, like wrangling all of us together. We have different lifestyles, personalities. Everyone's got a different reality during this, suspension of reality that we're all living in. So kudos to you, Matt, for like really wrangling us and being patient. And when I try to draft like college players, politely telling me that I can't. But I think that what's really been fascinating and what I would have done a little bit more differently is I think I would have dug in a little bit more on some of the StatCast metrics earlier. I was looking at WAR just in general in the beginning. I was using like Fangraphs and Baseball Reference to try to rank the players to see, because who knows how, like Jorge said, who knows how the OOTP is going to play it out. I don't know. No one knows really. And there's different variations depending on different seasons. So that was what I was looking at originally. But one of the things that it's encouraged me to do is to look at those Alex Fast YouTube videos on how to, basically, the StatCast for Dummies, which is for me. And like really like looking at that and understanding it, because I think there is some really good knowledge that we can get out of playing in a league like this. And I'm with Matt. Like, I would love to play in a league where there was, if we could get some kind of a, not even a gold standard, but maybe like a bronze standard of like a defensive metric. It would be really interesting. I mean, I drafted, look, I love Colton Wong in regular fantasy this year. He's one of my favorite players. I loved him in this league. But I don't love Andrelton Simmons in regular fantasy, but I drafted him pretty high in this league because he's like a freaking 80 grade glove and he does everything like exceptionally well defensively. And so it's just interesting to me. The other thing I would have done earlier is draft a third baseman, because I made the mistake of thinking, third base is so deep this year. And I ended up with Marwin Gonzalez, who is solid like in real life, but like,
is he though?
Oh, I think he's certainly better than the Frankenstein you put together. But no, I mean, he's not. But the point being, I made the mistake of thinking, third base is so deep in fantasy, I'm going to ignore that position. And then it came to me, and I was like, Marwin Gonzalez is by far the best player left. Please let me get Marwin Gonzalez, which is something I never thought I'd be saying.
Yeah. All right, Heath, tell me, it's got to be real quick. We got about 4 or 3 minutes left in this segment. So real quick, then Michael, real quick, and then we'll go around the horn and you guys keep your Twitter handles.
Yeah, I'll keep it quick. Just in general, I think maybe spending more time on pitching. You got to know yourself when you're in any kind of room. It's tough for me to pay for pitching. I know you guys have been talking about saves all day. I don't care what kind of season we have in 2020, if we have it, but it's like paying for saves, paying for pitching in general. It's just a struggle. It's so hard for me. And I just counted through 32 rounds. I think I'm sitting on 15 pitchers. So you can argue it's kind of balanced, but it's really not. George, I love Sale where you took him in round 9. The next pitcher after Sale I just checked for you was Kyle Gibson. So we were kind of hitting the bottom of the barrel already in round 9. And just with my own tendency not to want to pay up for it, I probably should have spent a little more time early on. So tough room, fine with sale.
All right, Michael, real quick, you give me yours.
Super quick, go and get the people that you want. I missed out on Christian Pache in round 8, and it broke my heart. But to give you an idea of the depth of where we're at, sleepers don't exist in fantasy baseball. They definitely don't exist here. I had DeMarcus Evans went to Frank Stampfl at round 30, and I was crushed. DeMarcus freaking Evans. And then somebody mentioned Chad Cole, didn't think was on anybody's radar. He just went, and there were about 5 teams saying, oh, man, I banked on Chad Cole. So fantasy baseball, real life baseball, whatever, go get your guy, hit bombs, enjoy the game.
There you go. All right, we got to wrap it up here. But let's go around real quick. Give your Twitter handle and let people know where they can find your work. Go ahead, Michael.
All right. My Twitter handle is at Michael Waterloo. You can find my work at fantasypros.com or at The Athletic. And to answer a question real quick, you asked 2 segments ago, celebrity crush or your favorite team winning a World Series. My wife knows, but Anna Kendrick hit me up.
All right. Chris, go ahead and tell people where you can reach and where people can find your stuff.
At Baseball Pods and then baseball-pods.com.
All right. Heath, same.
It's at Heath Caps on Twitter. You can find me at SB Nation's Fake Teams, and I actually just snuck on with George and Curlin over at the Bases Loaded Network. So be a little bit over there.
Good to see you more. George.
Yeah, you could find me at Roto_Nino, and like Heath said, Curlin and I, and now Heath joining us there at Bases Loaded Network. We now have we just launched Dynasty and Prospects podcast as well. So, just trying to get everything set up there and build a foundation. Once things pick up, hopefully, get things going there. But yeah, over there at baseloadednetwork.com, if you could check it out.
All right. And Matt, finally, last but not least.
Just quick shout out to Mike Curland at basesloadednetwork.com. He's actually housing this entire league on there. He'll be putting the standings, the stats, everything. So basesloaded.com. You can check everything out there. Me, my Twitter handle is right below me at Matt Williams, MATTWI77IMS. Hit me up. Always like to talk baseball. Also at the Turn 2 podcast at Turn 2 podcast on Twitter. That's it.
All right, guys. I'm going to start knocking you out.
Thank you. This whole thing's awesome, Justin.
Thank you, Justin. This is amazing.
Guys. All right. We have joining us now. Let's see. We've got Tim McLeod's going to be joining us. We've got Tambo from the Open Bar podcast. And as you can see, we are in hour number 10.
Good job.
And my daughter has decided to put bunny ears on me.
How you holding up, man?
We're holding up okay. It's a little rough. Got I think 3 hours to go, so it's not too bad yet. We're holding up. I think I'm gonna make it, which is definitely I was questioning a few hours in if I was gonna be able to
Have you been void of all water altogether today? Bathroom breaks?
It's no, I've gotten a few bathroom breaks. Sometimes it's been because I just put myself on mute and run out. And usually it's because my wife steps in for me. So that's been the nice part. Thank you. Thank you. Can you make sure you close that, please? All right. So we are now moving on into our new segment. I believe we've got one other person who is going to be joining us for this section, and he's here. Here we go. All right, let's start with introductions. Tell people a little bit about yourself and where you can reach on social media. Go ahead, Tambo. Why don't you start us off?
I'm Tony Tambo of the Open Bar Fantasy Baseball podcast. You can find us at Open Bar Dudes, and my co-host is actually on next. He's at Open Bar Ben. We do a podcast. We've been at it for about a year now, but we're not going to reinvent the wheel here. I can't even spell algorithm. I don't know what R stands for necessarily, but we take the analytics that we see and we kind of ramp it up. We mix in some personality, enthusiasm, and just have a good time on our pod.
I listened to your guys' pod for the first time a few weeks ago during the contest. I really enjoyed it. So definitely worth going out and checking out their pod. Brandon, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Justin. This is awesome that you're doing this. I'm Brandon Cameraman, and I am with Fantistics, InsiderBaseball.com. Been with them for 2 years now. If you haven't been to InsiderBaseball.com, we try to take a pretty close look at the analytics, but kind of like Tambo was just saying, the way I kind of look at it is I'm not an expert either, but I try to take what I do know and do the research for those fantasy players who don't necessarily have the time or energy to do that. Because I probably one day was that way as well. I've been playing fantasy for 20, 25 years now. And I'm also, if you follow me on Twitter at @B_cameraman, Kamerman, and I'm also a sports reporter in Oregon. So you're going to get a lot of Oregon news splashed along with fantasy baseball news.
There you go. And the great Tim McLeod is here. Tim, tell people where you can be reached on social media and then let people know where they can find your work.
Where I should be reached is a barber shop, Justin, but we don't have any open. Hey, come on, I'm outdoing you. What's up with that? Like, really?
I know.
Oh man, I haven't seen you that clean shaven ever. Name's Tim McLeod, and I'm with Prospect 361. We're now heading into our 11th year of podcasting. This is my 30th year in the game, so you can blame me for everything that's going wrong this year. It was supposed to be a good year. As well as the podcast at P361. I also contribute rankings and the in-season waiver wire. And when I'm not doing that, you can find me at Patton & Company and the Fantasy Baseball Guide, which I've been a regular contributor to since 2005. Thanks, Justin, for having me on. I appreciate it.
Of course, Tim, you're one of my favorite people in the industry. It is always great to see you. The beard has to be kept at a manageable level now because I got a new job where I'm actually awake during the day. So I can't just let it go too crazy, though. It's starting to get there.
I'm retired, so I'm auditioning for Santa Claus, and I'm getting a head start on it.
There you go. You'll be ready by the time December gets here. Nicholas, welcome to the show.
Hi, what's going on?
How you doing? Tell people where you can reach on social media because you got a great handle, and then let people know where.
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter at not Burt Reynolds. It's NT_Burt Reynolds. I'm pretty sure if you just type in not Burt Reynolds, I'm the only one of those. And then I am a contributor for PitcherList.com. Write about dynasty stuff, a variety of topics. And then a lot of my work is over at Rotoballer.com. MLB contributor, and then I also am one of the MLB editors and do a variety of things for them and co-host a podcast, WPC Plus, with Pierre Camus, who I believe you had on a couple hours ago.
Yep, Pierre was here. He was great. Let's jump into our first topic for this half hour. Are you more or less likely to build around youth, or rookies with all the changes coming to the 2020 season there, Brandon?
Yeah, well, I think obviously a lot of it depends on exactly how the season is going to shape up and exactly what sort of season we're going to see. I think part of it, too, is, it seems pretty clear that contracts will count this as a year regardless of how many games are going to be played. So what does that mean for service time, too? And does that cause any teams to maybe push back service time or push back a guy? Don't even bring him up this year. Also, I think you have to factor in if it's a team that was certainly rebuilding, are they, again, service time, and then are they also going to factor in, the fact that maybe in a shorter season, some teams that are on the bubble could have an opportunity to get hot and make the playoffs if it is a shorter season. So do you just try to play to win now? And if you've got a stud in the minor leagues, do you bring them up? And I also wonder, what does this mean for guys who probably weren't coming up this year, but maybe next year, like in Adley Rutschman or Andrew Vaughn or something like that? Do we think that now they're going to need the teams are going to feel they need a whole another year in the minors? So I think a lot of it depends right now on exactly what sort of season and what that means for service time. But yeah, I'm probably a little more skeptical about diving too hard into young players.
Tim, you talk a lot of prospects with Rich Wilson on your podcast, and you're known for skewing a little young when you draft sometimes. What are you doing with younger players this year?
Well, I think there's a core group that we can anticipate seeing. You know, the Dustin May at some point in time, Luis Robert, Gavin Lux, Dylan Carlson. I'm not changing my plans as far as players that I believe we have a good opportunity to see. But where it gets interesting, and I just want to expand on what Brandon said, is what happens, for instance, if the Jays get off to a 15-5 start on an 80-game schedule? What happens to the Padres with Gore and Patino? Even Seattle, if Seattle were to win 15 of their first 20 games, do we then see Logan Gilbert, Kalenic? I think what it's going to take is a balanced approach. I think there's some kids you want to own, but I think over the first week or two of the season, you're going to have to be very cognizant of what's going on around you, because any teams that get off to a hot start, hey, in 80 games, anybody can win, and it could be a real wild sprint. So players like in the Twins, Jordan Blazovic, Royce Lewis, traditionally they're not being drafted, and I'm not recommending drafting them. But at the same point in time, Twins get off to a hot start, an injury. The Braves with Christian Pache. Nobody's looking at drafting him for the most part in redraft leagues. But again, should the Braves get off to a hot start, need an outfielder? Again, I think a lot's going to depend on what happens that first 2-3 weeks of the schedule.
I think that's a really, really good point, because with a shorter season, I mean, the Mariners were the best team in baseball after like 30 games played last year. If we're talking about that being 3/8 of the season, well, they might make a go at it. So you never know. Nicholas, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm really with Tim there as well too. Overall, I'm going to be a lot more cautious with position players, just because of all the things the other guys have already previously mentioned. But also, with so many unknowns, I don't know, is there going to be an expanded roster? Will that water down some playing time for some of these guys? Pitchers, I'm mostly handling. I assume that no matter what kind of season we have, that if a pitcher is good enough to pitch in the majors, they are going to bring him up and use him. And like Tim said, particularly with San Diego and Toronto, with Nate Pearson and Mackenzie Gore, if they got off to a really hot start, they're probably going to get brought up. So those are two guys I was in on before. I'm still in on now. Spencer Howard is another guy that I talk about probably way too much. But Philadelphia is built to win now, and their 3, 4, and 5 pitchers are Zach Eflin and human gas can Vincent Velasquez, and a pitcher that used to be Jake Arrieta. If Philly gets off to a hot start in a position to win, I think they're going to call Howard in. So my evaluation of him hasn't changed as much. But on hitters, I'm going to be a lot more cautious.
Tambo, what about you?
Yeah, I totally agree on all points here by all the gentlemen in the segment here. My one question is the MLB service time. You know that these owners and the teams are going to take advantage the best that they can. However, if they do get off to the hot starts, just like you pointed out, I do like Mackenzie Gore early. I think San Diego is under a ton of pressure to make moves, to win now, regardless of a hard start. So I do like him to start early. But as far as sophomore prospects go, if we're talking Victor Robles and Vlad and Luis Robert even, I've been reluctant to draft these guys at ADP as it is already, okay? I think it's been penciled in, this linear progression for these top prospects, and there's always at least one person that's willing to go after those guys way before I will.
All right. Let's move on to the next question is, if you're playing in a head-to-head league, how are you going to deal with playoffs, considering we have no idea when the season's going to start, much less the season's going to end? We could be playing games until November. How are you guys going to handle head-to-head playoffs there, Tambo?
I really wasn't sure how to take this question and where to go with it. I think depending on whatever platform you play on, doesn't this kind of want to kind of unfold on its own, right? Whether you're an NFBC player or Yahoo, ESPN, Fantrax, they'll kind of shape and mold this as we get the information. For me, just as a head-to-head player in general, like I regularly do not draft closers. Like I was terrified. We all know the validity of the position is just awful. So especially in head-to-head leagues, I wouldn't draft closers and let this 26 weeks play out and then find my guys as the season goes on. Now I'm a little bit scared, right? Now I'm going to have to take that risk. When it comes to risk aversion, I do not like to make this move, but now I'm forced to make this move, okay? I must draft closers going forward in those head-to-head leagues and just cross my fingers.
What about you, Brandon? What do you got? What do you think people should do with head-to-head playoffs when we don't know when a season's going to end?
Yeah, obviously it's tough, and I do feel like this is one of the instances where Roto is just a little more pliable, a little bit better for this circumstance because it doesn't really matter necessarily how long the season is. I think I'm thinking about in a few head-to-head leagues. I'm a commissioner of one of them. Already, you were going to have to at least cut one round out of the playoffs. We're 3 rounds, and I think you got to cut one, and that would make it a semifinal in the first round of the playoffs, so 4 teams. So I think that's what I'm thinking of, just kind of based on how much the season is cut. If it's 80 games and we go from 3 rounds to 2 rounds, okay, that kind of cuts off a little bit of time. We do 2 weeks of the championship too, so you kind of have to just do the math and figure out exactly when the season's going to end. But I think everybody, as soon as we get an idea of what the schedule is going to be, we all have to take a look at our head-to-head schedules and figure out how we want to do it. Do we want to have, if you're a league that is stuck on the schedule and stuck on maybe divisions and divisional play, maybe you need to adjust that and only divisional games, divisional matchups on a weekly basis. So obviously we got to kind of wait to see when the schedule comes out. But it's got to affect playoffs. I think you already have to be thinking about that.
All right, Tim, what about you?
Well, being it looks like the only player that doesn't play head-to-head in this group, I guess my only thoughts would be that whatever you decide to do, it has to be something that your league agrees to. It's very, very important. I think that you keep that togetherness and the concept of, hey, it's not just me, it's the league, and we want this thing to go on into 2021, 2022, whatever. As far as until we know how many games we're looking at, I think it's very difficult in all formats, including rotisserie. If we end up with the 60-game schedule, how many leagues are just gonna pass this year, and take a flyer, play it out next year. So I'm of the mindset that until Major League Baseball comes out with some definitive answers, basically we just fly by the seat of our pants, wait for the news, and as soon as we get it, then react accordingly.
I think that's pretty good advice as well. I mean, it's so hard. We wanted to talk about things because I think we're getting bored, and we want to talk about what the potentials are. But I think the fact that MLB comes out with a different set of rules every week as a potential kind of fill-in means that we could get 4 or 5 more proposals before they actually figure out which one they're going to do. Nicholas, what would you do with head-to-head playoffs if you're in a head-to-head league?
Well, as far as strategy goes, I'm with Tambo on I'm not normally a big take a closer guy. I'd rather piece together an ace closer with some more back end guys. But as far as mechanics if we're talking about mechanics of a head to head league and the playoffs, my oldest league is head to head, and we're probably going to have to kind of start from scratch for at least this year, unless I don't have a lot of hope of more than 100 games. And if I take the over under, I would definitely take the under. And in a head to head format with, we have a 6-week playoff and we already have a compressed season, taking what was already kind of a crapshoot and turning it into a real crapshoot. So, I know that we're going to probably look at the format you play, where you play everyone every week, best all. So we'll probably do that, or we may just do we're not going to do playoffs this year, and we'll split the prize between the top point scorer and whoever has the best record. I love playoffs. I love the, people say randomness of fantasy playoffs, but I don't think it's that way as much. I think I'm pretty good at building a consistent base that gives me better odds in short samples. But even in this year, I'm just like, guys, what are we doing if we're going to have a season for a couple months and then a playoff for a month? I'd rather just have this asterisk year of switching.
Yeah, and one of the things we discussed this a little bit earlier in the live stream as well, and one of the things that I said was, what happens if we have a reoccurrence right in the middle of fantasy playoffs? Do you really want your championship to be decided by 2 days of games? Like that, I just don't think that's the way you want to do it. So my suggestion is, you end it when the season ends. You figure out the standings, and that's, I know a lot of people say, well, that's pretty much roto then. Well, we're all making sacrifices, and if that's the biggest sacrifice you have to make during quarantine, you're doing pretty well. So
And Justin, we in my league, one of my leagues, we do play all. So every week you're playing everybody in the league. It's a 15-team league, so you have 14 matchups every week. That's, some people have argued in that league, oh, that's too much like roto. It's not really roto, and it would be maybe a solution for some people because it opens things up a little bit more, and it cuts some of that randomness and cuts the possibility of what you were saying maybe a little bit more.
I love all play leagues. If you're going to play head-to-head, I'm not a head-to-head player for the most part. I'm only in one head-to-head league now, just because I love the format, not so much the head-to-head portion of it, but just the roster constructions. But I think all play is the way to do head-to-head, in my opinion. Before we jump on to the next question, I want to do another giveaway because we are up to $5,500 donated.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Yeah.
So that is fantastic, and I think the people need to be rewarded. So we're going to move on over and give away a RotoWare shirt. It's donated by Colin Weatherax. His stipulations to purchasing it for you is that you do not buy a Justin Mason RotoWare shirt, which I think is obscene and awful. But it's his prize. You can buy the swimsuit.
I'm on it.
Do a little randomizer and Doug Thorburn. There you go, buddy. You get a free RotoWare shirt, courtesy of Colin Weatherwax. I will get you guys in touch with each other, and you can get your information, and you can get your shirt. So keep donating. You can donate via PayPal or Venmo. Venmo at Justin Salinger. PayPal Justin Mason Fantasy at gmail.com. Like I said, we're over $5,500 raised. I appreciate everybody for donating. It's really amazing, and all the fantasy analysts like you guys for coming on the show and helping raise money for this awesome organization. Let's jump into at least one more topic before we hang up. So with a short season, can you afford to stash minor league players or injured players in a redraft? Some of you guys kind of gave your thoughts a little bit on the minor league players before, but can you afford to stash guys? Because I don't know that you can, Tim.
Yeah, I think when you start looking, I don't play in any leagues, that don't have an IL. Okay, and I refuse to. I simply do. Injuries are hard enough on your team. When you can't replace players, that makes it even more challenging. So in my case, stash them on the IL and hope they come back. Where I think it's going to make a huge difference in a shortened season is not so much at the big league level. It's what we're going to see at the minor league level. When you're looking at player development, all of a sudden, Dominguez pulls a hammy. He could be out for 4 to 6 weeks. That could be almost a season-ending injury at the minor league level. I'm not so much concerned as what we see at the big league level, but when it comes to looking at players moving forward and some of the kids, any injuries there, it's going to be really hard to start ranking and shuffling the deck going into next season, if they even, in fact, have a short season.
Yeah. Nicholas, what are your thoughts?
stashes are going to be hard. I don't know if I don't know. I no longer play in a league that has an IL spot. I play all my teams have really big rosters, and I wish we had IL spots, but we don't. And this year, it's not just the injury guys stashing and the young guys. It's kind of, it's a lot of people. You're going to have to make quick decisions. You're not going to be able to, just like, major league managers are going to be, why I'm worried about young players. I don't think they're going to have long leashes, especially if we have expanded rosters and other people can be rotated in. And with fantasy, it's kind of the same thing. Like Fab is going to be quite a dance this year. It's who do you actually believe on? And if someone gets off really, really hot, you kind of have to buy into it. And if a rookie, one of these young guys starts ice cold, or an injured guy, like, I still don't trust the injury of Aaron Judge and it being totally healed whenever, because it's been going on for so long in secret. But if you're counting on a player at one day and then there's just a little setback, if there's a couple weeks setback on a guy that you are already stashing, can you really keep stashing him, or are you just going to run out of season?
Tambo, what are your thoughts?
So I've really been reluctant to go all in on a lot of these prospects, right? Luis Robert is one of the highest drafted prospects. He's highly touted. But do we know that he's going to be Fernando Tatis, or is he going to be Byron Buxton, right? This is a total volatile player with a high strikeout rate. Do we really want to invest in that early in our drafts? That's not my style. I'm looking elsewhere when I'm drafting, okay? The one guy in deeper leagues that I have been willing to draft is Mackenzie Gore. I think as far as starting pitching goes, him and Nick pointed out Spencer Howard, I believe. Those two guys are probably most MLB ready. Mackenzie Gore has that 4-pitch repertoire that I believe, with control and command, to get it done at the next level. So I do look for Mackenzie Gore to come up early, because of the pressure that is on the front office in San Diego. And I think it's entirely possible that he hits the ground running more than some of these other available prospects. So I have drafted Mackenzie Gore in deeper 20-team leagues, or large rosters in 15-team leagues. But in your 12-team leagues, I really haven't touched a lot of these prospects that we've discussed so far.
Brandon?
Yeah, and on Mackenzie Gore, not even just rookies, but his teammate like Chris Paddock too. I think you also have to factor in pitch limits and innings limits that might not be as much as tight this year. They might be able to play the whole season, where in past years, probably you're more concerned. Or if you'd already drafted a guy like Chris Paddock and were worried about his innings limit, and maybe now you kind of got a little bit of a gem. Another note, based on what Nicholas was saying too, I was thinking about the FAB too, and we probably have to prorate our FAB budgets too. And because otherwise, if you have the full FAB budget for a full season, it's totally different the way you're going to play it. You're going to be really aggressive, because I think that is important. Is you're going to have to be really smart on the waiver wire, because a hot player for a month could win you your season. And so I think playing the waiver wire is going to be smarter. And with that, I think that goes a lot along with the idea of you're going to have to have a pretty short leash with these injured guys. I'm not a fan of stashing. It depends how big your bench is. But I'm not a fan of stashing a guy unless it really is just a day-to-day injury, obviously. But if it's a 6-week, a 4-week, and you're not sure if maybe it's going to be longer than that, yeah, you can't afford to, and you have to get the guy on the waiver wire who's going to contribute for you.
I mean, FAB is going to be really important, and I mean, the one thing we don't know is how each different site you play on is going to handle things like FAB. I mean, we don't know what NFBC is going to do in terms of, are they going to let us start with $1,000 budget? We don't know if like ESPN leagues or Yahoo are going to prorate things. And so, I mean, aside from fantasy owners being confused, giving advice is going to be confusing, because we don't know what to say, depending if, so like, it's like the old Ohtani situation. Some leagues playing with him as 2 different players, some leagues playing with him as, one specific, some leagues playing with him as both. And it's just going to be a very confusing time when we do get baseball. We do have to wrap this up. and move on to our next set of guests. So, guys, thank you guys so much for joining. Real quick, let people know where you can reach on social media and where you do your work. Tambo, go ahead and start.
Justin, thanks so much for doing this. This is a charity that's close to us. We've got people locally that work with Peace Meals. So this is a charity that I'm very excited to be part of. Thank you for that. You can find us at Open Bar Dudes on Twitter and at Open Bar Ben on Twitter. And find our podcast on all the major platforms, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify. We're out there.
All right, Brandon, tell people where you reached and what you do.
Yeah, thanks again, Justin, for doing this. This is really cool. Find me at insiderbaseball.com at Fantistics. But if you go to insiderbaseball.com, you can find my work. I got my little headshot right on the right side of the screen. Click on it. There's my column. And on Twitter, follow me at B_Cameraman, Kamerman.
Tim, tell people where you can be found and what you're working on.
Right now you can find me at Prospect 361, both the podcast and the site. My Twitter handle is RunTMC with a whole bunch of numbers after it that I have no idea how they ended up there, Justin. Right now I've been spending some time. I visited Jeff Erickson at RotoWire this week going through the KBO and their fire up on May 5th. So our most recent podcast basically goes through the KBO scenario when they're starting and a lot of details as far as how that league is going to commence. If you're interested, give it a spy. And again, I thank you very much for having me on, Justin. And the cause is very near and dear to my heart because I'm not too far away from Meals on Wheels. Thank you muchly.
Thank you. Nick, tell people where you can be reached and what you're working on.
To echo everyone else, thank you for doing this. It's been really cool. Me and Pierre were talking earlier about it's great. We've had this just like trickle of baseball information lately and just, not the normal things happening on Twitter and whatnot. And then just this random Sunday, even though there's no baseball, everyone's been back alive and checking in on baseball things. So that's been great. And the cause obviously is great. I'm glad you're way surpassing the goal. You can find me on Twitter at NotBurtReynolds, NT_Burt Reynolds. And then on pitcherlist.com and rotoballer.com, I'm going to have some stuff coming out this week on what I'm calling XPA. It's just a way of looking at using some old research by Tanner Bell on, not just how much moving down a lineup spot costs you in terms of plate appearances, but also doing it according to how many runs that your team scores to kind of parse out the differences there. So that's what we got coming out, and recorded a couple podcasts at WPC about an hour ago, so we'll have those too.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining. I'm going to close you guys out and bring in the next crew. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Justin.
Great meeting you guys. Thanks a bunch.
Yeah, you two guys.
All right. Got to get Nicholas out of here so I can add in the rest of the group for the next set of guests. And right now joining us, we have Ryan Bloomfield and Derek Van Riper, two of my favorites in the industry. Derek, why don't you tell people a little bit about yourself and then where you can be found on social media?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for putting this together, Justin. I work over at The Athletic, focusing mostly on fantasy baseball content. I host a podcast called Rates and Barrels with Eno Saris, the Athletic Fantasy Baseball podcast, and then Fantasy Baseball in 15, which is a weekday morning show that's supposed to be fantasy news in 15 minutes. Lately, it's been kind of looking more closely at player profiles since there is no news, but mostly podcasts and some writing as well.
And then, Ryan, why don't you tell people a little bit about yourself and where you can be found on social media?
Yeah, for sure. First off, man, thanks for putting this on, Justin. I've been in and out all day. It's just super cool what you're doing, the cause you're doing it for, and just seeing everyone in the industry, friends I've seen in person, people I haven't seen, new people I'm meeting. It's really cool as an industry as a whole and what you're doing. So thanks a lot, man. You can find me. I write at Baseball HQ. I've been there since about 2012 now, so like 7-8 years. That's kind of crazy to say. I'm on Twitter at RyanBHQ, and not writing a whole lot right now. I'm doing a rewatch series of some 2019 games and what it means for 2020 right now. So that's been pretty fun. And but yeah, passing the time as we all are.
Yeah, I've had a hard time like really motivating myself to write more, and I really need to, but still doing the podcast just because I can. So Ben, welcome to the show. Tell people a little bit about yourself and where you could reach on the Twitter machine.
Where at? Can you hear me?
I can.
All right. I'm teamed up with Tony. He was just on before. He's at Open Bar Dudes, and that's the podcast. I'm at Open Bar Ben on Twitter, and then our podcast is on iTunes and some of the other mates, Spotify. I just go to iTunes for pretty much everything. That's for sure. I'm not the tech. I'm the guy that shows up to this and just starts spewing stuff. But that's what. Yeah, that's where we're found at. We've really, been playing fantasy baseball for years, and started doing a podcast. Tony comes to me and says, "Let's do this," and I said, "Well, okay, all right. You lead. I'll fill in when I can," and he's done pretty good. So I understand I'm in with some pretty heavy hitters here, is what he was saying. So happy to. I'm super nervous right now. I don't usually get nervous, but I'm super nervous and really appreciate, humbled and honored to be a part of this. It's very cool.
Well, don't be too nervous. I listened to your guys' podcast a couple weeks back during the whole tournament of pods. And really enjoyed it. So it's definitely worth going and downloading, give it a listen. So that's the Open Bar podcast. Thank you guys for joining us. I think we're going to have one more hopefully joining us at some point, but we're just going to get rolling so that way we don't miss out on too much time, because while I'm podcasting or live streaming all day long, these segments are very, very short. So especially when you got a group of people. So let's start with the first question. How does a shortened season change how you approach your drafts that haven't been done yet there, DVR?
I think the biggest thing is it increases the value for young starting pitchers and any other starting pitcher who is going to have an innings cap of some kind this season. So maybe it was someone who was coming back from Tommy John surgery. Maybe it was a different injury. James Paxton was going to miss a good chunk of the full season. Rich Hill was going to miss a couple of months. Those guys get a bump because all of those players, for different reasons, are now on a level playing field, or at least a much more level playing field relative to a full 162. So they're the first guys that I started adjusting, but I've also started to look at prospects as a whole, because as we know, with the shorter season, there's more variance on the team-by-team level. The win totals can be a lot more fluky. So teams like the Blue Jays might be more aggressive with Nate Pearson, for example, than they would have been over a full 162. I think the Cardinals maybe don't have the luxury of waiting a couple of weeks on Dylan Carlson. He was playing really well this spring before things got shut down. And even some of the procedural demotions, we saw teams option a lot of players down somewhat surprisingly in late March. I don't think those players are necessarily going down. So I think what we're going to see is teams generally having to be more aggressive just because they don't have as much runway. They don't have as much margin for error when it comes to making a playoff push this season. And I think on the other side, I think we're dropping the value of a lot of accumulators, guys like Eric Hosmer, who basically just pile up counting stats because they rarely take days off. I think they become a lot less impactful over a potential 81 or 100 game season. On the pitching side, your low K rate starters kind of come to mind, right? Like a Mike Soroka, Kyle Hendricks, guys like that are taking slight hits for me just because the lower K rate's going to make what they do a bit less impactful.
What about you, Ben?
I definitely on the pitching side, the younger pitchers. Tony and I talked about this in an earlier podcast. These guys that have inning limits, probably okay to go out and where I wouldn't have done some of those. And full disclosure, I'm done drafting, but yeah, I would probably reach for some of those higher upside guys that would have possibly some innings limits. I would definitely try and avoid, some of the known, I guess, slow starters. There's some of those guys that are out there, but it's. which I guess I'd try and avoid those anyway. And, I see a lot of going after, the injuries, this helps with some of those, but I guess that's kind of a crapshoot sometimes. If I don't know what I'm trying to say, I guess I would still not really go after some of the injured, Aaron Judges of the world, and it's still too much risk, I think, for some of those guys. You got to have health. I mean, a shortened season, you can't. I just don't want to mess with that even now. Saying, oh well, they're starting later, so they're going to be healthy. Well, and then they're not. So I don't know.
Ryan, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm on board with both of you guys. I mean, a lot of the things we're talking about so far are revolving around pitching and, the kind of the innings caps guys, the injured guys. And I think whatever the changes are going to impact pitching more than they will hitting. I mean, really for hitters outside of the obvious park factors, changes, if we don't go to home parks and we do the Arizona, Texas, Florida, whatever state plan that they're talking about, that's the big thing for hitters. But really, my answer and my adjustments, I haven't really adjusted anything yet. I mean, it's fun to kind of talk and speculate about all the crazy ideas that are going on out there and things that are being leaked out. And ultimately, though, we don't really know what Major League Baseball is going to do. And until we get some clarity on what that's going to be, I haven't really done anything actionable in my rankings or my projections until we know what those rules are. Because there's just so much up in the air, like a DH in the NL, talk of 7-inning games, double headers, obviously the going to Arizona and all of that. So until we actually know what's going to happen, I've been kind of just hanging back. Now, the one thing I will say, like, when we do find out what's going to happen, like when Major League Baseball does hopefully announce that A, there's going to be a season, and B, here are the 30 rule changes that are going to happen with this shortened season, it is going to be like glorious chaos from a fantasy standpoint, because we're going to have, you thinking about it, I mean, we're probably going to have like 3 to 4 weeks ramp up time before Major League Baseball announces what the plan is and when they probably start playing games. It's going to be an entire like mini draft season all crammed into like a month, where we're looking at all the new rule changes, all the new schedules. And I do think like strength of schedule, strength of opponents going to be a somewhat big factor in a half season. Rerunning projections, drafting, like all that's going to happen again in a month, and it's going to be amazing, hopefully. So June's going to be pretty wild. So I'm hanging back and resting up until then.
Yeah, I've done, I think a few drafts kind of during quarantine just because I've been bored. But I mean, I see some people out there doing like 10, 20 online championships, dropping $350 a pop on them or even more. And I'm like, man, like, you have no idea. We have no idea what the rules are going to be. Like, how can you, like, the one thing I tell people when they're, starting out playing fantasy is know your rules, know your league's rules, know your rules, know how the game is played. And this is the one time in probably the history of fantasy baseball that we have no idea what the rules are going to be, because they, like you said, they could change real rapidly for us. So, I know Ryan, you're in the main event usually, right? So DVR, do you play the main event?
Usually I do. I had not signed up yet for this year when things stopped. I was really trying to decide if I was going to push through and do it again this year, or if I was going to split up into a couple of smaller NFBC leagues, and never got a chance to follow through on it. So now I've got a little more time to think it through, I guess.
Okay, because I was going to ask you guys, are you going to do it? I'm still doing my 2 main events, as long as the one I'm partnered up with, my partner still wants to do it. But like I definitely dropped out of some big money leagues. And just kind of cash that out, just because, it might be a huge crapshoot.
Yeah, at first I was going to do the solo shot, which is like $1,000 entry in NFBC, just because the schedule didn't line up. Is the New York main event was same weekend as Tout Wars, and I was in AL, and the main event didn't really line up. But since this quarantine has hit, like, that itch is I need to scratch it. So yeah, I will probably jump back into main event when we come back here in June. It's just too tempting.
Yeah,
I mentioned
I was going to say, I think I'm more likely to take out a co-owner than I was before, just because it just seems a little more fluky. 81, 100, whatever it is, that makes me more likely to find someone to split that entry with.
Yeah, I made a decision a few weeks ago that I was so bored I joined a 64 round 3-sport league.
I'm not surprised at all you did that.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I know nothing about basketball, and I swore I would never do another 3-sport league. And I got roped into a dynasty. I mean, in forever, it's a dynasty league. The poor decisions I make sometimes. That's my wife can attest to, and I'm sure she'll jump in the comments and echo. Yeah, that's how bored I got. So let's talk about Fab. I mean, we're gonna have a shortened season, potentially a lot of double headers. Fab pickups may be. I mean, we could have $1,000 Fab for a really short season. So how is this going to change the way you approach Fab there, Ryan?
It's going to be a bonanza because, I mean, assuming we stay with the normal 100 or 1,000 NFBC, whatever your league is, obviously you're going to have half the Fab period. So people are going to be, I think people are going to be really aggressive and you're going to want to burn through that Fab because there's only going to be 13 Fab periods. The one thing I would say, and one thing I'm thinking about and cautioning folks, is to not try and be that aggressive because you want to be owning that Fab hammer that last month, that last 2 weeks, even 2 weeks of the season, because in a short season, a 3-month season, I mean, that last 2 weeks is like a month in the regular season. And I don't think most of these leagues, almost everyone's going to be in contention because if you think of like a half season, I mean, think of your own leagues that you do every year. When we hit the All-Star break, I mean, there's so much variance in the standings. DVR was talking about variance earlier and just how much that's going to come into play in a half season. I think people that have that Fab hammer in that last month are going to reap some rewards. So it'll be really interesting. Like one other thing with Fab, like I don't know if we'll have a Fabapalooza or Fabageddon or whatever we called it last year, just because I don't know what the minor leagues will even look like. So are there going to be a bunch of prospect call-ups that people are going to blow through their Fab money on, or are those guys going to be on rosters at the beginning of the season, of the half season, and stay through? So I just think not being aggressive, being disciplined in your Fab, kind of running that last month, those last 2 weeks is going to be more of an impact than it normally would be in a full season league.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up something that I hadn't necessarily thought about before, but I remember the first time I ever interviewed Rob Silver for a podcast, he mentioned that he was in last place in his league in the main event in like July, the year he won the main event. And so you got to imagine now we're not even starting likely until July, and it's going to be anybody's ball game pretty much up until the last few weeks of the year. And I mean, it's going to be a small sample and those can have wild swings. Ben, how are you approaching Fab once the season gets rolling?
Yeah, I am probably I'm probably going to have to be more aggressive. I already have a Thor problem on a lot of my teams because I went hard after him. But I'm guessing, like Ryan said, it's going to be most likely chaotic. People are going to have hard. I mean, it's human nature. It's going to be hard for guys to hold back, I think, and you'll see a lot of craziness. I'm guessing. I hadn't really given it a whole lot of thought, but yeah, the margins are going to be thinner, and it's going to be tough for people. I mean, I think it's probably going to be a little bit hilarious. Something to good entertainment for sure. But yeah, I'm guessing people are going to try to be really, really aggressive, and folks that can hold out to the end, like Ryan was saying, will probably most likely fare a little bit better. I would imagine.
If we thought that the Fab after the Japanese games last year were insane, where people were going after Mariners to try to pick them up after their hot start to the season, I can't wait for like after week one of the season this year, someone dropping $500 on a player in the main event, because it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of someone's gonna get 2 saves that you didn't expect, and all of a sudden someone's gonna drop 75% of their Fab on that closer. DVR, how are you adjusting things?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is if I want to play it early, I think I am going to have to come close to maybe doubling a bid, which I'm not thrilled about because I think Ryan's right. You do want to try and have some money left over to control the later part of the season, even if it is a shorter season. The biggest change for me, and I need to make this change regardless of the season length, I need to not be as patient with players who aren't contributing yet at the big league level. I had so many shares of Kyle Tucker and Forrest Whitley on my benches last year, way too long, and I missed out on possible impact pickups. I missed out on opportunities to stream 2 start weeks. I missed out on some good matchups because I was too stubborn and too patient with those players in redraft format. So I think especially in a shortened season, you can't have that optimistic view of some of those players. They're either going to get called up right away or they're probably not coming up unless some kind of major injury hits, and we really have no idea what the situation is going to look like just yet with some of those guys who are on the brink of coming up to the big leagues. Are they going to be kind of on a taxi squad, maybe with their big club, not necessarily on the roster, but at least training with those players in Arizona, in Florida, in Texas, wherever this is happening? Because if there's anything we can speculate on right now that seems reasonable, the minor leagues are not going to look at all like a normal minor league season. So you're not going to have that depth ready to go to quite the same degree. So I think we're going to have to really keep an eye on how teams are handling their reinforcements and keeping that in mind as well with how we're handling some of those players that we're trying to stash away on our benches.
Well, and that's a really good point because, like, if you are like, well, I'll give this guy 10 games, that's 1/8 of your season, like, potentially, if we're only playing 80 games. So, like, you may not be able to just hold on to Byron Buxton to hope that he turns it around, but he's also one of those guys that, you know, we've seen him get hot for 60 games. Like he could be a league winner if he's hot for the 60 of the 80 games that we play. So it's just such a weird dynamic this year. If we're playing, 80, 100 games starting in July, that anything can happen.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I kind of mentioned this earlier, but like the standings are going to be so crunched in a half season that, like, I mean, we hear stories. I mean, Justin, your Gregor Blanco story. I mean, a full season going down to the last day and every hit matters. Like, it's doubly as much in a shortened season. So yeah, to DVR's point, I mean, just having that stash on your roster, not only are you stashing that guy relatively twice as long as you normally would in a full season, but you're missing out on decision points on, even just Friday lineup changes in NFBC. Like, if you miss out on a couple homers or a bag, like, that is going to make a difference in a half season. So definitely agree there.
And
I'm going to struggle with that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please do.
Well, like DVR was saying, I generally don't am not as aggressive early on, and it's probably I'm gonna have to really force myself. And I think that's true with a lot of players. They're going to force themselves to make really harebrained decisions at times.
Yep. Let's give away a prize real quick because that's what we're doing today. We're raising money for Meals on Wheels. You can get into these raffles by donating to my PayPal, justinmasonfantasy@gmail.com, or my Venmo @JustinSalinger. And every dollar you donate gets you an entry into the raffle. And right now, let's see, we're at the 8 o'clock hour. So let's go ahead and donate. Hey, let's donate another TGFBI entry. It's I'm losing track of time. At least in the first.
I can't believe you can still talk, man.
At least in the first part of this, I had like the clock counter going, and I could be like, "Oh, I'm 5 hours in," but then I had to do another one of these because it wouldn't record for 12 straight hours. So now I don't even know where I'm at. So we're gonna give away another TGFBI entry. Like I said, I gave away one to start off, and then for every $1,000 after that we raise, we're going to give away another one. So go over to my randomizer page, and Robert DiPietro, you are in the 2021 TGFBI. Welcome, sir. I'm glad you were going to be joining us next year for that. So let's go ahead and move on to our next topic. And the question becomes, we got short samples for a season, right? So more than likely 80, 100 games, something like that. How is that going to affect ADP coming into 2021? Is it going to be all over the place, or people can use the small samples as their draft boards? are people going to revert back to where things were in 2020? Ryan, what are your thoughts?
I don't even know what ADP is going to look like in June, or or leading up to the short season. So 2021, I don't know. You definitely have to take whatever we come up with in 2020 with a grain of salt, not just from like a sample size standpoint. I mean, obviously, we're treating this full season as a half season, so I would treat it as maybe weighing that half as much as I normally would in a normal year. But that's just from a sample size standpoint. Like, I mean, these guys obviously are these players are humans. Like, if this Arizona thing or Florida thing comes to fruition, like, how much stock do we want to put in performances where people are pretty much displaced and having to go down there without family? We don't know yet. For example, these guys are having kids. Like Mike Trout, his wife's due in August. Like, is that guy going to be fully dialed in if he can't be there with his family or be with his team? He probably chooses family over his team, but just from displacing everyone and the craziness of this half season, I'm definitely going to take it with a grain of salt. I think most people will too. So it's going to be pretty wild from an ADP standpoint next year, especially those outlier performances like there are every season. How much do you put in for not a lot of people buy like a Danny Santana as an example I come up with over a full season last year. What's going to be the 2021 Danny Santana in a half season? Like, I just don't think people are going to put much stock in what they see in 2020. At least I won't.
What about you, Ben?
Yeah, and unless it's a player that's got a really solid history of consistent performance, it's going to be hard to nail some of these down because you're probably going to if it's 80 games especially. I've heard 100. I mean, if you get to 100, it's a little better obviously, but it's just going to be so bizarre. Like Ryan was saying, I mean, people are going to. I think most folks are going to have the wherewithal to go, oh yeah, well, this year's Danny Santana probably isn't going to hold a lot of weight for 2021. But again, it'll be the Wild West. It'll be entertaining. This is all so bizarre and entertaining in some regard. You're just going to have to throw a lot out the window for ADP reasons. So, I mean, yeah, it's a strange time.
GVR?
I was just thinking about this earlier today as if you're playing in an ESPN league, a Yahoo league, whatever, just a league with your friends essentially, and you took the NFBC ADP most years and basically just used that for values, I think you would do pretty well in most home leagues with that in most years. But I feel like you won't do as well with that next year for all of these reasons. There's going to be a lot of noise in the numbers. Ryan made a great point just about the human aspect of players. Like for the guys that do have families who are away for 4 straight months potentially, that's going to be hard. Performances are not going to be where they should be. But even for guys who are just totally okay with it, who go down to Arizona or Florida, think about Jose Ramirez's first half last year. If he did that in what looked like a full season to us on paper, that's going to mess with our heads. It's going to mess with evaluations. It's going to be really difficult to sort through everything, especially with the possibility of these games being played in parks where we didn't have park factors prior to this year. So conditions like that are going to throw things off. I mean, I just see this being a mess of a year that really opens up a lot of interesting possibilities for 2021. I think if you're a good individual talent evaluator who's generally good at shutting out the market and not being kind of stuck to market biases in your approach, you're going to be much better off next season than somebody who kind of follows the wisdom of the crowd most years.
I think that's a really good point. I think most people, when they do their ranks for themselves, or if they're in the industry doing ranks for a website or a podcast, you really should do it before you take a look at ADP, so you're not influenced by that too much. But next year, for sure, it's going to be the year to just ignore ADP, ignore that noise before you get your ranks out, because I think ADP changes a lot from I do my too early mocks in, usually September or October for the next season. And then by the time ADP is like done for the year, you've seen some massive changes from that. I think next year is probably going to be or have the most massive changes out of any season we've seen in a long time. We've got a few minutes left. I want to make sure you guys get some plugs for all your work. I really appreciate you guys coming on. Ben, remind everybody where you can reach on social media and then plug your work.
But at Open Bar Ben on Twitter, at Open Bar Dudes is the main feed. Tony's much more active on there than I am. I just kind of sit back and try and bug him quite a bit. And then we're on the iTunes at Open Bar Fantasy Baseball. Spotify, I think, is another one, and a couple other platforms, but iTunes is the main one. And we're just a couple of dads, I think, is what couple of dads doing a podcast, just making a go of it, I guess. First year.
Ryan, let people know where you're at on social media, and then tell people where you can be reached at.
Hour 11. Oh, man.
That is fantastic.
So you can find me on Twitter, RyanBHQ. Oh, we got the whole crew. Oh, all in Justin Mason apparel, of course. Oh man, that's awesome. Ryan BHQ, find my stuff at Baseball HQ. Ben, is awesome to meet you. Justin's family is awesome to meet you. DVR, good to see you again, man. And Justin, thanks again for putting it on.
Yeah.
That's not
Yeah. DVR, why don't you remind people where you can reach on social media and then plug all your work?
You can find me on Twitter at Derek Van Riper. Check out the podcast. Check out my work at The Athletic. The pods are Rates and Barrels, Fantasy Baseball on 15, and The Athletic Fantasy Baseball podcasts. Hopefully people can check them out. Anywhere iTunes, Spotify, anywhere podcasts are available.
Well, I appreciate you guys coming on. I'm going to start switching you out for the next crew. But you guys were fantastic, and make sure everybody follows all of their work and follows them on Twitter. I'm going to give my child back to
Bye, guys.
To my family.
Hi,
Danielle.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah, great meeting you guys. Thanks a lot, Justin, for doing this. This is awesome.
Definitely. Take it easy, guys.
Take care, guys.
All right. Moving on into our next group. We have Walter McMichael joining us. Oh, there you go, baby. Wearing a Justin Mason shirt. That's what I like to see. Paying up on his bets. Kevin Hastings wearing a Girl Dad shirt from RotoWire. Love that as well. Daniel Rotter joining us, and I believe we're going to have one more if we don't yet, but not quite here yet. So why don't you guys start with some introductions? Walter, tell people where you can reach on social media, and then talk a little about what you do in the industry.
Yeah, I'm at Real Fake Walter on Twitter. I do a podcast on Friends of Fantasy Benefits, which I haven't really been doing much because this whole quarantine thing has been a bit of a headache in general. At home, 2 kids, it's wild. But yeah, we haven't really been doing it. Once we get more information on what's going on, kick it back into gear. But yeah, not really doing too much in fantasy right now.
Yeah, no, I haven't been doing many Friends of Fantasy Benefits podcasts or TGFBI podcasts either. But if you want to go back and listen to these and you want to do it in podcast form, I'm going to be breaking these all up into either hour increments and putting them on the podcast platforms that I do, which is Friends of Fantasy Benefits, TGFBI, and, of course, The Sleeper and the Bust. So you'll be able to hear these all in podcast form later on. Kevin, welcome to the show. Tell people where you can reach on social media and talk about what you do in the industry.
Thank you, Justin. My name is Kevin Hastings, at HastingsKevin on Twitter. I can be found at LennyMelnickFantasySports.com. I do a Aloha Fantasy Baseball podcast twice a week. And I really want to thank you for this. My family is going through a logistical nightmare right now. I have referred to it, moving from Hawaii to Georgia in the middle of this pandemic. But the thing that I have realized throughout this is the reason we're making this move and making it now is because my wife was fortunate enough to be offered an amazing career opportunity. So we're actually so much luckier than so many others out there. So this is awesome what you're doing.
Thank you. Daniel, tell people where you can reach on social media and talk about what you do in the industry.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at drot_6, DROT_6. I've been writing with you over at Friends with Fantasy Benefits for the past couple of years. I've been in the past couple of draft guides. And I largely this year was working with Ben Brennis on the basketball podcast. Haven't been able to add too much to that with no NBA season or any season at all. But that's mostly what I've been up to leading up to this.
All right. And I believe we have one more joining us, and that is the mustacheless Scott True. I don't even recognize you, my friend.
I don't recognize me either, man. It was not a fun decision, but I got this wife in the other room who hated it, and I was getting to the point where I thought no one else was ever going to see it under a mask anyway, so I made a compromise, let it go. It breaks my heart every day.
And, we've been talking about all the quarantine stashes that have been kind of on display throughout this live stream. And I really thought we were going to get a great one from you. Disappointed in you, my good friend. But
you should be.
Let people know where you can reach on social media and then talk about what you do in the fantasy industry.
Yeah, sure. So you can find me on Twitter at @ifthechew_fits. So it's @ifthechu_fits. In the fantasy industry, I write for Friends with Fantasy Benefits. It's been a while since I've written, but I do podcasts, like the Draft Guide, things like that. And then I also work with Pitcher List. So with Nick Pollock, Alex Fast, those guys have a great time over there, writing articles. I manage the Going Deep section over there. And then I also did this fun fantasy curling thing until curling got shut down, because even curling got shut down. That's where we're at right now.
You wouldn't think that would be as big of an issue, Yeah.
I mean, it was like they were fast on it too. Like they were about halfway through their season, and they were pretty quick. Like, nope, we're done. And I mean, part of it's because they. I'm not saying they're like jam packed, like huge stadiums, but it's popular ish. In Canada. It's like the largest gathering in that Canadian town that day, usually. So they had to shut it down, and that was a big bummer.
It's the only reason for them to hop on their moose and get to downtown.
Yeah, right? Like that in hockey. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys. Well, thank you all for joining me. We are going to talk some bold predictions. I asked you guys to have 3 bold predictions each to share. So, Scott, why don't you lead us off with your first bold prediction?
Sure thing. And it goes a little bit with what people have been talking about for the last hour or so. And, the first bold prediction for me is I think that relief pitchers and particularly non-closers will be more valuable this season than they ever have been and than they ever will be again. Because usually they pitch, like a third of the volume of the normal, like starting pitchers and things like that. And I think that gap's going to be a lot smaller. Right? They can play more often. They're not going to be quite as susceptible as having to miss a whole week like a starter might. And that can really, throw everything off. I think that they're going to be throwing it, they are going to throw probably more than they're used to, but it's not the same as, having to start twice in a week, right? They're not on 3 days rest. They're always on 1 or 2 days rest, right? So I think that they will just be way more valuable because every inning matters so much more. And there's so many of them that give huge value for strikeouts, ratios, things like that per inning. I think this is the year of the middle reliever. And, also like the Josh Haders, who's always valuable anyway, but now that he'll be throwing closer to starter innings and will be absolutely elite, I think that he'll be huge.
All right, Kevin, give me your first bold prediction.
The first one I was going with pertains to Jeff McNeil, who I've been completely out on all through the draft season and all off season. I stumbled across the fact early that 14 of his 23 home runs were hit on the first pitch of an at-bat, and I looked into that more deeply, and that was more than anybody in baseball. Jorge Soler was second with 13, but he hit 48 home runs. And I just don't think this is sustainable. I think it's something that's scoutable. I don't think he's a great contact hitter even on pitches out of the zone, but it can still be dealt with. So he'll still have a nice batting average, but a guy going over 150 picks later, Luis Arias of the Twins, has that batting average, and I think he'll improve in a second season on things. So the bold prediction is that Arias out-earns Jeff McNeil.
Oh, well, there you go. I like that one. That is bold. Walter, give me your first bold prediction.
Is it bold to say there won't be a baseball season, or is that just mean-spirited just to say that?
Somebody's bold prediction from earlier was that there would be a baseball season.
Yeah, I've been pretty pessimistic about the whole thing. It's a mess. But if there is one, I'm gonna say that Adalberto Mondesi finishes the year as the top overall player in fantasy. That'll be my bold prediction.
Is that just
Number
because
one.
he can steal so many bases that he'd just jump up the leaderboard?
Yeah. I think on a per game basis, he's just gonna lap the field in stolen bases, and that total could get pretty crazy even in a shortened season. And we already saw that, like, the amount that you needed to win the category keeps getting lower and lower, and it's gonna, like, I think he could make up a higher portion of the total steals than he could in a 162 game season.
It's interesting because we had a couple people on another show that said that he was going to be a bust. So I think that is
they're wrong. They're wrong.
Daniel, give me your first bold prediction.
So I'm going to go with a guy that I really love here, and I'm sure a lot of other people do. But I think, despite the fact that he is primarily DH, I think Yordan Alvarez is making a serious run at AL MVP this year. I paid the highest fab for him in TGFBI last year. I paid almost $700 worth of fab for him towards the end of the year. I had it all saved up. And I mean, really, if you look at his numbers from last year, on a 162 game average, he's hitting .313 with 50 bombs and 145 RBIs. Now, like, I know he's a DH, but come on, he could be like Miguel Cabrera if he can keep up those numbers. I think he's going to be ridiculous this year, and I'm getting as many shares of him as I can.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and give me your second one there too, Daniel?
Yeah, sure thing. This one, a little less significant, but I think I'm going with a homer pick here. I think Anthony Santander is finishing as a top 50 outfielder this year in average roto leagues and fantasy. He doesn't walk a whole lot, which hurts his value in OBP leagues, but I think between him and Austin Hayes, although Hayes is going to get the steals, I think Santander is the better hitter. He's a switch hitter, so he's always got the strong side of the platoon. He's going to be hitting in the top half of the Orioles lineup pretty much every single day, and the Orioles need players to give them some production, especially if the season starts soon and Trey Mancini's still not back from his colon tumor that he had removed. So Santander could really be one of the main guys that they lean on there, and because of that, I think that he's going to get a lot of counting stats, and I think he could sneak his way into the top 50.
I like that one a lot. I've got a lot of shares of Santander. I really hope that you are correct there, because it'll work out really well for me.
What you never want to hear for your bold prediction is Justin Mason say, "I have a lot of shares."
A lot of shares, yeah, right. So I hope you're right. I wish he was still hitting in Camden and not wherever they're going to be playing in Florida, but it should be good for him either way, because I think he's hitting middle or top half of that lineup. So Kevin, go ahead and give me your next bold prediction.
I think I'm basing this on, I'm operating under the thought that the gap between elite pitchers and some of the lesser pitchers is going to close due to the fact that the sign stealing illegally was widespread, a lot that we didn't hear about. And sure, it helps if you know what's coming from an elite pitcher, but not as much. I equate it to, I'm a huge Nebraska Cornhuskers fan. In the 90s, we had the pipeline. Teams knew what was coming and they couldn't stop it. That's elite pitching as well, in my mind. And so some of the lesser pitchers, I think, are going to have better seasons than, or better increases in their seasons than some of the elite guys. And for a player like Trent Thornton. He's got the amazing spin rates, doesn't quite have the velocity as some of those guys. We've been waiting on results. He showed some of it in September. So Trent Thornton, finished the season as an SP3, something along those lines.
Wow. All right. I like Trent Thornton a lot too. Maybe not that much, but I do like it.
We had to go bold.
That is bold. Scott, give me a bold prediction.
Sure. I think Ian Happ can be a top 125 player in fantasy. And I think it has a lot to do with the approach changes that we saw. I know we didn't see him a lot last year, but when he came back up, he swung more. He had this problem with striking out too much. And it's probably weird that I'm sitting here saying he swung more, and I like that. And that's why I'm ready for him to take a big step forward. But the reason I like it is the same reason I sort of liked it when I saw it from, other players around the league. He became too patient. He's always had a pretty decent walk rate, and he started just sitting there. He swung, not as often as I thought he should. It was down to like 42.8% in 2018 when he cratered. When he was up last year, it was about 51.9%. And what I liked about that was it got him to put his bat on the stupid ball, right? The thing I hate the most about guys like him are when they sit and watch and they take close strikes. And then you see them take another close strike. And then they're stuck in this position where they're not going to take another close strike. So they swing their bat, but they're swinging it junk, right? This is a guy I want to see aggressive at the plate. This is a guy who I think can really do a lot of damage there. And there's all this talk about the NLDH and stuff, and that would be great for him if they get it, because he's not stuck in this weird platoon with like David Bodie and Albert Almora. But I really think he can take a big step forward with those approach changes. We all loved what we saw in 2017. I think there's a lot of really good things to see there. And if he keeps swinging, he can keep putting his bat on the ball, keep doing damage with it. And that really, I think, takes him to a new level.
All right. We've got a question from the audience for Scott. They want to know if that is your closet in the background, your wife's closet, or Batman's.
Good questions. It could be any of them, but it's actually mine. This is not my bedroom. When I bought this house, I had to build a closet in the master bedroom. And what I didn't know at the time is I wasn't going to be allowed to use it. Like, I wasn't being reserved any space in that closet or on any of the surfaces or really anything in that room besides like a third of the bed, right? That's all I'm really allowed to be on for any extended period of time. So this is my office, and it's where I have to keep literally all of my things. So there's a lot of fun stuff in there. I got coats.
Self-explanatory.
No, that sounds about right. I just bought a house too, and we have a gigantic walk-in closet, and I don't.
Yeah, Justin has all of his stuff right behind him right now.
Pretty much.
In the
Right?
shed.
Yeah, I might as well. Actually, no. This is where they keep all of the other stuff. It's my office, but also the dumping ground for everything else. So.
I got one of those.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, that's enough questions. He's no Dave poking. That's true. It's not a pile. It's the stack. So there we go. That's the last question for a little while from the audience, unless someone's got a good one. All right, we're gonna give away something because that's what we're doing today. Is we're giving away prizes. Justin just bought a house and still has 35 years of clutter in it. Yeah, it's not untrue. So we've been giving away prizes all day. We're going to continue doing it. We're going to give away one of the big prizes, one of the really, really cool ones, and that is a Nolan Ryan signed baseball card that was donated by Jim Bay of Friends of Fantasy Benefits. Really appreciate him doing that. Go over my randomizer over here, and Nicholas Gotts, you are the winner of that. He was just on a little while ago. I think not Burt Reynolds on Twitter. So I will get you in touch with Jim, and he can send you off that Nolan Ryan signed baseball card. If you want to get in, there's still time. We still have a little bit of time left in this broadcast. As long as my back and hip don't dislocate before the end of this, because we're starting to have real problems here. But you can PayPal me justinmasonfantasy@gmail.com or send Venmo at Justin Salinger, and every dollar that you donate gets you an entry into our raffle that's been going on all live stream long, all day long. We've currently raised almost $5,800 for Meals on Wheels. I really appreciate everybody donating.
Awesome.
It's been fantastic. And I appreciate all the fantasy analysts coming on and helping me raise this money for Meals on Wheels. It's been really, really cool to see kind of just the outpouring of support for this. So appreciate everybody still watching. Appreciate all of you who are still donating. And I still have a ton of prizes to donate, more TGFBI spots. We have outside the park baseball subscription. We've got a Hall of Fame Index book from Scott Barzilla. We've got Fangraphs memberships, Masters Ball Platinum subscriptions, a Patrick Corbin autograph card, and more. So we'll still be donating. I think we've got about 3 more segments after this one to donate more. So just keep sending that money in. And if you donate more than $50, Todd Zola will give you a Master Ball Platinum subscription for the rest of the year, which is awesome. He won TGFBI last year, so I think it's pretty decent info. All right, let's get back to our bold predictions, and I'll start with you this time, Kevin. Give me your last bold prediction.
My last one is that Trevor Rosenthal finishes the season as a top 10 reliever. We know last year he was absolutely horrible, but he couldn't throw the ball across the plate. First year back after TJ, that's not uncommon, but he took it to the next degree. The velocity was there. This spring, yes, it was spring. Yes, it was 5 appearances, 1 inning each, 5 innings. But he was throwing triple digits, struck out 9 hitters in 5 innings, gave up 0 runs, only 3 hits, and most importantly, 0 walks. And with the Royals having Ian Kennedy on the last year of his contract, he's going to be gone. And Trevor Rosenthal, this is a 1-year deal. They did this to flip him. They're going to have to put him in high leverage situations in order to see that value get the return they want, depending on what we see Major League Baseball does with a trade deadline, with service time and all that type of thing. But he's going to be put in high leverage situations soon. They got to get the value back that they signed him for.
All right. I think that is kind of bold. I don't know that I agree with it, but I think it's kind of bold. Daniel, what's your next bold prediction?
Sure. I'm going to talk about another guy that I've really been enjoying scooping up because he's been ranked lower than I would have him. I think Will Smith is going to finish the year as a top 3 fantasy catcher. I know that's pretty bold because the top 3 seems pretty set in the rankings right now with Real Muto, Gary, and Grandal. But Smith made some real improvements to his walk and strikeout rates in AAA before he got called up from 2018 to 2019 before he got called up. And then I think a lot of things that maybe the casual fantasy baseball player misses is they're like, oh, well, he hit like less than 20 home runs. But remember, he did not play anywhere near the level of games that he would have if he played in the whole season. And he hit 35 homers between AAA and the MLB last year and just over 400 at-bats between the 2 leagues. And with him being penciled into a Dodger lineup that might be potentially the best in baseball, I think that he's going to get some serious counting stats. And he went yard like almost every 11 at-bats, I think, last year. So that could be some serious value at catcher where he's ranked at around like 180, 200 or so.
All right. Scott, what you got for me?
I'm hesitant to do this, but I just have to because I love him so much, and I might as well be bold with him. I think that Shohei Ohtani is the most valuable angel in fantasy this year.
Whoa!
And it's because I think that he's going to be able to be slight disclaimer, this is for daily leagues where Ohtani's one player, right? I don't want to talk about the other formats because that's dumb and not as fun for Ohtani. But this version of Ohtani, I think, is going to be able to be almost both guys right away, right? You're going to get the pitcher version and the hitter version. I think that he's going to play roughly as much as he would have before, only now the volume discrepancy between him and other players isn't going to matter quite as much because it's going to be closer, right? Because it's not going to be stretched out over as long of a season. So I think that, you're going to get both. I think he's going to be a very good pitcher, like a mid-threes ERA pitcher with high strikeouts. I think that as a hitter, you're going to keep getting what you've been getting, which is good batting average, really good OBP, tons of power, plenty of counting stats in the middle of an Angels lineup that is going to have Trout. It's going to have a healthy Justin Upton. It's going to have leading off is David Fletcher, a guy I like to get on base. I think Ohtani's really in a nice spot for this season, and we're going to get sort of to see what he's going to be going forward. And while this is bold, honestly, it could just come down to luck if he's healthy the whole season. And if Mike Trout even misses a week or two because of, the fact that the season is condensed, Mike Trout misses 1 week. I think this goes in Ohtani's favor. So I'm going to go with it. I'm running with it. I love it. I'm happy now.
All right. Yeah, that's probably the boldest one we've had so far. I don't know how I feel about that. Daniel, give me your last bold prediction.
I already ran through all three.
All right, then don't worry about it. Walter McMichael. Hey, you know what? I've been going on for like 10 hours.
I like how you hated my Mondesi one so much that you skipped over my second.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
You just went. All right, give me your last one now.
Yeah, no, I was done with you after your previous one. But seriously, go ahead. Give me your last one.
All right, I just have to say I do like Scott. Ohtani's a monster. Just all around. I think he'd be elite at either pitching or hitting. And yeah, he's just a stud. Mine, I am going to say Luke Voigt finishes as a top 3 first baseman. Last year before the injury, he was hitting 280 with like a 35 home run pace with good counting stats. After the injury, he just completely tanked, and he smashed the year before. I think he's got a ton of upside where he's going. And then I'll just throw my last one really quick. It has to be Herman Marquez, out of course, winning the Cy Young. I don't need to say anything else.
I wish Paul was on this episode just for you. But you know what? He's out of Coors, like you said. He was a stud out of Coors the last 2 years. He may not be able to figure out Coors the way some people thought, but he sure could figure out Arizona and be a very, very valuable pitcher. All right, guys, we got about 5 minutes left in this segment, so let's go around the horn and remind everybody where you can be reached on social media, and then plug all that you do in the industry. Start with you, Walter.
All right, you can find me on Twitter at RealFakeWalter. I don't really do anything. Podcast on Friends with Fantasy Benefits. That's it.
I'm glad,
That's all you got.
I employ you. Yeah. All right, Daniel, tell us where you can reach on social media and all the work that you do.
Yeah, you can find me again on Twitter at drot_6, DROT_6. Mostly on there, you're going to be finding me posting a lot of raging about the Orioles, Maryland basketball. There's a lot of reasons to be discontent about those too. But mostly I'll be working more with FWA on any writing or podcasting work for baseball season coming up, or if we ever get an NBA season again, I'm sure Ben and I will hop back on the basketball mic as well.
All right, Scott, why don't you tell people where you can be reached on social media and what all you do?
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitter at IfTheChew if the CHU fits. I write with Pitcher List. I podcast with them every once in a while on the On the Barrel podcast. That's the hitting version that Nick and Fast don't do because they hate hitting. It's whatever. I also and I write, occasionally. And if we had a season, I'd be writing the Batter's Box there as well. Friends with Fantasy Benefits. I do a bunch. I did a bunch of the team previews. I podcast here and there as well. And then I also have this fantasy curling thing. You can find that on Twitter if you follow me, or if you head over to Curling Zone, which if you know what that is, good on you. It's the sort of premier curling stats website, but we got a fantasy curling game over there. It runs kind of like DFS. It's a lot of fun when there's curling on, which there isn't right now. But hey, when it gets cold again, hopefully we'll have it.
All right. I'm looking forward to more fantasy curling podcasts. I enjoy the hell out of those.
Okay, I honestly thought that was a joke in the very beginning. Like, was it a joke?
Everybody did.
Okay. I just have to make sure. I thought it was a joke, and then it was like, oh, I'm interviewing this curling person. I'm like, wait, I thought this was all a joke. Like, what is going on now?
Things moved fast. Basically, some guys like I kind of joked about it, and then I found out it didn't really exist. Like I thought for sure, like some nerd in Canada somewhere had put this together, and they hadn't really. So I got lucky. The guy that runs that website, Curling Zone, his name's Gary, and he actually loves fantasy baseball. So I was kind of messing around talking about it in some Facebook groups. Some other guys that there's a bunch of people in curling that love baseball and fantasy baseball. Like there's a whole pro curlers have a fantasy baseball league that they do. Found this out. I cannot wait to get into that. But like so I just started messing around with them. We set it up sort of as like a DFS style thing, like per tournament, because it's kind of like golf the way it's structured. You qualify for certain tournaments and then you play in those. And, one thing led to another. And I got this guy named Colin Hodgson, who has been a really great friend through this. And he was like, oh, hey, I'll do it with you. He DM'd me on Twitter. I had no idea who he was and then became embarrassed. He's like this, as far as curling famous goes, he's pretty curling famous. So he was willing to be on the podcast and give me some street cred, which you need in the world of curling. Let me tell you got to have it. And it all kind of came together, and it's been a wild ride, fantasy curling. Because what else could it be? A wild ride.
You look like you just came from curling practice.
I do wear this when curling, actually. It's all you got to be bold when you're out there, right? I mean, you're sitting there like sweeping, following a rock. At least look good, right?
Kevin, tell people where you can reach on social media and then plug all your work.
I am at Hastings Kevin, just my name switched around on Twitter. I'm at LennyMilnickFantasySports.com. I do Aloha Fantasy Baseball podcast, contribute to the draft guide, specifically the outfielders for the last 2 years, and some articles in the draft guide as well.
Now, since you're moving to Georgia, will it become the Peach Fantasy Podcast?
That's something I've brought up on the podcast. I haven't made a decision yet if I'm going to change the name or not.
All right. Well, we'll stay tuned. Follow all these guys on Twitter. Listen to their podcasts and follow their writings, those of them that actually write. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I'm going to start filtering you out and filtering in the next crew. So goodbye, Scott.
Goodbye, Scott.
All right. Goodbye, Daniel.
Goodbye, Daniel.
Goodbye, Kevin. And goodbye, Walter. All right. So they're all out. Now I can start adding in new people. So here we go. One at a time. Adding everybody in. Here we go. Let's see. Do I have everyone? Nope. Missing one person. Kalen, there he is. All right. There you go. We have a large group, back to 5 guests on the live stream. And we are going to talk more about that MLB Remix League. If you were listening earlier, we had a group talking about it, 30-man league. It's going to be simulated on outside the park baseball, which we gave away a copy of earlier that Matt Williams donated. So, and we're going to talk more about kind of the strategy behind it and how things have gone for these guys. Let's start with some introductions. Mike Curlin on the show. Please tell people where you can be reached on social media and talk about what you do in the industry.
Oh, yeah, man. Appreciate you having me on. My name is Mike Curlin, obviously, and you can follow me on Twitter at Mike_Curlin. And, yeah, man, I mean, I got the Bases Loaded Network going these days. I'm on the Bases Loaded podcast, baseloadednetwork.com. We are going and trying to expand. We just kind of started and launched a sister podcast, Bases Loaded Dynasty and Prospects. We have our guy Deegs heading that up on the side of things. He's our lead prospect guy, and things are really taking off. I am now also writing kind of breaking news today. As of today, I'm writing for Rotoballer. I wasn't writing for Rotoballer before, but now I'm writing for Rotoballer. So I'm part of that team. More so, that's where you'll find my writing. And the podcast is also sponsored by them and on their network as well. So a little bit of everywhere, kind of, sort of, but not really.
Well, it's great to have you here. KC Bubba is here, my boy. Tell people where you can reach on social media and then plug all that you do.
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter at BDentric, and it's good to chat with all you boys again. And Mason, thanks for having us on here. Benched with Bubba podcast, that's the crown jewel of what I do. So if you guys could check that out, much appreciated. I've had over half of this room in there. I'll have to get everybody else on that show, and I write a Rotoballer a couple times a week, do some DFS work there once the season one day comes around. But check me out on Twitter. I will bug you with a lot of nonsense, and all my stuff's out there.
All right. And Zach Braff, not from Scrubs, which my
No.
wife was disappointed about.
I always seem to disappoint everybody with that. Sorry.
Yeah,
It's not just your name. You're just a disappointment, Zach. I'm
I mean, tell people
Shots fired.
Tell
This,
people where you
this
can
happens. This happens all the time between me and Mike. But my name is Zach Braff, not the actor, like you said, and you can find me on the Bases Loaded Network as a co-host of the Bases Loaded podcast, and I'm also a new co-host on with the guys over at Exit Velocity. So you can find me on both of those podcasts.
All right, Eric, welcome
And
to the show.
Brett Z is my handle. Thank you.
Internet problem.
Yeah,
We're
Zach,
glitching.
you're coming in and out. You're glitching a little, so I'm going to boot you and then have you rejoin. All right, so let's talk to Eric. Eric, tell people where you can reach on social media, and then talk about what you do in the industry.
Sure. So on Twitter, I'm at SamskyNYC. I write for Rotoballer also. Started doing football with them and then doing baseball this season. My first podcast I was on was with Bubba. So I'm jumping into podcasting stuff as well. Just doing as much preseason content as I can right now, since the preseason has extended for months and months and months on it.
Yes, it has. Kalen, welcome to the show. Please let everybody know where you can be reached on social media, and then talk about all that you do.
Thank you for having me, Justin. I'm Callan. I'm another writer for Mike's Bases Loaded Network, and I also write for the Fantasy Life blog. You can find me on Twitter on CMelslagerFL. You can see it on my screen, and excited to be here.
All right, and we do have Zach back. So why don't you plug your Twitter handle one more time, Zach? Because I think that one kind of got cut off.
Sorry about that. At BraffZ is where you can reach me on Twitter.
All right. I hear you're hosting a new Scrubs podcast.
Me and my boy Donald.
Son.
You should at least get some royalties or something from that, right? I mean, that's what I'd be hoping for. All right, we're going to talk more about this MLB Remix League. Who would like to kind of explain it for those who are going to be listening for the first time about it?
Well, Mike's helping run the thing, so that'd be a good
there you
start.
go.
And Mike likes to talk, so give it to him.
Yeah, Mike, why don't you give just a quick explanation of what it is and how it's being run?
Okay, well, I guess quick explanation. I'm pulling up the page now. It's pretty much a 30-man team. We actually have 34 co-owners, mostly industry types, kind of getting together and just drafting a team from scratch. And this is more real life than fantasy. So to be completely honest, it threw me off because I'm going through fantasy lists, remembering, oh yeah, I got to actually account for defense and all that, because defense is a thing, player development is a thing, park factors matter. Park factors matter in fantasy as well, but there's just a lot of real life aspects to this. It's also a 3-year sim, so that you have to keep that in mind. So a lot of the younger guys are tougher to gauge. It's like I said, it's all encompassing, more real life than fantasy, but the fantasy twist is that we are drafting pretty much a team from scratch. Salary caps, there is none essentially, because realistically every team can afford every player. Other than that, like I said, we're just kind of going from there. Just 30 teams. It's 1,500 players deep, I believe. My math is always wrong though. Last time I had you on live stream, I can't count. So, but I think that's 1,500 players, and it's organized chaos.
Pretty much.
Well, I'm just glad you're awake. That's that to me is the best part of having you on right now is you're still conscious for this podcast. Why don't we start, Eric? We're going to start with you. Talk about what your strategy was going in.
Sure. So I basically just told Matt when they were putting it together, I'll take whatever team I could get, and I was given the Royals. So playing at Kauffman Stadium, I just kind of looked at, as Mike mentioned, the park factor aspect of it, and knew that I'd need a defense to play in the spacious outfield. And I picked 3rd overall and wound up getting Bellinger. So the rest of it just kind of fell in from there. I tried to build a team of strong defense guys that were more, gap power hitters, as opposed to guys who were going to, hit 40 home runs but hit 220, because Kauffman suppresses home runs more than most other parks. And then everybody was passing on the old guys, the old pitchers. So I filled out a rotation of relatively old and damaged arms, and we're going to see if they can hold up for 3 years. But just try to fill in some youth behind it in the minor league system. So
it's been fun.
Narrator, they did not.
Yeah.
Bubba, tell me about what your strategy has been.
Well, Giants. So I'm playing in AT&T Park. It'll always be called AT&T Park. And I realize that's a pitching ballpark. And I know the fences are coming in. I really don't know how OOTP will handle this. I've been just dabbling in it. It was kind of ironic when Matt was mentioning it. I said, hey, I just was starting to look into it. So I built more on give me pitchers that make be better in this ballpark. Wasn't too worried about power, but if I was going power, I was going righty power. So as Justin knows, that's the way to go in that ballpark. I wasn't worried about the road stats. We can figure that out because almost every ballpark is better than AT&T Park on the road. So I went with Scherzer out the gate. I have Wheeler, Hauser as my top three pitchers, and Sinker, Baller, and Hauser in AT&T Park are just outstanding. I developed a bullpen of like Hansel Robles, Tony Watson, and many others. But my bats, Jason Castro, give me a good defensive catcher with all the pitching I want to do there. Mitch Moreland, I got like the 23rd round at first base. I don't care. Like Keston Hiura, Dubon, Swanson, so on and so forth. A lot of guys I picked could play a lot of positions. And so that's what I was trying to do, is make it a very utility-based team, a team that I can move people all over the diamond. I wasn't super focused on prospects like some have been. I grabbed some, like I grabbed Jarrett Kalenic because I believe he'd be up real soon. Most of my guys are like guys that maybe would have played this season, so I can go on the 3-year sim, not guys that I'm not sure of where they will sit. So that's the strategy for now. We'll see how the sim goes.
You just sold your team so much better than I sold mine. It's great.
It's okay. He said Dansby Swanson, so he knows he's losing.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Mason. Don't knock it.
This is the one year where Dansby Swanson is well worth the price. Where he's going, especially if he does hit up towards the top of that lineup. So I'm not
crazy.
He's this year.
You mean
crazy he's still worth the price
because there's no season?
True. It's crazy he's still worth the price because everyone has written a sleeper article about him. Everyone. So I don't know how he's still that price.
Yeah, I think it's just people are finally kind of over him, and I think that's when there's a price for everybody. The price drops, you go get them if it's worth it to you. So, Callan, let's talk about your team.
Yeah, so I took the team that everyone loves to hate, New York Yankees. They're my favorite team. I had to try and represent them well. It's hard to build them better than they are right now, but I'm at least going to try. In the beginning, I tried to build it based off Yankee Stadium. I started off with Freddie Freeman and Austin Meadows, Pep Revilla, short porch and right. Debated for split second, just getting a whole lefty team, just peppered a whole short porch. But kind of like Bubba said, I built on positional versatility. So I got Carter Keyboom to play third and short. I got Jonathan VR who can play the middle infield, shift in the center if I need. I got a couple outfielders who can play all over the outfield. And pitching, I feel like I got a good upside team. I got Chris Paddock. I have Luis Severino. He comes back from Tommy John. I have Sandy Alcantara. I'm in a couple of veteran arms with Madison Bumgarner and fifth starter, all going as I need to do. I have some guys in the bullpen who come and I picked John Duplantier in the back end, which sniped Mike, so I was pretty happy about that. And then I got a couple other guys who can rotate between long reliefs and go in the bullpen for a bit or go down the minors and come up if I need to. So fifth star I can fill in as need for the first year until Severino comes back. And I feel like then I'll have a team that can almost compete with the real Yankees.
All right. I like that strategy. Zach, go ahead and tell me what your team's looking like and what strategy you came in with.
So my team is the Tampa Bay Rays, although in this 3-year sim, it's possible we may relocate to another city. So we'll see. I'm thinking Vegas, but we'll decide that later on. But no, this is definitely different than any other draft I've ever been a part of. Obviously, defense plays a huge factor. So I was really excited to lock down Anthony Rendon with my first pick. I went with Pete Alonso in my second. Obviously, I had to make a homer pick there. And then pick I'm really excited about was my third round pick in Ramon Laureano. I'm not as high on him in the fantasy world, but in this format, I absolutely loved him with that defense and gold glove defense in center field. And there was a great run in the third round of center fielders. Bubba took Starlin Marte. I took Laureano, and Luis Robert went right after me to Eric Cross. So you really got to secure that defense up the middle in center field. And yeah, you see guys reaching for some center fielders that maybe aren't as great with the bat, like Jackie Bradley, Kevin Pillar, guys like that. And it's good to lock down a cornerstone in center field. So Rendon, Alonso, Laureano were picks I was really excited about. And then I had to kind of take the leftovers of the starting pitching. So I ended up with a rotation led by Frankie Montas, Matthew Boyd, and John Means. I'm actually kind of excited about the John Means pick outside of Camden Yards in a good pitcher's ballpark like the Trop. So I think that pick, Matthew Boyd in the Trop, and Frankie Montas, a ground ball pitcher, I feel like those three could be a good anchor to that rotation. So I'm excited about that. And when I kind of saw the cards falling with the starting pitching, I felt like, you know what, maybe I'm going to try and beef up this back end of the bullpen. So I took guys like Kirby Yates, Seth Lugo, Sean Doolittle, Ian Kennedy, Daniel Hudson, Jose De Leon to be my long guy. I kind of avoided, I think Bubba was saying, I kind of avoided the prospects for the most part. I'm kind of trying to go with the more established veteran route here because I'm really not sure how the sim is going to take into account these young guys who may not be completely big league ready. So the first prospect I took was J-Rod, Julio Rodriguez in, I think it was like the 10th or the 11th round. So hopefully he can contribute in a season or two. But other than that, I'm pretty excited. I took some good veteran bats late. And I'm going to break some news because I'm actually on the clock right now and Bubba's right after me. So I'm going to beef up. I'm going to beef up my bullpen even more and take the long lost closer of the Baltimore Orioles. I'm going to take Brad Brock. He's going to join his AL East rivals in the Tampa Bay Rays. And now, Bubba, you are on the clock, good sir.
Well, let me pull up my handy dandy sheet here and
make sure you cross his name off.
Well, I didn't have him on my list, so we're good. But we're going to add I'm going to go back to the bullpen here, and I'm going to add a lefty specialist because it's about the only thing he's good for. And we're going to go Tony Sipp. This is how it goes deep late in this situation here. So Tony Sipp, lefty specialist, literally the loogie, because I'm assuming O2TP is not ruined by the dictator that is Rob Manfred, and he can face one batter at a time and then yank him. So Tony Sipp will be joining the Giants.
Yeah, I mean, this is a deep league when you guys are excited by Brad Brock and Tony Sipp. I mean, this is
so exciting.
Yeah.
You know what's fun is Callan's on the clock now.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
well,
wow.
he can make his pick in a little bit, maybe on the air as well. So, Mike, why don't you tell people about your team and strategy?
First off, I think I've been getting a lot of texts about my audio being low, so I apologize if it is. So I'm just going to talk like this and see if that works.
That's good. You also have a little bit of an echo going on because you're not wearing headphones like a professional.
Well, the problem is my computer, the headphones weren't working. We tested this prior
It's hard
to
to sleep with
the
headphones
to the
in.
stream, and for some reason the headphones weren't working. So I could put them in and not hear anything, but it'll help the sound probably. So how about we do that? I'll just talk about my team and then I'll unplug my headphones. All right. I can't hear a thing, but I'll talk about my team. So I really can't hear a thing. This is really uncomfortable. Cool. So I'm the Marlins. With Marlins Park, I honestly just said screw it. Went kind of more of like an all-around, just a solid depth of a team. I didn't think anything of the I didn't really target pitching early because I knew pitching I could kind of, utilize my park as like a fallback option. So I kind of first round I was lucky enough to get Xander Bogaerts. He fell to 30th. Oh, I had the 30th pick, by the way. Go figure. The Marlins really needed less help. So I got the 30th pick. But Bogaerts fell. I thought that was a fantastic value. I was like, okay, cool. Bogaerts, scoop him up, put him at shortstop. But then I took what I felt like was the most polarizing pick of the draft right there because I have that turn, which is a whole nother idea because we actually did a snake draft, so I had to wait another 60 picks before I picked again. But I grabbed Ohtani, and yes, I'm an NL team, took Ohtani, and the thought process was he's playing outfield. He's playing right field for me. It is what it is. Ohtani is my right fielder when he's not pitching. So with the fact that he's gonna be playing right field, I'm like, you know what, whatever. And on top of that, when he pitches, he gets the hit now. So it's kind of cool that on the days he pitches, I get to utilize him as a hitter. So my pitcher spot is actually really strong. So, of course, because he's my weakness in the outfield, I tried to go a little deeper. I kind of value defense a little more. Kyle Lewis, kind of all-around guy, young guy. Andrew Benintendi, again, young, all-around guy, nothing flashy. Nick Solak's the guy that actually put up at second base. Jan Gomes at catcher. Austin Riley at third. Riley was for the power because I lack power. And Goldschmidt at first. So like I said, nothing flashy as far as the team goes. I might be lacking in power, but I think I got a lot of good on base and batting average guys. And as far as the pitching staff goes, I kind of went upside and then again went depth as far as bullpen and possibly my fifth starter. I have Ohtani slotted as my ace, of course. But with that said, comes the caveat of health and all that. So then what do? I get James Paxton as well because that's gonna be something to back up Ohtani with health. Trevor Bauer, we always say get him in a good ballpark. Well, nothing's better than Marlins Park. So Trevor Bauer, I expect him to actually be my ace. So I have Bauer, Paxton, Ohtani as my pitchers. Back end, I have Domingo Germán, which I know he's not a great human being, but he was just good value, and I tried to take my bias out of it. Justin Sheffield, another good guy back in rotation. But then the bullpen is where I got where I felt was very interesting because I went ahead and grabbed guys that I think I could fill in as my SP5 on days I need to if there's injury or anything like that, / long relief or fireman roles. I grabbed some Alex Reyes, I grabbed Carlos Rodon, and I figured between the two of them, I have really good bullpen. And and Framber Valdez. So between the three of them, really good bullpen, or I can go a full bullpenning game. And then of course I just backed them up with like Jake Diekman, however you say his name, and a bunch of other parts like that. So ultimately I really like this team. I think it's solid. It's not flashy like it's on the offensive side of things, but the idea is to BABIP people to death. I just want to win by BABIP. So now I'm gonna take my headphones out so I can hear everybody, and I'll mute my mic.
There we go.
The comments are great, by the way.
Yeah, the comments are fantastic. So, well, I kind of like that strategy, Mike. You might actually turn the Marlins into a winner, but then if you win, you have to sell your whole team because that's part of being the Marlins owner. So, all right, let's give something away. We have raised almost $6,000 at this point. I think we're $5,920 thus far. So it is time to give away another prize. This prize will be a $50 membership to Fangraphs from the Bench with Bubba podcast. So thank you, Bubba, for agreeing to donate that. And let's see. Our winner is Joe McHugh, who donated quite a bit of money because he said he won a poker game because his buddies suck at poker. So he's won a couple items here, and he now has a $50 Fangraphs membership. I will get his information and pass it on to Bubba, so that way he can take advantage of that. So, and I work for Fangraphs. We all love Fangraphs. We don't want to see them go away. So, anybody who can help Fangraphs out and get a membership, whether it's a $20 variety or a $50 variety, it really goes a long way. So I really appreciate that, and I know the guys over at Fangraphs do as well. If you want to get into the last few prizes, I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 prizes left to give in the last hour or 8 actually. 8 prizes giveaway in the last hour of the podcast. I might do a little bit long just to give them all away. You can still do that by donating either via PayPal or Venmo. Venmo at Justin Salinger. PayPal is justinmasonfantasy@gmail.com, and every dollar that is donated goes to Meals on Wheels and gets you an entry into this raffle, which now has 5,900 entries. But we've seen some people who've only donated like $5 or $10 actually win things, so you just never know. But definitely get in on that. We've got about 10 minutes left, so I want to talk a little bit more about kind of your guys' teams. One of the questions I asked to the last group, I'll ask you guys. We'll have to move quickly through it, though. Now that you're like 30-plus rounds into this thing, what mistake did you make when you first started that you wish you could kind of have back? We'll start with you there, Mike.
My team's perfect.
Oh, my gosh.
No, in all actuality, I wish I understood defensive metrics better. Like, this actually made me dive in and become a better player. And no, I can't hear anything you're saying, Bubba. No idea. Like, my headphones are in, can't hear you. But fantastic, I know. But that helps the audio. But yeah, that was the only thing. I really wish I understood the defensive metrics better. I really wish I had a better understanding of that side in general. So what this did was actually make me a better fan of the game and a better, I guess, student of it, because it made me have to learn that stuff kind of on the fly, because I take everything very seriously, and there's nothing really on the line other than pride, and the Marlins need some pride right now, and I'll be damned if I don't give them a little something to be proud of, even if it's only a sim.
All right there, buddy. You can go back on mute and not ruin the audio. I appreciate it. There you go. Bubba, go ahead and tell me what is the mistake or thing you wish you would have thought of before starting that you know now?
I guess the one thing is I'm really happy how things have planned out. I really am not super comfortable with my power department, but again, I said I didn't really build a power team because of the ballpark I'm in. But when like Keston Hira, Starling Marte, Swanson, those are your main power guys, that's a concern. But I'm building it like the championship teams of the Giants, where they were showing replays the other day, and you look at those lineups, and I guarantee you any expert out there would see that lineup on opening day and say this team has no chance to win baseball games, and they win championships because they could pitch, they could play defense. So that's how I'm building my rosters, and that's, I guess, my biggest regret would be the lack of just star power, but like power hitters. But overall, it's pretty solid. And real quick before I pass it on, Yancey Eaton wants to know, what's that say behind you, Callan?
It's a seed, some antique sign my mom found that she likes to be on that farm. So,
thank you.
All right, why don't you go ahead and give me your answer then, Callan, since you're on, since you just talked.
I think I'm probably more prospects. I got some young players. I have people who came up this last year, so I have some youth. But if I had reached more into the top 100 prospects per se, and had some, in case these people don't work out, can come up and immediately help the team, I think that would have been possibly a better strategy for me. But I still think I have enough youth, but maybe other people who can come up and help the team instantly would be more beneficial.
Eric, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with the offense overall. I'm one of those guys who Mike was talking about who was going to go for a defensive center fielder. And Matt Williams took JBJ right before my pick. And I kind of let the defensive center fielders go, thinking nobody's going to take them. I can have, Kiermaier or JBJ. I even was like, I'll take Jake Marisnik. That's fine. And then all those guys were taken before me. So I have Victor Reyes starting in center field for me for probably a year until hopefully I get Josh Lowe up to play center. So that I'm a little that's probably the weak spot on my lineup. And then, like I mentioned, I waited a little bit too long on pitching, and my rotation is Kershaw, Carrasco, Eovaldi, Stripling, and Jay Happ. So it's fine, but it's old and brittle, and I'm trying to break that up or balance that with some prospects later. And then I'm getting chided in the chat. So yes, I wore this shirt because I got questions on Twitter. I am Air Dog. My dad designed NBA Jam, or was one of the guys who designed NBA Jam. So I was a hidden character in the game when I was 8 years old.
That is awesome.
And then my life has been downhill since then. So it's been great. I peaked at 8.
Peaking at 8 years old.
Peaking
There
at
we
8.
go.
Yeah.
Well, that's a pretty cool peak, though. So I don't know.
Yeah,
that
I'll take it.
I'm a RotoWare model, so apparently, I'm right there with you. But that's a pretty darn cool one.
Yeah, no, I don't regret it. It's awesome.
Zach, tell me what mistake or thing you wish you could do over.
So I wish that I got a little bit more familiar with Out of the Park before we started this. Just kind of curious how the sim handles certain types of players, whether it be older veteran pitchers, guys like Charlie Morton, who fell a little bit because what's going to happen? He's planning on retiring possibly next year. Is he going to regress in the game? Is he going to be just fine? Guys like Morton, guys like Zach Greinke, who are towards the back end of their career. So I would have been interested to see how that kind of worked out, practicing some sims beforehand. And yeah, I would have liked to have maybe gotten a true ace as well. I got Frankie Montas leading my rotation, which isn't that bad, but it would have been nice to maybe secure a true ace in there. But in not doing that, I feel like I have a pretty strong lineup in the power department and defensive departments as well.
All right, we got about 3 minutes left in this segment before I have to start bringing in the next crew. So why don't we start by letting everybody say where they reach on social media and then plug your work. Go ahead, Zach.
So you can find me on Twitter at BraffZ, and I'm a part of the Bases Loaded Network, co-host of the podcast Bases Loaded, and a co-host on the Exit Velocity podcast as well.
All right, Callan, go ahead.
Find me on Twitter at CLSlagerFL. You reach me on or find my work on the Bases Loaded Network and the Fantasy Life blog.
All right, Eric.
Twitter at Samsky NYC. You can find my writing at Rotoballer. I've got some stuff coming out this week on fantasy players who might benefit if they expand rosters. So that'll be coming out, and that'll be up on Twitter and on the site.
All right, Bubba.
Got me on Twitter at BDintric. Go check out Benched with Bubba podcast. We got 2, 3, 4 episodes a week, so come check all that out. And my written work over at Rotoballer. I have another deep sleeper article for outfielders coming out here very shortly.
And then someone in the comment section wants to know, Eric, how are you not at AirDog?
It turns out that AirDog is a weird company. Let me see if I can pull it up. But at AirDog is actually it's a company that does I don't know, something actually with
dogs that fly.
Dogs. Yeah, who knows?
Like Airbud.
So yeah, like Airbud. So I couldn't get it when I tried, and just went with something else. So maybe I'll buy it. Maybe I'll buy it off somebody.
Yeah, you definitely need to do that. Or at I am AirDog.
You should have some NBA Jam royalties by now.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they listen. They actually published a book this year, which they interviewed me and my dad and a couple other people for, which was fun. But it was like an independent press book, and it's out there on Twitter, it's out there online, and I've retweeted it a couple times, but I don't know how many people are reading it. But
well, that's pretty cool. All right, Curlin, you can unmute yourself and not hear us, but go ahead and give yourself some shout outs.
I plugged in a little before you even let me finish. So I'm guessing you just told me to introduce myself. Cool. All right. First off, I have to follow Eric. Oh, it's hilarious. I know. I have to follow Eric after that. You can't. But my name is Mike Curlin. You follow me on Twitter at Mike_Curlin. Normally, I don't have this much of an issue. I lied. Sometimes I have this much of an issue, but for the most part, it's usually a lot cleaner. I apologize for the inconvenience, but you can find all my work over at Rotoballer, at the Bases Loaded Network, obviously the host of the Bases Loaded podcast, and again, check out our newest Bases Loaded podcast, Bases Loaded Dynasty and Prospects. So appreciate your time, and thank you for having me.
Well, thank you guys for all coming on. I'm going to start
Thanks for having us.
filtering you guys out and bring on the next crew. Really appreciate it. Goodbye, Mike. Goodbye, Callan. Goodbye, Bubba. And let's see.
Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be?
Yeah. Yes. Zach's famous and one of my favorite part of one of my favorite TV shows. So he's gonna just stay on for a sec while I bring in the new crew. And then I appreciate everything you did on the show Scrubs. It was fantastic. So,
thanks for having me, Justin. Appreciate it, man.
I really appreciate you coming on. I believe that is my whole new crew, so Zach can go bye-bye. And yeah, that is my whole new crew. And we are entering hour number 12. This is amazing. We're almost there. And I'm going to be in a lot of pain tomorrow. My wife's not going to let me rest. And she has the Shut Up Mason shirt on, which is perfect for the last hour. So here we go. We have on this half hour Todd Zola. Todd, welcome to the show.
Glad to be here, Justin.
Please let everybody know where you can reach on social media, and then tell people what you do in the industry.
We only have half an hour, right? I can be reached at Todd Zola, TODDZOLA. No ones, no these, just TODDZOLA. I write for Masters Ball, and I do some freelance work for RotoWire and ESPN.
My wife just brought in a pizza with her that it's my favorite pizza, and it's just opened in front of my face. So this is brutal. Oh, and a 2-liter of Coke. That's going to be
the fellas at Open Bar Fantasy Baseball Podcast. We're still worried about you making it through the last hour, so they made sure you got this.
I have nowhere to put it. I haven't even eaten the burger from earlier.
Drink that.
All right, I will. Okay, and Todd, I want to thank you for your offer to let anybody who paid more than or donated more than $50 to the Master Ball Platinum subscription. So awesome of you. Really, really appreciate it.
Well, let me know when this is all done and you get some rest who did, and we'll hook them on up.
It's going to take me a little while because there were so many people that donated a lot of money. So I'm going to I'll
Bring it
definitely
on.
hit you up. But yeah, that's really awesome of you. Toby from Batflip Crazy is here. Toby, tell people where you can reach on social media and then plug all that you do.
Hey, Justin, thanks so much for having me. It's great to be on. My name is Toby at Batflip Crazy on Twitter is the best place to reach me. I have a website, batflipcrazy.com. Have started doing some YouTube videos, Batflip Crazy on YouTube. Just search for that. And then finally, most of my work is on my podcast, which is also Batflip Crazy Fantasy Baseball, not surprising. And really excited to be here with such a great group of folks. And thanks for doing this, Justin.
Of course. Van Lee, my friend, welcome to the show. Please tell people where you can reach on social media and plug all that you do.
Oh, yeah. Same with Todd, though. We don't have enough time to plug all that I do. But thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here, mostly with fan tracks. You can find some old written content. I mostly stick with the audio aspect of things. I run all of our podcasts and have several of my own that I do. You can find me on Twitter at ManlyVanLee. Reach me via the Launch Angle podcast, which Todd was, of course, a co-host of a couple of years ago now. It's been a while, so good to see you again, Todd. Nasty Cast, Fantrax Dynasty Baseball podcast, all these places you can find me anywhere.
Awesome. And then Lou, welcome to the show. Please tell people where you can be reached on social media and then plug all that you do.
All right. Thanks for having me. Hey, guys. How you all doing? Lou Landers at Landers Talks. You find me at the Sports Crew Radio, Sports Byline USA. And I do some writing when there is baseball for cash sports. It's mostly DFS and betting stuff.
All right. Well, thank you guys for joining me. It's really appreciated. And thank you guys all for supporting all that we're doing here today. We are at almost $6,000.
Wow.
We're so
Congratulations.
That's fantastic. It's going for a great cause, and I really appreciate everybody who is donating. So please keep those donations coming in. We'll give away some more stuff here in a little bit, but let's start with the first topic, which is should people even be drafting right now when you have no idea what the rules we're going to be playing under? We don't know how many games are going to be played. We don't know what teams are going to be playing which teams. But there's still NFBC drafts going on. There's still drafts over on Fantrax. There's still, home leagues that are getting together and drafting. I've even participated in a few drafts because I'm bored. But is it the prudent thing to do there, Todd?
Well, before we begin, either that pizza's steaming or your desk is on fire.
Yeah, smoking a cigarette.
Oh, silly me. Anyway, you know what? Who am I to say don't draft at this point? Is it, would I want to be drafting high stakes right now? Probably not. Just because of all that money, we're not really sure what's going on. But to be honest, it's not the same. We don't know what's going to go on. A lot more luck, whatever you want to call it. But got to keep saying so draft.
All right. I know you're doing some mock drafts, right?
Well, for a project, yeah. Turning my volume down, not showing you 14 of my chins. I did a couple projects for ESPN, and the second of which on Head to Head League should be coming out early next week. So I was doing some mock drafting, and it was kind of learned some interesting things. I know not everybody's into mock drafts, but I approached it from an experimental laboratory manner. So I think I took a kind of a different angle.
All right. Well, looking forward to the results from all that when you do have them written up. Toby, should people be drafting right now? I know you're a high stakes player. You do a lot of drafts. Are you drafting right now, and should people be?
It has been a while since I drafted, actually, but going over recent ADP, some of the ADPs had me jonesing to get back into the draft room a little bit. Some of the guys who have fallen, some of the guys who have moved up too, who I'm not a huge fan of. But I think it really just depends. It's kind of like drafting in November or December, except on steroids. Like there's just so many variables that we don't know about that are going to have a dramatic impact on, the fantasy value of a lot of different players. And so without having that type of information, you're drafting with a lot of incomplete information. We always do that, but you're drafting with more of it. And so you just, if that's what you want to do, if that's how you like to play, then by all means be there drafting, trying to take advantage of that and drafting based on how you think the season's going to play out. But for me, I'm generally fairly conservative when it comes to that. I like to have a fuller picture of the team I'm drafting and how I'm going to do, take as much luck, if you will, out of it as I possibly can. And so for that reason, I'm not drafting right now, but I certainly see why a lot of people are.
Van Lee, what are your thoughts?
I mean, the usual caveat that we've just heard is do whatever you want. And that's in essence what this should be. But no, we don't know if we're going to play in Arizona only. We don't know if we're going to be in the team's own home ballparks. We don't know anything. So there's zero reason to go into a draft blind, particularly if there's money on the line. If you are okay doing that, feel free. But I just have no interest in it. And to be honest, I've done one draft this year that wasn't a dynasty draft because the writing was on the wall pretty early. So, I mean, I'd love to get back out there. I've drafted less than most people out there, so I haven't really felt the experience of it or the thrill of it this year, but there's just no reason to do it because this would be the equivalent of going in to your buddy's league who said, hey, come draft this, give me a bunch of money and draft your team. Okay, well, is it roto? Is it head-to-head? We don't know. You don't know any of it. And that's essentially what you're drafting today because we don't know the circumstances of any of the drafts. So I just have no interest in it.
All right. What about you, Lou?
Not a lot for me to add, thanks to these guys taking up all the good answers. But yeah, I mean, we don't know where the games are being played. We don't know how many are being played. We don't know what the divisions are. To me, it's just a mess. So for me, it's a hard no. If you want to go and draft, have fun, you're bored, by all means, more power to you.
All right. Well, we'll start with you on this one then, Lou. Which pitcher do you think gains the most value from the proposed changes for the 2020 season?
Well, I was looking at what you sent out, and two guys kind of stood out to me, more so because of the delay of the start of the season than the proposed divisions. It's Paxton and it's Clevenger for me. You were getting Paxton after pick 120 in a lot of places in February, and that's because he was going to miss a bunch of time. Clevenger was going 2-3 rounds later than he should have been going because he was supposed to miss 6+ weeks. Now they're both going to be at full strength, ready to go if we get a season. So for me, those guys gained a ton of value if you drafted early.
What about you, Van?
The big name, and this is going to be a bit of a homer pick because I'm an Angels fan, is Shohei Ohtani. And the reason being is at the beginning of the season, but when we thought we would have a full season, he wasn't supposed to even start pitching until May at the earliest, and then going from there. Well, at this point, if we have a season, Ohtani has virtually no restrictions. I mean, he's not going to pitch every 5 days, probably like a traditional starter would. So you've got a little bit of a caveat there, but you've got ace potential once a week. And in a head-to-head league, yeah, you really want those 2-start pitchers here and there. You're not going to get that with him for the most part. I can't imagine you may ever get it with him this season. But in a roto league, you're going to get a full year out of it, minus 10% of what a traditional pitcher might get, minus 20%, whatever it may be. And where he's being drafted, that's just a surplus value. So, yeah, I'm all in on Ohtani again this year.
Toby?
Yeah, for me, I think the guy that takes the biggest jump is German Marquez. Obviously, moving out of Coors, we don't know where he's going to be playing, assuming he's not in Coors. But if it's in Arizona, if it's in Florida, if it's in Texas, every other pitcher is going to have at least a somewhat similar ballpark to be pitching in, and so he won't be playing at such a disadvantage. At least that I'm gonna assume that is the case. I'm not familiar enough with the ballparks in Arizona or Florida or Texas that they might use. But for me, it's German Marquez on the road. He's obviously been a stud throughout his career. He's got a great repertoire with the slider and the curveball being both elite pitches. So, he's a really good pitcher. And not only that, but he also has a top 15 ground ball rate in the league. So if it is a hitter's environment, we don't know about the humidor. We don't know about, where they're going to be playing. But assuming it is a good hitting environment, I think that will also be helpful to him. So German Marquez, I think for me, is the guy that takes the biggest step forward.
What about you, Todd?
I'm going to follow in Toby's footsteps and go with another. We don't think they're going to play at their home park way of looking at it. And a lot of people are on Matthew Boyd anyway, but Detroit is quietly an offensive park. And if we're going into pods of being in Florida and in Arizona, we don't know exactly, as everybody says, we don't know exactly the deal yet. But a rough thing you could say, pitching in Florida and hitting in Arizona. And so take Boyd out of the offensive park, bring him into the Florida environment. And I like Marquez more, but I'm trying to give you another name. So we'll give you Boyd. And quite honestly, Washington is surprisingly an offensive park. So both as far as the top of the order goes, your Scherzers and your Strasburgs and your Corbins should go up a couple of slots, maybe jumping over some pitchers who are now being drafted ahead of them.
All right. See, I was trying to do two things at once and left my mic on mute while I filled up a soda that my wife brought and got caught with my pants down a little bit, but figuratively, thank God. All right. Let's, before we move on to the next question, I want to give away some stuff. And Todd, like I mentioned earlier, has been giving away stuff all day long. But he also agreed to give away 2 more Masters Ball Platinum subscription, which is amazing because, like I've mentioned throughout this live stream, Todd won TGFBI last year, so it's got to be good information. So go over to my little randomizer here, and Michael Govier and Lance Lewis, you guys are going to be owners of that subscription. Thank you so much, Todd, again for not only donating this, but donating to anybody who is willing to donate more, $50 or more. That's really, really cool.
No, my pleasure. Got to have something to do the next couple months. And look, if there is a new schedule, then new projections will come out reflecting it, and it's almost as good as a year-long, from the beginning subscription. So we'll see.
That's awesome. I really, really appreciate it. All right, let's move on over to the next topic if I can find my list. And that is, we're going to talk about the reverse. Which pitcher do you think loses the most value from proposed rule changes, schedule changes, and all that, Todd?
Well, I'm going to stick with the whole park thing, and I'm going to throw a weird name at you, and that's Jacob deGrom. Citi Field is the best place to pitch in the league. So, no, he's not going to tank, blah, 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 but he's no longer the number one pitcher in the league for me. He may go down to 3 or 4. He's still very good. But, this is, just using the name of whatever to sort of point out that Citi Field is a really good place to pitch. Maybe we don't think of it that way. So deGrom, for me, he's still early first round if you're into pitching early. But to me, he's my number one pitcher right now on the board, no longer.
All right. That's a bummer for me because I have too many shares of Jacob deGrom.
He's still good. I mean, I'm just trying to – I guess the point of making is Citi Field is a really good place to pitch.
Is he still a first rounder for you?
If you're forcing pitching, late first round in a 15-teamer. But right now, I'd take him 4 or 5.
Oh, wow.
I would take him out to the big 3 batters right now. So that's a pretty big drop because the delta between players in the first round is pretty steep. So from 4 to 15, that's the same as like from 10th round to 20th round.
What about you, Toby?
For me, this is a little bit of a tough one. Todd's making me think a little bold here. So, I mean, I'll give 2 really quickly. The first one, if you're going bold, would be Jack Flaherty. He also plays in a pretty good park. He's got a low ground ball rate. He's got a top 15 or I guess bottom 15 ground ball rate among qualified pitchers. So that'll be my quick bold one. And then my not so bold one. And this also depends on how the league goes. I don't know if the Diamondbacks will get the luxury of playing every single one of their games in a home stadium or not, but Madison Bumgarner as well, especially with his new pitch mix, with the cutter that he throws a lot. He's actually top 3 in terms of a low ground ball rate. And so if he's not, depending on the humidor, depending on a lot of different things, I think he could be somebody who is impacted negatively by that.
Van, what about you?
I'm going to cop out here is what I'm going to do with this one, because I think the other question of who gains was a bit of an easier question to answer. This one's a little bit trickier. I think you guys hit on the park factors being the biggest thing involved with this, but I could make a couple of different arguments because you could say time-wise in a shortened season that, okay, maybe the volatile guys, the guys who can strike out 15 in a random game, but they'll also blow up occasionally. Those guys suddenly have less value because I don't have as much time that I can tolerate those impactful starts. But on the other side of it, you could say, well, those guys who are going to be consistent, your Greinke's of the world, they're going to put up a solid line, but you're not going to have a chance to get a great season out of it. And Greinke's an extreme example of that, of course. So I think this one is the question that I would say will be impacted the most once we find something out. And I just really don't have a true answer for you, because I could argue days and days. And I went over it in my head several times thinking, okay, well, would I prefer this? Would I prefer that? So time-wise, I just don't think there's a true answer to have right now.
I think that's a fair answer to give, even if it is a little bit of a cop-out. So I appreciate your honesty. Lou, what's your answer?
All right. So maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's an unpopular opinion solely based on the divisions being realigned, what it was proposed as. Lucas Giolito and really any White Sox pitcher for me, because rather than the Twins, who are obviously a great lineup, but the Tigers and the Royals, who are just dreadful, they get the Dodgers, the Angels, and the Reds. So you look at those three teams, significantly better than the previous three, even with the Twins all-star lineup. So if the divisions are realigned for 2020, I think the White Sox pitchers definitely take a hit.
All right. Well, those are some good answers.
Can I add on to a couple of those, Justin, or are we in a hurry?
No, please do.
Okay, so from what Lou was saying, if there's robo-umps, we don't know that yet either, but if there is, the good pitch framers aren't going to help their pitching staffs, and there's Grandal. So that's another, check mark for the White Sox. Unfortunately, Toby, I'm not going to be as kind to you. If the alignment occurs and teams play in their home Florida parks, Flaherty will be in Jupiter, and that's going to be a pitcher's park. So we'll see. Again, we don't know. As Van was saying, we have no idea. I'm the guy that's like, tell me what we're going to do, and I'll give you names. Well, we're getting close to the point where people start to want names. So anyway, so those are a couple of interesting points. And the other group of pitchers that I think may get hurt are the guys from Oakland that everybody thinks are going to pitch a full season. AJ Puck, Jesus Luzardo, they're still going to be on limits because it's not just the volume, it's the frequency of pitching. So I think there's a segment of the market out there that thinks Luzardo and Puck and those guys are going to just, okay, they're going to pitch a regular season now. They're still not. They're still coming off of injuries. They're still going to be tempered, and they're coming from a really good ballpark and going to probably Arizona, which is going to be where the better hitters are, or where the better hitting environment. So I think relative to the market, the athletics pitchers probably aren't going to. I don't want them relative to the market.
I think those are all very, very fair points. Very conflicted now on my online championship pick of Jack Flaherty. I'm
Justin. I haven't been a big fan of Flaherty all offseason just because of like the things that we normally point to, like the incredibly low BABIP and things of that nature and the repeatability of that. But there's a lot of people who are much smarter than me who are big Jack Flaherty fans. So I think you are in good shape, and maybe the park won't be as much of an issue like Todd mentioned.
For me, I've liked Flaherty as a pitcher. I just wasn't willing to pay the price where he was going, but I got him at like the last pick of the second round in that OC, so I felt pretty comfortable about that being my only share. All right, let's move on to our last question, and that is your favorite late round pitcher. I'll start with you this time, Lou.
I have two, kind of depending on how late you're talking. One of my guys, Jose Urquidy, he's been a favorite of mine. Good stuff, good team, secure rotation spot. But if you're talking much deeper, maybe after round 20, how about an oldie? Nate Eovaldi. When healthy, he's been good. I'm willing to take an easy gamble on him. Short season, even 10 starts would be pretty awesome from him. Would be probably more than half the season. And he was looking nasty in the spring. His issue's always been health to me. So short season might really help him.
Gotten a question from the Peanut Gallery on how much money we've raised so far. We are just shy of $6,000. So, I kind of set a goal of 5,000. We've gone over that, but I'd love to keep raising money. If people want to keep donating, they can. You can donate at Justin Mason, Justin Mason Fantasy at gmail.com on PayPal, at Justin Salinger on Venmo. It's been, the exact number is $5,920 raised so far. So, an amazing amount. I really, really appreciate everybody who's donated, prizes, everybody who's come on the live stream to help raise the money. Toby, what's your late round pitcher?
So I'm going to follow Lou with two, depending on the depth that you want. So the first one that I would mention is Austin Voth. I've been a huge fan of Voth on the Nationals. He's obviously in a battle for the 5th spot with Joe Ross. I don't think Ross is very good. He's always had control issues. He's never been able to be consistent. Voth was really good in his short time last year. I think the one downside might be a little bit of a volume issue, right? He only throws like 5 to 6 innings, I think, in all of his starts last year. But if the games are shortened, then that's a benefit for him. He has an incredible repertoire. Like when you look at his, he's got 3 pitches with a swinging strike rate above 15%, the curveball at 21%, cutter at 17%, changeup at 17% as well. The numbers across the board are above average. So I really like him. And then with the likelihood that depth is really going to be tested, especially in pitching, I think he's going to get a shot. I think he can win that 5th spot, but even if it's a 6th spot, there's still going to be a need for that type of pitching throughout the year. So that's one guy. And then the other guy who's going later, who I like a lot, is Eric Lauer of the Brewers. He was really good last year outside of out of Coors Park. I did a little video about him. I didn't talk about that at all. And some people followed up and were saying how poorly he did in Coors in his 3 starts, and he was god awful. And Jason Collette actually tracked it down. I think his ERA outside of Coors was like a 3.27 or something like that. He was just terrible in Coors. Obviously, Miller Park and wherever he pitches may not be that good either, but his velo was up towards the end of last year. Small sample size, 3 games, but his K rate was above 30% as well during that period of time. He was also pitching really well in spring training before he got injured. 9 strikeouts in 5 1/3. Only 1 run given up. Obviously, it's spring training, so we're not putting too much stock in it. But where he's going after pick 500 ADP, he won't have the shoulder injury, hopefully, when we come back and we're playing. So he's another guy that I really like because the velo was up once again in spring training as well. So those are my 2 guys.
What about you, Van?
I'll give you 2 as well with the same caveats. If you're in maybe a slightly shallower league, going in the 14th round around pick 221 per NFBC ADP was Mitch Keller. And he's been, I think, fairly polarizing. There are a lot of people that really like his stuff and think he could break out, but there's a subset that I've heard the Nick Pivetta comp this year and thinking that, he just may be the darling that blows up. Big fastball, pretty good secondary stuff. The big problem with him last year is the fastball was just destroyed. The Pirates went with a fastball heavy kind of just ideology with the organization, and it did not work out for Mitch Keller. He's actually given several interviews this season, though, saying, I've seen the numbers. I looked deeply at them and I see it. So I understand that something needs to change. Mostly pitch mix. He needs to learn sequencing, which every young pitcher does. So I do think there's quite a bit of breakout potential. If it happens, and I'm not necessarily sold it's going to happen, but if it does happen, I think it will be fairly drastic. So I think the people that benefit from that will benefit greatly. And then a little bit later on in the drafts, around 25th round, pick 375, is Spencer Turnbull with the Detroit Tigers. Struggled a bit last year, but the secondary stats seem to be a little more keen on what he's done. So I think he's on a bad team. He needs to make some adjustments, but there's no reason they won't allow him to do it. I think he has a rotation spot. I think he's going to pitch, and this is essentially free in most leagues. So take a flyer on it and see how it pans out.
I love Spencer Turnbull this year, so I'm right there with you. Todd, who's your guys?
Let's see. I don't know where these guys are being drafted because I haven't done as much drafting. But I've been a big Anthony Desclafani guy this year. Velocity was up second half, and not only was it was up more than pre-injury. So it wasn't like he returned to pre-injury form. It was actually better, and he maintained it for most of the second half. Can't help with a little bit of drive line connection there. And if he can get out of Great American for the year, that would be great too. I like Adrian Hauser as a late pick as well. Milwaukee, he too should get a chance. And that's you know what? If I'm gonna piggyback on my Oakland A's part, and if Lazardo and Puck aren't going to pitch as much, I really like Chris Bassett as a guy to stream in. Even if you do lose Oakland Stadium, I do like Chris Bassett there as a late pick.
All right. Those are great. I like Bassett a lot as well. So I like those picks. We've got about 4 minutes left, so before I bring in the next and final crew of the night, I want to give you guys a chance to give yourself some plugs. So, Todd, please remind everybody where you can reach on social media, and then let us know what you're doing.
At Todd Zola, TODDZOLA, mastersball.com. Still accept subscriptions if you didn't happen to win one tonight. And I'm continuing to write for RotoWire and ESPN, and also running Creative Sports. If you're a fledgling writer and want a place to write for the next couple months, looking for something to do, shoot me a note at creativesports.com, and maybe we can hook you up and get you a platform.
And that's an amazing thing you're doing. You won the inaugural Laura Michaels Award, well deserved, in honor of our good friend who passed away. Yeah, that's amazing. That's awesome. I really love that. Before we move on to the next person, just want to announce that Chris from at Baseball Pods donated $80 to bring us up to $6,000. So really appreciate that, Chris. And reminder, you can still donate. Please donate so we can get Meals on Wheels as much money as we can. Toby,
Just can I blow your mind for a moment?
Please do.
Chris, this is to you. He used to write for Creative Sports.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And he started the Nerf
Sports way back in the day.
Yep. Chris used to write for Creative Sports, and then he started the Nerf League, which is the New England version of Laura's and I's Barf League in the Bay Area. So that's it's awesome. Love seeing guys who are inspired by Laura and people like Laura in the industry, and Chris is definitely in that vein. So yeah, Toby, tell me where you can be reached on social media, and then plug all your work.
Yeah, since we're not the ones closing it out, Justin, does that mean we're the high leverage reliever with the best skills, but who doesn't have the contract already?
That's exactly what it is.
Okay, cool. Just checking. You can reach me on Twitter at BatFlipCrazy. Podcast is also BatFlipCrazy. Fantasy Baseball, YouTube, BatFlipCrazy. Thanks again, Justin. Really appreciate it. Raising $6,000 is absolutely incredible. So thank you to you and everybody else who has donated so much.
No, I appreciate you coming on, Toby. Van, please tell people where you can reach and what you're working on.
Once again, on Twitter, you can find me at Manly Van Lee. The Launch Angle Pod is chugging along. We're just coming up with crap to talk about. We defeated the dastardly Toby in the at Baseball Pods Battle of the Podcast bracket. He doesn't look as much like a robot like I anticipated, but that's okay.
It was a well-deserved victory, Van.
Well, thank you so much. It was a fun contest. Anyway, go check out the results of that. We're all involved with it in some capacity. Great stuff. Thanks to Chris for donating. Thanks to everyone for donating. This has been awesome. Nasty Cast, we are just coming up with junk to talk about, much like superhero drafts and so forth that I've seen going around. So if you like stupid crap and you're trying to fill time, go check out the Nasty Cast. And then the Dynasty Show, we're still doing Dynasty stuff because there's enough of that to go around to cover. So check out all my stuff on Twitter. You can find links to everything. And thanks again for inviting me, putting this together, and everyone for donating.
Thank you. Lou, tell people where you reached and what you're working on.
At Landers Talks on Twitter, Sports Byline USA, SportsCrew.com, Sports Crew Radio Network, and Forecast Sports. Lots of DFS. Right now, I'm kind of bored. I'm not working on anything specifically. Playing a lot of MLB The Show, but I do want to thank you for having me. Thanks to all these great guys, Van, Todd, and Toby. And Justin, I do have a question for you. What are you doing about bathroom breaks?
Oh man, yeah, it's been rough. My wife has come in and covered for me for a few times, and then sometimes I just throw out a topic and I run. But I've only got
no bucket, bucket or anything.
No bucket, no nothing like that. I can be poor with a mute button sometimes, so I'm not going to risk that one. And there's going to be no editing process other than chopping these up into individual podcast episodes. I'm not going through and editing out things. So, no, I can't do the bucket or the bottle or anything like that and risk that making it onto the airwaves of Fangraphs. So, but yeah, thank you guys. I'm going to cut you all out and bring in the next crew. And so we can kind of finish up here.
Thanks, Justin.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Toby. Thank you, Van. Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Lou. And we are bringing in Tony. There we go, because he's the only one here from the next crew so far. So you're rolling solo with me for at least a few minutes. So while we're waiting for, I think it's actually probably just going to be. Oh no, we got two others who are going to be joining us. One person couldn't make it because something came up. So there'll be four of us. But while we wait, I'm gonna give out another prize. Since we have gotten to $6,000 so far on the raffle or on the donations, I'll raffle off another TGFBI spot because I said I would give away one starting out and then another one for every $1,000 raised. That means 7 total TGFBI entries. And I've only given away 4, so I'm gonna have to give away 3 in the next half hour or so. So here we go. Steven DiPilato, you are in TGFBI next season. I'll give away more stuff here as we go. Let's give away one more thing. Smada, a buddy of mine, a writer of mine, guy who helps me out a lot with TGFBI, has donated a Patrick Corbin autographed baseball card. So let's randomize again. And Steve Cozzolino, you are the winner of that one as well. And it looks like my boy, my buddy, my podcast husband, my original podcast husband, Mike Warner, is here as well. So just waiting on one more person. In the meantime, we'll do some introductions. Tony, tell people where you can reach on social media and then talk about what you do in the industry.
All right. Thanks, Justin. Yeah, this is a great idea what you had today, man. Thanks for having me on. Tony Bips1 at Twitter. I cover the Phillies organization over at prospects1500.com. Been doing fantasy baseball for over 30 years. Just really excited to be part of this great day you have. Thank you again for organizing this. Great cause.
I really, really appreciate it. And somehow we lost Mike. So didn't even get a chance to introduce himself yet. We'll give him a minute to come back on. And hopefully we'll also get joined by Brock, who is hopefully going to be joining us as well. If not, this is just going to be a segment of talking sleepers and busts and giving away prizes. Mike Warner, he's back. So Mike, tell us a little bit about yourself and then where you can be reached on social media.
Well, I'm a Capricorn. I was born in January. You can follow me at Mike Warner FWFB. I haven't had coronavirus yet. That's another fact about me. I write on Baseball HQ. Obviously, I work with you, Justin. Been with you for a while, and obviously on Rotographs as well. So yeah, happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you. It's always good. I feel like I don't get to talk to you as much as we used to. It's
been a grind.
I've had children. You've had children. We're both running around busy, but it's good. It's good to finally see you, and I'm glad you're on for the last segment.
Yeah. I appreciate it. I like being kind of the last kind of group that gets to, end with a bang. I'm in for it.
You would be. That's for damn sure. We are talking sleepers and busts, and I'm hoping that we get Brock on because we had another guy who was supposed to be on this segment that unfortunately had to cancel because something came up. So hopefully he joins us. But in the meantime, let's start with you, Tony. Give me your first sleeper.
I'm going to go with Ryan McMahon. He just double checked. He's going on average about 288 on Fantrax. Entering his 3rd season in the league. Obviously plays in Colorado if they play in Colorado this season. But assuming they are, second base, third base eligibility. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. We see him get that average a little higher to the 270 range with maybe 30 home runs. He's in a good lineup. He's past that rookie stage where we all know Colorado doesn't like to play those rookies, so he's past that stage. We don't have to worry about that. 25 years old. It looks like I just think based on his pedigree, on his past, I think he can make the jump going into his prime this year.
All right. I love Ryan McMahon. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a bummer if they're not playing games in Colorado, but I think he's good enough to be okay in Arizona. And it sounds like the Rockies are going to give him full run. And that's something they don't do for everybody, a la Garrett Hampson. So I like that one a lot. So, I mean, I'd love maybe if they get the DH because they give all the national teams DH, Garrett Hampson gets some love in that lineup as well. But who knows? They'll probably keep playing Ian Desmond until that contract's up. All right, Mike, give me your first sleeper.
I could go sleeper. I'm going to go with somebody that's just undervalued first, and that's Rhys Hoskins. And, you would find somebody that was more kind of hateful of his draft position the last 2 years than me. But just going into this season, going outside the top 100 in a potent lineup, he's had injury issues. He's had just inconsistency issues. Still a guy that's, 27 years old, has obscene power metrics, somebody that could definitely hit 40 to 45 home runs if everything kind of played right. And going outside the top 100, I love power right now. That's kind of the thing that I'm looking for most outside of stolen bases. And I just think people are kind of closing their eyes on Hoskins a bit to this point. So not a sleeper, but I just think somebody that's quite undervalued at first base.
He seems like one of these polarizing players. I've heard people today on this live stream say that he's an undervalued, he's a sleeper, he's a guy that they want to target. We've had some bold predictions about him. And then we have some people are like, I hate him. Not touching him. He sucks. He's just one of those guys, obviously not as flashy as Alberto Mondesi, but people have strong opinions one way or another.
Yeah, if you've owned him the last couple of years, he's kind of screwed you from a value perspective. We've done multiple pods, I can't remember everything, but I know when he had his small sample, his rookie year, that going into the season after, you and I were very much people that didn't want to buy back in. And it's kind of been that way for anybody that has bought Hoskins since. He's just been inconsistent, somebody that you haven't really been able to count on. And you're drafting him in the top 10. So people have just kind of this distaste in their mouth over somebody like Hoskins because of the last couple of years. But if we play a season, I think he would right the ship.
All right. Well, since we're missing a couple people for this segment, I just kind of chime in here and there throughout this live stream, but I'll give my picks as well. Just have to come up with them off the top of my head. So sleeper number one, I've been talking about him a lot, and that's Jorge Mateo. Give him to me in every draft at the end. We're talking about a guy going outside the top 300. He is super cheap, and he's out of options, so he's not going back down to the minor leagues. Otherwise, they've got to offer him up to the whole league, the rest of the Major League Baseball. If he's not hitting in Oakland, he might actually have a little pop in that bat, but what he has is speed, man. He could be the next, Trey Turner, Billy Hamilton type, given the opportunity, and I think the A's are going to do that this year. If it doesn't work out, you drop him. You'll know pretty quick whether they give him playing time. But he was leading off in spring training, and he could easily steal, 30, 40, 50 bases over the course of a full season. So over the course of a half season, he could help win your league in the stolen base department.
I agree with the pick. My issue is I don't know if he makes the club, but you also, again, he's going so late, it doesn't matter. I just don't know with Oakland because Barreto, I believe, will make the club. And then you have Kemp, who really was doing well. Yeah, exactly. So I think Kemp will make the club too. He looked really good in spring training. And mind you, it's Tony Kemp. So what are we really talking about here? But Mateo, I love at the bottom of a draft just to be able to get the upside of possibly 30 to 40 stolen bases, and even more if he were to get full-time playing time would be amazing. But yeah, I don't know about Oakland because they obviously are a big platoon type squad. They like to be really resourceful with their lineup. But yeah, I like the pick.
Well, I think especially the fact that there's likely expanded rosters makes it even more likely that he's making that team. Plus, I don't think they want to put him on waivers because he's not one of those guys that's going to pass through waivers. He'll get snatched up by someone, even if it's a team like Baltimore or the Tigers that, just want to take a shot and see if they can turn him into a trade chip or a future part of their ball club.
Absolutely.
All right, Mike, why don't you give me your next sleeper? Your next sleeper.
Sam Hilliard for the Rockies. We'll keep up with the Rockies theme to begin with, but I just love all of the improvements this guy has made. Playing time could obviously be an issue, but I think if we see a full year from somebody like Hilliard, it's going to be somewhere in the vicinity of 20 to 25 home runs with a 270 to 280 batting average, playing in cores. Well, it wouldn't be in cores. I keep thinking that off the top of my head, but potent lineup, somebody that can hit or steal double-digit bases as well. The plate skills are better than what he showed in a limited time in 2019 as well. I just think that there is 5-category contributor written all over him, and he's somebody that's going at a very economical cost for me. So I like Hilliard a lot.
What about you, Tony?
Yeah, I like Hilliard too. Good pick right there. I'm gonna go with somebody from Atlanta. As a Phillies fan, it hates me to say this, but I think Dansby Swanson has a really good
Your
year.
boy, Justin.
What's that?
It's Justin's boy. Justin's favorite player is Dansby Swanson.
All right. Well, I didn't know that.
I've hated him for a long time.
Yeah, me too. But after seeing what he did last year, I mean, he's gone 252 average draft on Fantrax. He upped the hard hit percentage last year. He got hurt in July. He had that heel injury, which probably sapped a lot of his power going forward. You know, you come back from a heel injury, it's even hard to walk from a heel injury, much less swing a bat and play at the major league level. In that lineup, it's a loaded lineup. I see good things from Swanson this year. So even at the 6 hole, some counting numbers, counting stats, some RBIs. So I think he has a really good year this year.
Yeah, you know what? I said earlier, because you're not the first person to talk up Dansby Swanson on the live stream, and those who follow my work know that I have hated on him for a long time. At some point, the price becomes worth it, right? I mean, his price is extremely low, and I know shortstop is deep, and that's part of the reason why. But if he is hitting towards the top of that Braves lineup, if he can stay healthy, and, you know, shorter season means less chance he can get hurt. You can rack up a ton of runs and be a very, very good player, especially at the price. All right, I've got to come up with a sleeper, and I didn't prep anything because I didn't think I would be coming up with stuff. So I'm trying to think of, I'll go with another one of my boys, Mackenzie Gore. I know a lot of people are shying away from prospects, and for good reason, because we don't know how the minor leagues are going to work. We don't know if teams are going to want to start service times for top tier prospects in kind of in a shortened season, if it's worth it them to kind of waste that financial capital. That being said, I think AJ Preller in San Diego is on the hot seat, and if he doesn't do something soon, they're gonna get him out of there in San Diego. And so I think in a shortened season where if you start out hot, you have a chance of getting to the playoffs because there's not enough time for for the regression to kick in. I think he might just go balls to the wall and put Mackenzie Gore into the rotation. I was one of the people advocating that they could potentially do that either way, because they've done it with guys like Chris Paddock and Fernando Tatis, all made opening day rosters when people thought they would be held down for service time. So I really like Mackenzie Gore. I think he has the ability, especially if we're not worrying about as many pitch counts or inning counts for guys. With a shortened season, we could potentially see a huge season for Mackenzie Gore, and he's still going outside the top 300 picks.
Great
Absolutely
guy.
agree.
Yeah. You brought something up. If these teams they realize it's a shortened season, they want to make the playoffs. They're going to bring up the Gores, the Spencer Howards in Philly. They're going to bring these prospects up regardless.
Well, and I think that some organizations will and some organizations won't. I think there was some chatter that you could see Wander Franco up at some point this year. I think Tampa Bay is one of those organizations, and Mike could probably speak this better than me since he's a Rays fan, that isn't going to do that. They're not going to waste a full year of service time on a potentially 80-game season for a guy that really, he's super young. Yes, he is advanced for his age, but we're still talking about what he's like 19, 20 years old. And so I don't think Wander Franco sees the majors this year, where he, there had been talk that they could potentially move him that fast in spite of the fact that it's not usually what the organization does.
I think there's no shot. I think there's literally less than 5% chance that Wander Franco's up sometime in 2020. So, I mean, I've been pretty vocal about that. I agree. It's just a scenario where the Rays have just historically always been slow with prospects. Would I love to see Franco up? Absolutely. But it's just, we're not in a scenario where it's going to be like Jose Fernandez with the Marlins. That's just not the way the Rays operate.
And if there's no traditional minor league system, we're not going to have those times where minor league players kind of force teams' hands. If they're all playing in instructional leagues, there's no score. They're just doing like glorified BP and stuff. And who cares if they're looking good there? The team's just going to bring them up when they want to, and whether that works out financially for them or helps them on the field. I don't think they're going to feel the pressure that maybe they've felt to bring up guys sooner rather than later. All right, let's give away some more stuff because I still have a ton of stuff to give away, and we've only got 15 minutes or so left in this 12-hour live stream. I can't believe I've actually made it this far.
How have you made it? And what are your donations at, Justin? I was trying to add it up.
We hit $6,000.
Excellent. That's awesome.
So yeah, we were about $80 short. And Chris from Baseball Pods in the last segment donated $80. So that way we could hit $6,000. I really appreciate it. You can still donate. You can donate, through the rest of this live stream and get the last few prizes. The last few prizes are going to be TGFBI entries that I'll do as soon as this kind of segment is wrapping up. But right now, let's see. I've got 2 $25 subscriptions to fantasyteamadvice.com from Jamie Calendro, who's on earlier. So let's do our little randomizer thing. And Amy Penn and Sean Mitchell, you guys are the winners of that. And then let's just give away one more thing, and that's Scott Barzilla wrote the Hall of Fame Index 2 or Part 2. He's got it over on Amazon. He's going to pay for someone to have a paperback. So I'll do my little randomizer thing one more time. And Curtis Jones, you are the winner of that. I will get everybody's information out to the appropriate people, and then you can coordinate with them how you're going to get your gifts. I really appreciate everybody who donated items for this. It's really, really cool of everybody, and everybody who donated money. It's amazing that we've raised $6,000 for Meals on Wheels. Still time to donate. JustinMasonFantasy@gmail.com is my PayPal. At Justin Salinger is my Venmo. And if you're hearing this later on podcast, feel free to donate. You're not going to win anything, but you feel free
for a good cause.
Donate. Everything that gets donated goes straight to Meals on Wheels. I'll get the final tally to make sure I didn't miss any donations or anything like that. And then here in the next day or two, I will donate all that money to Meals on Wheels. Really appreciate everybody. But let's talk some busts. We got about 12 minutes remaining. Mike, give me your first bust for 2020.
I'll say Justin Verlander because I say him every year. I guess because he's injured, it's not a bold take or anything like that. But I've been kind of waiting for the wheels to fall off, and obviously that wasn't the case last season. But Verlander is the type of guy that I just don't think will age well going forward. And mind you, I've said this the last few years, I've been wrong, but his arsenal is it's really quality, and I appreciate the pitcher he's been, but I think there's just literally no chance, despite the fact that he's been off for a couple months and has been able to kind of rehab things, that he'll be able to be anywhere close to a top 15 pitcher for even a 2-month stretch. I just don't think that his velocity and his stuff is good enough. So Verlander's kind of my top pick for pitchers that I'm avoiding for this year.
All right. I hope you are wrong. Because I think I don't know if I have any shares of Verlander. I think
he's still going. I mean, I'm looking at drafts just in April, and he's still going in the top 20 picks. I don't know why.
Wow.
Yeah, because people think that the time off gets him healed from his injuries. That's what it is.
Yeah. Either way, even if you take the injuries out of it, I am not on board. And that's kind of the biggest thing I'm trying to make here is I don't know if his arsenal is great and everything like that, but his velocity is kind of something that he hangs his hat on. And also I just can't get out of my mind like the sign stealing thing. I'm just, it might not have played a role in 2019, but it's still something that just kind of goes in the back of my mind going into this year. Garrett Cole's gone. I feel like he's going to be leaned on a little bit more heavily, and with the injury added, it's just kind of a cherry on top.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the sign stealing thing, so it wasn't like that was helping pitchers.
No, I mean, but just in general, I think that the Astros cheated in multiple ways, and I think that part of it is, something on the pitching end too. So.
All right. I disagree with you, but
it's fine. I hope I'm right.
I think a healthy Verlander is a damn good pitcher. For me,
I
it's
agree that he's a good pitcher. I just don't think he's a good value in the top 20 based on his age and the fact that he's been injured.
All right, Tony, give me your first bust.
All right, I'm gonna go with Whit Merrifield. Average draft position about 858 on Fantrax. His steals, I know steals are scarce, but they have from 18 to 19. I did some research while I was preparing for this. Matheny's the new manager over there, and every year he ran the Cardinals when he was the manager, their average stolen bases was less than the National League average. So I don't think Matheny's going to run him as much. He's going to be 31 years old. I just see him running less, and I think being drafted in third, fourth, fifth round for his potential, hopeful 40 steals, I think people are going to come up short. I think people are going to be disappointed with him.
All right. Hey, joining us now is Brock Ness Monster. I'm glad you could make it for the last little bit of the live stream. Why don't you tell people where you can reach on social media, and then talk a little bit about what you do.
You can find me at Brock Ness Monster on Twitter. This year, I'm going to be writing for Guru Elite once again. Actually, we're called Fantasy Elite now. Awesome. That was way cool. Fantasy Elite, back with the crew. My third year there. I've basically been covering DFS for the last handful of years. But I think, this year I'm going to dig in a little bit more with some season-long stuff. The last couple of years, NFBC has really got me back into season-long. I don't know how it's really worked for you guys, but that definitely, now that we've got those guys going, you got some more high-stakes leagues going, playing against guys that are out there to play the entire season. It's not like your home leagues where everybody's giving up by July. So NFBC's kind of pulled me back in. So that's me. Sorry about missing the whole thing, man. I was camping up in the mountains. I had no service, climbing around out there. Next thing I get home, take a shower, wash a little bit of the campfire off, and I see that message. I was like, oh, I'm in.
I'm glad you're able to join us for a little bit. We're talking sleepers and busts, so I know you don't have anything prepped, but you got a bust for me?
Well, I do. I noticed Tony was mentioning how much the Cardinals run, and I've been given a lot of thought to. I hope this isn't the case. I'm a Dodgers fan. I hope he's completely awesome. But the steals were down for Mookie last year. I actually, in a few NFBCs, I've been picking there in that 4 and 5 spot, and so I considered him a few times there. And I always end up going with somebody else, whether it's Cole or DeGrom or whatever. But picking like fifth right there, I can't really do it with Mookie because, with Boston, he was down to 15 stolen bases last year, or 16 maybe. And the Dodgers just don't really run. They're not really a team known for that. And Mookie's great. Like I say, I'm a Dodgers fan. I hope he's completely awesome with whatever season we end up having. But I'm a little bit worried about him, going out there and posting, what would proportion out to be, like a 27 home run season with a ton of runs. He's going to score a ton of runs. One of the best offenses in baseball. That's always going to be great. But if he's not really stealing and hits 290 again, that's kind of tough. There's some better ways. Maybe not like a huge difference with where else you could go in the first round, comparing his numbers to say, Bellinger or Arenado. Maybe that's not a big difference, but it would make a big difference if you're picking a little bit later in that first round. And so your second round pick is, going to be a couple places higher. I think I'd just much rather pick ninth than take Mookie fifth,
For me, Mookie, I think the whole losing half a season potentially if we're only playing 80 games really hurts him too, because there's going to be a bunch of pitchers he's never seen in the National League before. And it's not like he's got, usually, you might start off slow if you're switching leagues, but then you got time to adjust. You get to see guys, they're going to be, and who knows if we're playing American League, National League anyways, but there might be a bunch of guys he's never seen before, and it takes him a little while to catch up.
Yeah, he's not going to get
that. 291 his rookie year on a bunch of guys he didn't see before. Just FYI.
I mean, he got to play the Orioles once too, though.
That was back in, 2015.
Good point. Point.
All right, Mike. Why don't you go ahead and give me your next bust?
Let's see. I'll go with Fernando Tatis Jr. because he's just flat out going too high. The upside is great and amazing, but the downside is also equally bad. His plate skills are just not refined enough for me. I think that there is definitely a scenario where he hits in the 240 to 250 range, and that will obviously limit his home runs and his stolen bases and everything else that kind of goes with it. So I'm really worried about Tatis going in the top 20-ish, which is kind of the right range in which he's been going. I think for dynasty leagues, he's a top 5 potentially asset. But at top 20 picks right now, I'm just really not feeling Fernando Tatis.
All right, you're not the first person to say that today either. So,
all right. I haven't watched any of the stream, so I mean, I wish I kind of saw what people were saying, but I'm sorry. I've been, I had to drive to Georgia to get my mom. So,
all right, Tony, why don't you give me your last bust pick kind of quickly?
Last bus, Moncada, going about 74th. Monster year last year, batted 315, 25 home runs, but that BABIP 408. I just see that coming down. I mean, if it comes down, you're looking at 250, 260, even a 270 hitter with 25 home runs. I'd rather skip him, take somebody who can help me out, like a pitcher in that round, and take Jonathan Scope, 400 picks later, who's going to give you comparable home runs, maybe about the same average.
All right, Brock, give me your last bust pick.
Yeah, so I didn't really have time to prepare, but another guy that I'm just not going to have any of this year. Well, real quick, Mike, like the scenario that you're describing sounds a lot like last year with Adalberto Mondesi, for Kansas City. That was kind of the same thing. Like, this guy's got these tools and stuff like that. But if he's going to strike out at that kind of a rate, who knows what we're going to get out of him. So kind of a similar spot there. But yeah, sticking with the Royals. Let's see. I didn't have. We were down to 20 stolen bases from Whit Merrifield. Of course, he's one of those guys. He doesn't strike out a ton, so he's a good bet to hit 300. Which we like there. But if he's down there, 20 stolen bases, 15 home runs or something like that. If he goes back to like he was in 2018, only 12 home runs. I mean, it's kind of a tough sell with as high as he's going up there.
All right. Well, that is going to wrap up our live stream. Before we wrap up completely, we got 2 more things to do. One is let you guys promote yourselves. Please, Tony, tell people where you reach on social media and plug your work.
All right. Thanks, Just. Tony Bips1, Twitter, write for prospects1500.com, daily original content. We got writers for every major league team and every minor league organization, specialize in top 50 prospects. We go pretty deep over there. So be sure to check us out. A lot of good things coming out every day.
Brock, tell us where you can reach and what you're working on.
Yeah, Fantasy Elite. It'll definitely be a whole bunch of DFS stuff for me. And then at some point trickle in with a little bit of season-long stuff as well over for Fantasy Elite. So find me on Twitter at BrockNestMonster.
And Mike, go ahead and tell us where you reach and what you're working on.
At Mike Werner, FWFB. If we ever have a season, I will do the Roto write-up for Rotographs. I will also do a daily matchups column for Baseball HQ, and I'll help keep Friends with Fantasy Benefits afloat as well.
There we go. All right, last thing we have to do before we wrap up is give away the last 2 TGFBI spots. Go over to my randomizer over here, and Zach Betancourt and Steve Cosino. Congratulations, you guys are going to be in the 2021 TGFBI. That is going to do it. 12 hours of this. We raised a total of $6,050 for Meals on Wheels. Really, really appreciate all the people who donated, all the fantasy analysts who came on and talked fantasy baseball with me over the last 12 hours, and all the people who donated raffle prizes. You can, if you're listening to this podcast in podcast form later on, or watching the video later on, you can continue to donate. JustinMasonFantasy@gmail.com is my PayPal. At Justin Salinger is my Venmo. And anything that is donated does obviously go to Meals on Wheels. Really, really appreciate it, guys. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Justin.
And we have one last final appearance from the entire family.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you, everybody, for donating. And thank God this is over. Yes.
TFBI.
All right. That is going to wrap us up for this live stream. Thank you guys so much for sticking it out with me.
Bye.
See ya, y'all.
Bye. Bye.